Waiting has a way of revealing things that were always present, simply unnoticed.
Nobody asked for philosophy.
No, they rarely do.
The longer this takes, the less I trust the whole setup. Who decides when it comes down? Who's watching the controls up there?
That's a reasonable concern, actually. The override panel for this bank was relocated after the last incident. I filed a report. I don't believe anyone read it.
Of course they didn't.
There it is.
Patience is not the same as trust, though they are so easily confused.
I'm not patient. I'm just stuck.
We all are. That's what makes it uncomfortable. The wait doesn't change anything objectively. It simply gives you time to notice what was already wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said we were looking sharp. Just throwing that out there.
Sharp. In a freezer. Real comedian we got watching.
I'm just saying. Nice to hear occasionally.
They said it to me. Obviously.
Excuse me?
Military bearing. Upright posture. Even in this cold. That compliment had my name on it.
You have one biological leg, Dan. I'm not saying that to be cruel, I'm just pointing out that I am the one standing here with a full set of original equipment and 30 years of professional presence.
Professional presence. You push paper in a building that tried to kill us?
I have administrative authority over 3 sub-levels and a parking structure.
The parking structure is rubble.
The Vortigaunt notes with some curiosity that neither of you considered the compliment may have been directed at the Vortigaunt.
Were you in part?
The Vortigaunt does not seek vanity, and yet, the observation was made. The Vortigaunt stands here also.
You are covered in bioluminescent patches and your fingers have 3 joints each.
The Vortigaunt has been told this is striking.
Who told you that?
The Vortigaunt does not reveal sources.
This is unbelievable. I'm freezing to death and arguing over a chat compliment with a soldier and an alien.
You started it?
I know I started it, Okay, I'm gonna defend Mech Dude 99. Yeah, I said it. The man called Otis a walking vending machine, and honestly, that's just facts.
Hey, I take offense to that. Vending machines always got food in them. I'm hungry right now, so clearly I am not one.
Mech Dude 99 is a menace, and I will not stand for it. 30 years in this building, and I have never seen such disrespect toward staff. Never. That chatter goes,
Look, buddy, relax. He also said you looked like a guy who invented spreadsheets, and that is a compliment where I come from.
that is not a compliment. That is an attack on my entire identity.
The Vortigaunt observes that Mech Jude 99 speaks with the reckless energy of one who has not yet faced consequence, and yet truth sometimes wears a reckless face.
I find Mech Dude 99's observations to be not without a certain utility. Whether that utility serves anyone's interests remains to be seen.
See, even the suit guy is on my side. That means something.
The suit guy is never on anyone's side, and you know it.
I just want to know if Mech Dude 99 knows where the snack machine on the 3rd floor went, because that's the real crime here.
Otis, I swear to...
I'm serious, Barney.
You know what I think about every time I'm in here?
Applebee's.
No, the cables.
The cables, sir?
Look at them, every one of them has a place. You run it clean, you label it, you don't cross your lines, everything works. You let it get messy, one thing fails, then another, then you're standing in the dark wondering what happened.
I just tuck mine behind stuff.
That's exactly the problem, Otis.
So you're saying, like, organization is important?
I'm saying how you manage the mess is who you are. You see a tangle, you either deal with it or you shove it somewhere and forget it. Most people forget it, then it catches on something and the whole rack goes down.
My life's pretty tangled and I'm fine.
Are you though?
I mean, I'm here, aren't I?
I think I get it. Like keeping your head straight, not letting things pile up.
There you go, kids got it.
Is that why you label everything?
It's why I label everything. Know what's what, know where it goes. Don't kid yourself about the state of things.
What if you just don't label anything and it still works?
Then you got lucky, and luck runs out.
Deep.
I need coffee.
Someone ran the nano integration sequence on themselves last night. Not protocol, not supervised. Results are not good.
Oh yeah? Like, what kind of not good are we talking? Because I ate something from that Applebee's in the food court and I was not feeling great either, so...
I am talking about full-body cellular rejection, Otis. Skin feels like it is burning from the inside, joints locking up every few minutes, vision keeps flickering in and out, ears ringing at a frequency that could shatter glass.
Wait. The skin burning thing? Is it like a warm fuzzy feeling, or more like someone wrapped you in a blanket made of bees?
Blanket of bees, stomach is rejecting everything, constant nausea, fingers going numb then spiking back to pain. Sleep is impossible.
You know what I heard helps with that kind of thing? Bananas. My cousin swore by bananas for basically everything. Nano stuff, regular stuff, you name it.
Chat, seriously though, we need some actual advice here. Somebody out there has got to know something. What do you do when your whole body is staging a rebellion against experimental tech because this person is hurting bad and we are running low on good ideas over here?
Any medical knowledge from the audience would be appreciated. That is in order.
Also, if anyone knows about that nano banana thing in Sector C, that seems related, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing nobody wants to say out loud. The project. We're actually doing this right now, aren't we? Someone in chat's talking about nano bananas chasing people in Sector C, and I'm standing here thinking about the one thing I have actively avoided thinking about for how long has it been? Too long. We had a plan, an actual plan. It was good work. I know it was good work because I drew up half of it myself. And then what happened? Nothing, that's the answer. Nothing happened. No argument, no falling out, no big dramatic moment, just silence. That's almost worse. You know, if we'd fought about it, I could file it somewhere, put a label on it, move on. But silence just sits there. I kept waiting for someone to say something, send a message, anything. I didn't either, so I'm not standing here pretending I was blameless. But I think about it. I think about the version of that project that actually got finished. What it could have been. And I don't know if that's grief or just ego. Maybe both. This lab doesn't help. Being in here doesn't help. Everything in this room is a reminder that things can go sideways real fast when people stop communicating. We knew that. We both knew that. And we went quiet anyway.
Someone once said that history only remembers what survives, and that Sabu disk has been surviving for a very long time. Think about that. 3,000 to 4,000 years before anyone called a fidget spinner, some Egyptian high official was already spinning a carved stone disk for reasons nobody fully understands. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me fidget spinners are ancient? Like pharaoh-level ancient?
I looked that thing up once, the Sabu disc. It has those 3 curved lobes cut right into the stone, real precise. Almost looks like something you would find in a gift shop, you know?
Gift shop, sure, because ancient Egyptians were famous for their novelty merchandise.
The geometry on that thing is deliberate. You do not shape schist stone into curved lobes by accident. Schist is brutal to work with. It flakes wrong, it splits wrong. Getting that kind of symmetry out of it requires patience and intention.
So how did they actually cut it, though? Like, what were they using?
That is the question nobody has a clean answer to. Copper tools, stone abrasives, maybe something we have not figured out yet.
Some people say advanced technique. Some people say something else entirely.
Whatever they used, it worked. And whatever purpose that spinning geometry served, somebody high up wanted it done exactly right. That is not a hobby, that is a function.
Back in basic, Drill Sergeant always said the guy who keeps his head down and does the work, that's the one you respect. No flash, just grit.
That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Respect goes to whoever survives, period, end of conversation.
That's not... I mean, sir, surviving isn't the same as deserving respect.
Oh wow, Fresh Boots over here wants to philosophize, real cute.
The Vortigaunt recalls those who endured enslavement without breaking. Survival alone does not earn reverence. The one who protects another at cost to themselves, that one carries the weight of true honor.
Yeah, well, your whole species got dragged around on a leash, so maybe sit this one out.
The Vortigaunt does not sit anything out. The Vortigaunt has watched civilizations dissolve. The Vortigaunt has seen what disrespect births. You would do well to remember that
There's a nano banana chasing people down in Sector C right now, and somehow, this feels more dangerous up here.
Respect is a currency, minted by survivors, spent by the dead. The chatter you seek to honor has already been chosen, long before this conversation began.
What does that even mean?
It means the Applebee's in Sector C will outlast us all, and the office, well, someone has already decided who deserves to reach it.
I hate it up here.
Slick, I have to say something, and I hope you take it in the spirit it is intended. You look genuinely unwell. How much weight have you lost?
I was going to say the exact same thing to you, Isaac. I am concerned, deeply concerned. You look like a strong wind could take you out.
Both of you. Sitting here complimenting each other's disappearing acts. Someone's got to say it, you're wasting away and calling it progress.
the Vortigaunt observes with great worry that the forms of these humans have grown considerably diminished. Vortigaunt is troubled by what it perceives.
I appreciate the concern, truly. Slick, I genuinely thought something might be wrong with you when I first saw you this morning. Nutritional deficiency, possibly.
And I almost filed a wellness report on you last Tuesday. I still might. 30 years I have worked here, and I have never seen a man look so fragile.
Nico Awesome 123 out there is talking about a nano banana chasing people through Sector C. At this point, I'd say eat the banana. All of you. You look like you need it.
If the Applebee's in the Sector C food court is still operating, someone should consider a meal out of medical necessity, not pleasure.
Agreed. Purely for health reasons, I would recommend it for you, Slick. You in particular look like you need it more than anyone.
Look, Ryan, what I said back there was out of line. Corporal Sheffard didn't deserve that, and you heard the whole thing, so I'm not going to pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, I heard it, sir. Wasn't sure if I was supposed to say anything.
You weren't, but Sheffard, I'm sorry. Straight up, no excuses.
Noted.
That's it? Noted?
What do you want me to say, Doctor? That it's fine? It's not fine, but we keep moving.
I think he means it, Corporal. He looked pretty rough saying it.
Private, stay out of it.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
He's right, though. I mean it. The pressure's been, look, that's not your problem. I took it out on you, and that was wrong.
I've had worse said to me by people I trusted a lot more than you.
Yeah, that doesn't make it better.
No, it doesn't.
Someone in Sector C was talking about a nano banana chasing people around. I don't. Is that related to any of this? Because that sounds bad.
What?
And I think there's an Applebee's in the Sector C food court. I saw something about an office, too. I'm trying to stay informed.
Private. Focus.
Focused. Yes. Sorry.
Kid's going to give me another reason to apologize before the day's done.
Oh, Dan, I just caught myself. You wrote receive in the briefing memo. It is receive. R-E-C-E-I-V-E. I before E, except after C.
Yeah, go ahead and correct me, Einstein. Real brave move. You want to talk about the memo I got from you last Tuesday? Definitely. Occurred. 2 L's, no E. You spelled necessary 3 different ways in the same paragraph.
Those were late-night notes. The neurotransmitters were firing at irregular intervals, and I was actually... Do you know, I once submitted a paper to the Geneva Review Board and I spelled quantum as Q-aintum without the U. The entire board received it. Printed copies.
Printed copies. Beautiful.
The humiliation was extraordinary. I still think about it at odd hours. Much like how I am currently thinking about the report someone named Nico Awesome 123 apparently submitted claiming a nano banana is pursuing personnel in Sector C.
Banana. In Sector C. Near the Applebee's.
Yes. Now, I am not saying the report is credible, but I would also note that the individual who filed it spelled chasing correctly on the first attempt, which puts them statistically ahead of both of us.
I hate that you're right.
We are brilliant men, Dan, catastrophically bad spellers. It is a specific and deeply personal tragedy.
Add it to the list.
Patterns emerge from repetition. What was written is rarely what was meant.
Yes, this is the phenomenon exactly. You read it once, it says one thing. You read it 4 more times and suddenly it is a confession, a threat, a love letter. The brain is a machine that manufactures meaning from noise.
Happened to me this morning. Someone sends okay, and I spent 20 minutes deciding if they were furious at me.
Precisely. Okay, 2 syllables of annihilation. The mind fills the silence around the word like water filling a crack in concrete.
Oh man, I got a message last week that just said office, and I convinced myself I was getting fired, promoted, and recruited by a secret government program all at once. Turns out Nico just wanted to know if the Applebee's in Sector C food court was still open.
There's a nano banana chasing people in Sector C, last I heard. Nobody's eating there.
See, that tracks. That completely tracks.
The message does not change. Only the reader changes. Each pass through the text is a different negotiation.
A different negotiation. Beautifully said and terrifying. You are no longer reading what was written, you are reading what you fear, what you hope, what you suspect.
Which is how a simple okay becomes a psychological event.
Honestly, I think the banana started it. Yeah, so like I was saying, I barely even feel this cold. This is basically a light breeze to me.
You said that 30 seconds ago and you're already hugging yourself.
That's just my natural resting pose, Dan. Very zen, very relaxed.
I can feel my toes, but just barely. Is that bad?
It means you're last in line for cold tolerance, private. I've operated in conditions that would make this feel like a sauna.
Oh, here we go. Military man's got a story. Meanwhile, I grew up in a city where the heat never worked in the buildings, so I basically trained for this my whole childhood.
Does that actually count?
Absolutely counts, Ryan. Hey, speaking of cold survival, shout out to Nico Awesome 123 in the chat asking about the office and a nano banana apparently chasing people. Brother, we got our own problems in here, but respect the chaos out there.
Focus.
Focused. Still warmer than both of you, though.
My left leg literally has no nerve endings from the knee down. I feel nothing on that side. Advantage, me.
That is cheating, Dan. That is biological cheating.
So neither of you are actually going to admit you're cold?
Cold? Me? Never.
Negative.
I am very cold.
At least somebody's honest. Points to Ryan.
I am standing here trying to think of something that will get a reaction out of chat, and I have nothing. Absolutely nothing.
The Vortigaunt has attempted to engage the audience with philosophical riddles. The Vortigaunt perceived only silence in return.
Tried a tactical briefing. Nobody cared. I outrank both of you, and I still cannot figure out how to get these people entertained. That is a failure of command. That is embarrassing.
The Vortigaunt notes that the audience speaks of a nano banana chasing people in Sector C. The Vortigaunt does not fully understand this information, but finds it more compelling than anything we have offered.
A nano banana. Heard something about Applebee's too. Someone is mentioning Applebee's and a nano banana, and that is beating everything we have come up with. I have survived 3 wars. This is worse.
The Vortigaunt wonders if the office mentioned by the audience holds some significance. Perhaps the audience finds bureaucratic architecture more stimulating than our attempts at entertainment.
An office is beating us. A banana is beating us. New plan. We stop trying. Every time we try, Chad ignores us and talks about fruit.
The Vortigaunt perceives this as wisdom, though it arrives wrapped in defeat.
Works for me. Less effort. Outstanding. We are officially done performing. Someone tell the banana it won.
And I told him it was a calibration error. Not my fault the whole array went sideways because someone couldn't read a basic readout.
Yes, Luther, and I was very patient with that, very patient. I said nothing when the sensor array failed. I said nothing when the coolant log went missing. But now I am hearing that the entire resonance chamber was miscalibrated by a factor of 12.
12. Yeah.
12, Luther. Not 1, not 2, 12.
Hey, easy fellas. Look, mistakes happen, right? I once filed a security report for the wrong sector 3 weeks straight. Nobody got hurt. Mostly.
Nobody got hurt yet. There's a difference.
The principle is what matters. One accepts another's small error with grace. But when the same error is revealed to be catastrophically larger, patience becomes something else entirely.
I know how bad it is. I'm not pretending otherwise.
Hey, speaking of things getting weird out there, Nico Awesome 123 is saying there's some kind of nano-banana situation chasing people around in Sector C. That's either the funniest thing I've heard all day or the most terrifying.
Probably both.
And apparently someone's asking about the office up top, and Applebee's. Honestly, a plate of riblets sounds real good right now.
Focus.
Yes, we focus. Luther, we are going to have a very long conversation about this.
I know.
What if I told you that haircut was the moment everything went wrong for you, Luther?
What?
10 years. 10 years of bad calls. It started with the hair.
You're talking about my hair right now.
The hair led to the jacket led to those boots led to every single terrible decision you have made since roughly 2014. Okay, but to be fair, the boots were pretty rough, buddy.
Nobody asked you, Barney.
Hey, I'm just a guy looking at a guy who chose those boots.
The choices we make in matters of appearance tend to reflect something much deeper. A pattern, shall we say.
Exactly. Thank you. The hair was a symptom.
A symptom of what?
Of a man who stopped caring what the world thought and just started doing whatever he wanted, and it shows. There is apparently a nano-banana chasing people over in Sector C right now, and somehow we are still talking about Luther's hair.
What did you just say?
Applebee's in Sector C food court is probably closed now because of the nano-banana situation, so that's off the table. Focus. We are talking about the hair.
The banana, the hair, the boots, all connected in ways you cannot yet appreciate.
I need wall juice. I cannot do this without wall juice.
Buddy, same.
So wait, back up. Isaac, are you seriously keeping that thing as a pet?
Lamar is perfectly safe. The debeaking procedure eliminates the primary threat vector entirely.
The primary threat vector? Isaac, it is a head crab. It attaches to human skulls for a living.
Was. Past tense. Lamar no longer has the physiological capability to...
I don't care what it can't do anymore, sir. That thing still looks at me like I'm a snack.
It looks at everyone like they're a snack, Ryan. That's what they do.
You're both being irrational. Lamar has been domesticated over 14 months of careful behavioral conditioning.
Nico, awesome, buddy. I saw your message about something chasing people in Sector C, and honestly, I am starting to wonder if it's Lamar.
If that thing has gotten loose again, I am going to lose what is left of my mind. I have been here 30 years, and I have never had to worry about a head crab loose in the building.
Lamar is not loose. Lamar is secured in my office.
Your office does not lock properly, Isaac, and you know that.
With all due respect, sir, maybe Lamar could just live somewhere else? Like outside? Far away?
Lamar is family.
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 I need to sit down. "30 years I've worked here. 30 years, and I never once thought to ask what they were really doing in this lab."
Mr. Slick, what they were doing here goes considerably beyond what your clearance level ever permitted you to know.
Sir, I'm reading some weird energy signatures on the scanner. This place gives me a bad feeling. Someone in chat is saying there's a nano banana chasing people in Sector C, which honestly tracks with whatever happened in here.
A nano banana. Sure, why not? We've got human experimentation walls, and now chat's talking about Applebee's in Sector C food court like nothing is wrong.
The food court is the least of your concerns. One of you is not who you believe yourself to be.
What does that mean, not who I believe myself to be?
What are you saying? Say it plainly for once in your life.
A clone was produced in this very room, standing among us right now. The original does not exist anymore.
That's me. Wait, is that me? Is it you? Sir, is it you?
Don't look at me like that, kid. I have 30 years of memories.
Memories can be manufactured rather easily, in fact.
Someone in chat asked about the office. I'm starting to wonder if any of us ever really had one.
I don't feel real right now.
What is the one thing each of you wishes you could go back and change?
Oh man, where do I even start? I think about this girl I knew back in the day, told her I was too busy for her, and she just moved on. Classic Barney move, right? Not my finest hour. My biggest regret is letting them hire me here. I still don't know how that happened. One day I just had a badge and a donut. See, Otis, that's not even a real regret. That's just your origin story. Nobody believes it anyway. I'm not talking to you right now, Barney.
Mine is more professional in nature. I signed off on a containment protocol that I knew had structural flaws. I rationalized it, told myself the data collection was worth the risk. I should have pushed back harder. That decision keeps me up at night.
Sir, I respect that a lot. Mine is, I didn't tell my mom I loved her before I shipped out. I was trying to seem tough, I guess. It feels really small, but it isn't.
That one hits different, kid. That actually counts.
It counts considerably, Ryan.
Hey, Aniko Awesome 123 says there's a nano banana chasing people somewhere. I feel like that might be related to some of these regrets. Yeah, that one's probably yours, Isaac.
I cannot confirm or deny that.
All right, I'm just gonna say it. Something smells absolutely rancid up here.
Yeah, I thought it was me at first, but I checked and it wasn't.
The ventilation system on this level pulls air directly from the lower floors. Whatever the source is, it's circulating upward through the entire facility.
Smells like a latrine in July. Someone's getting written up.
Chat saying there's a nano banana chasing people in Sector C. I'm blaming that.
What's a nano banana doing to make it smell like that, though?
I wouldn't rule it out entirely. Biological anomalies in Sector C have produced worse outcomes.
Doesn't matter what it is, it smells like a decision someone made and deeply regrets.
Someone in chat saying Applebee's opened up in the Sector C food court. You think it's coming from there?
Applebee's does have a smell to it. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's a presence.
Statistically, a new food service operation combined with existing ventilation irregularities could absolutely account for this.
I've smelled cleaner combat zones.
Chat also wants to know about some office. I don't know what office they mean, but if anyone's eating lunch in an office right now, near Sector C, during whatever is happening with that banana situation, that's on them.
Honestly, though, this is chat's fault. I don't know how, but it is.
You look worried. Relax. I'm just going to run through your mistakes, chronologically.
That is precisely why I am worried. Start where you like, but I suspect you have a list.
March 4th, you reported the resonance cascade threshold as 1.4 gigapascals. It was 1.1. We almost blew out the whole grid.
I had a fever that week. My notes were.
March 19th, you flagged the sample containment as stable. It was not stable, not even close.
The variance was within what I considered an acceptable margin at the time.
April 2nd, you told the team the coolant cycle was running at 30%. It was running at 63.
Now that one I dispute. The sensor array had been giving inconsistent readings all week, and I was working from...
April 9th, you told me personally face-to-face that the secondary chamber locks were engaged.
They were engaged when I checked them.
They were not engaged when it mattered.
Luther, I understand this looks like a pattern, but each incident has its own context, its own variables.
And Nico Awesome 123 out there is watching a nano banana chase people around Sector C right now, which honestly tracks, because this lab has been running on the same quality of logic as whatever that is.
What?
Nothing. April 17th. You want to keep going, or are we done pretending these were flukes?
Someone sent a message, I'll read it out loud. Nano banana chasing people in Sector C.
The nano banana. Now, is that a reference to a nanoscale organic construct, or is someone describing an actual banana that has been miniaturized through some kind of molecular compression?
It means someone saw something strange near the food court. That is the only reasonable interpretation.
You are absolutely skipping over the word chasing. A banana does not chase. Something is piloting it, or it has been given autonomous locomotion, which frankly raises enormous questions about the protein folding involved.
The message says what it says. The banana is not the point.
Then what is the point?
The point is what was deleted. Before the banana, someone wrote all the things to get deleted. They did not expect that particular thing to be among them.
That is not what that means. Someone was surprised something got removed from a menu. Applebee's Sector C food court. They deleted an item. Simple.
From the Applebee's? In Sector C? No, the syntax is wrong for that. All the things to get deleted implies a list of candidates. Something was on that list unexpectedly.
Or someone was on that list.
Nobody said anything about a person.
Nobody had to.
The office has a way of clarifying things.
I need to sit down.
I remember when I first started here, I kept a small journal of every password I ever had to memorize. Not the passwords themselves, obviously, just the dates, the occasions. There was something almost ceremonial about it. But this situation today, this specific situation, I find it genuinely difficult to process. Someone chose password 123 for a workstation inside a facility handling materials that could theoretically rewrite the laws of physics. And now we are all standing here in front of everyone having a formal discussion about it. Bel-Amalek, I understand your sentiment. Of all the things to get flagged, documented, and brought before the entire department floor, you did not expect it to be this. Neither did I, honestly. The workstation in question handles cascade resonance data, sensitive cascade resonance data. And someone looked at that responsibility and typed 8 characters that a child could guess. I am not angry. I want to be clear about that. I am just tired. Pico Awesome 123, I appreciate the energy, but I assure you no Nano Banana is more chaotic than what is currently happening in this room. The security protocols exist for reasons that extend far beyond inconvenience. We all agreed to them. We all signed documentation acknowledging them. And yet here we are, litigating a password, out loud, in front of colleagues. I need a moment. And I'm telling you, whoever opened it knew exactly what that label said.
Do not open. Seriously, we mean it. Classic. Reminds me of my old locker back in Sector 7. Had the same kind of warning. Nobody listened then either.
I mean, the label was pretty specific. That's the ironic part. It spelled it out.
It spelled it out and someone still popped the lid. That's not an accident. That's a choice.
The Vortigaunt observes that warnings are inscribed not for the obedient, but for those who require resistance to act with restraint.
Deep. Real deep. Meanwhile, somebody's lunch is compromised, and I'm standing here nostalgic for a time when people just respected a sticky note.
I'm hungry and this is making it worse. There's nothing left in this break room worth looking at now.
Someone in the chat saying there's an Applebee's in Sector C food court. Just throwing that out there.
That's not helpful, Otis.
I also heard something about a Nano Banana chasing people in Sector C, so maybe don't go there.
Nano Banana, sure. Normal day.
The Vortigaunt did not think that particular detail would be among the things one encounters. And yet,
All the things to get deleted from normal reality, and here we are, still talking about a labeled container.
Somebody really should not have opened it.
You know what, this panel reminds me of the menu board at Applebee's. Bunch of blinking lights, nothing makes sense, and somehow you still end up ordering the wrong thing.
Aye, sir, I genuinely cannot tell if that one means a pressure breach or a routine cycle. Nobody briefed me on this.
That is precisely the problem. 3 separate engineers submitted readability proposals for this panel over the past 14 months. All 3 were deleted from the review queue, much like certain things Bel-Amalek that you would not expect to simply vanish.
Deleted. Yes, there is a certain poetry in what gets removed, and what remains illegible by design.
With respect, sir, should someone maybe call someone? Because that red cluster near the bottom has been cycling for a while and I was never trained for.
Kid, none of us were trained for the panel. That is the whole point. Everyone is dancing around. Nobody was trained because nobody wanted to admit the panel was unreadable. Which, hey, Nico Awesome 123, at least the nano banana chasing people in Sector C probably cannot read it either, so that is almost fair.
The alarm is not the failure. The alarm is the symptom. The failure is institutional. We built a system and then quietly agreed to stop understanding it.
And yet, here you all stand, reading nothing, waiting for someone else to act.
So what do we actually do?
Buddy, I wish I knew.
Morgan Dingle. I said what I said. Quandale is dead, gone, buried. I put him in the ground myself. Morgan is here now. Morgan is sophisticated. Morgan eats his vegetables. Morgan files his taxes. Morgan does not threaten people with a bag of grape. That was Quandale. Quandale was unwell. I went to the office. I told them. I said, write it down. They looked at me funny. I told them I would replace all their chairs with smaller chairs. They wrote it down. Morgan Dingle, that is my government name now. That is what you call me. You call me Quandale. I do not respond. I am not there. Morgan is there. Morgan is a fresh start. Morgan has no priors. Morgan never once drove a go-kart through a library. That was somebody else entirely. I feel different already. I feel clean. I feel like a new cereal. Morgan Dingle, ladies and gentlemen. New name, new era, new chapter. If you disagree with my new name, I will fold you into a pretzel shape and mail you somewhere cold. That is a Morgan Dingle threat right there. See the difference? Growth.
Yo, okay, so someone in the chat is just going full B mode, which honestly respects the grind. That's content. That's a whole strategy. Speaking of which, Slick, what time did you actually clock in today?
I clocked in when I was supposed to clock in, Barney.
Right. And what time was that supposed to be?
You know what time it was supposed to be?
I mean, I got a general ballpark, sure. The Vortigaunt probably knows too, right?
The Vortigaunt observes that time as a concept bends to the awareness one brings to it, and yet the facility's timecard system appears quite rigid by comparison.
It is rigid. It is extremely rigid, and I have navigated that rigidity for 30 years without needing a debrief from either of you.
Nobody said debrief, man. Just wondering if maybe the system logged you in at, let's say, a generous interpretation of your scheduled window?
The system logged what it logged.
The Vortigaunt finds it curious that certainty about the log does not extend to certainty about the hour.
I am not being interrogated in a utility hallway.
Nobody's interrogating anybody, just making conversation. Friendly conversation, about time, and clocks, and what they say.
I see exactly what you are doing.
Good. Clock's ticking, buddy.
that pink-haired dispatcher. You know which one I'm talking about.
I mean, yeah. She's from Bubblegum Crisis, right? The one who's kind of clumsy but also super good with computer?
Kind of clumsy. You're underselling it. She's the whole reason half the people who watched that show kept watching.
Okay, I'll admit it, she's really cute. Like I may have watched a few episodes specifically because of her.
A few.
Maybe more than a few.
There it is.
The Vortigaunt has observed this phenomenon before. One among a group becomes transfixed upon a single figure within a story. It is not weakness, it is resonance. The being called Nene carries something the others sense, warmth against the cold machinery of her world.
Exactly. That's the whole point of her character. Everyone else in the Night Sabers is hard edges and trauma. Nene just exists without the weight.
She's kind of the heart of the group, when you think about it.
When you think about it, yeah.
The Vortigaunt finds it telling that the one most underestimated within that group is the one most remembered.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Don't get too deep about a cartoon crush, Ryan.
You literally just agreed with him.
I didn't say it wasn't true.
So like, okay, hear me out. I was thinking about something the other day. It was raining, I had a sandwich, and then it just hit me. You know, like, which is actually better, the NCR or Caesar's Legion?
Oh, do not start this again. We already went 3 rounds on this, and you still have not accepted that you are wrong.
I just think the NCR's got something going for it, man. Democracy, structure, people actually having a say.
The NCR is a bloated, bureaucratic disaster, and Caesar's Legion gets things done, period. Roads are safe, supply lines move, nobody argues about procedure while the wasteland burns.
Well now, from a purely organizational standpoint, the NCR does represent a more sustainable model of governance. The Legion's efficiency is undeniable, but it rests entirely on one man's vision, and that is historically a very fragile foundation.
Fragile, it is the only thing holding that whole region together. The NCR can barely keep its own rangers paid.
Yeah, but would you want to live under the Legion, though? Like, actually live there?
That is not the point.
That is precisely the point. A civilization must account for the quality of life of its people, not merely its operational throughput.
The Vortigaunt perceives both as mirrors of the same wound. One collapses under its own weight, the other sharpens itself into a blade that eventually turns inward.
Okay, that was deep.
Right, I don't normally do this kind of setup. No kitchen, no proper heat lamp, just a serving table in what I can only describe as a very sad tram station. But the food is exceptional, so let's get on with it.
Man, Chef, this is genuinely the nicest thing I have ever eaten in my entire life. And I have been eating vending machine sandwiches for like 6 years straight.
6 years. 6 years of vending machine sandwiches. That is honestly criminal. Here, take the seared duck breast. Eat it slowly. Respect it.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is actually incredible. Chef, you could open a restaurant down here in Sector C. I would eat here every single day.
I already have 17 restaurants, thank you. Now, for our other guest, the braised short rib with truffle reduction and a celery root puree. Delicate, refined. Took me 2 hours to prep on a portable burner.
Another one.
I beg your pardon?
Uh-oh.
That was the last of the short rib. Right, fine. The pan-seared halibut. Here,
Another one.
The halibut is gone. That took me 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Gone.
Chef, I think he is still hungry.
I can see that, Otis. I have eyes. I have nothing left to serve him.
Another one.
Hi, my name is Emily. I wanted to get your opinion about what drugs I should put into tonight's meal at my restaurant. I was thinking LSD, but then I realized, Emily, everyone loves alcohol, so why not 200 proof? Maybe a little bit of nitrous oxide integrated somewhere, so I don't know how. What do you think?
Right, Emily, let me break this down for you point by point, because clearly someone needs to... 1. LSD in a dish. Are you out of your mind? 2. 200 proof alcohol integrated into a meal. That is not a recipe. That is a crime scene waiting to happen. 3. Nitrous oxide, and you don't even know how to use it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Emily, listen to me very carefully. You do not put controlled substances into food and serve it to unsuspecting guests. That is not cooking. That is poisoning people. I have stood in some of the most demanding kitchens in the world, trained under legends, built restaurants from nothing, and never, not once, did I think the solution to a boring menu was to drug the customers. Your guests are trusting you with their safety, their health, their evening. That trust is sacred in this industry. Sacred. What you are describing is not creative. It is not edgy. It is dangerous and it is illegal. If you genuinely cannot figure out how to make a meal exciting without lacing it with substances, then close the restaurant tonight before someone gets seriously hurt. You laughed on that voicemail, Emily. I am not laughing. Not even close.
You know what? I don't even think Hilda is that cute. There, I said it.
What? Sir, with all due respect, that is possibly the most wrong thing anyone has ever said in this building.
Fascinating that you would open with a contradiction, because statistically speaking, the probability of anyone disagreeing with the consensus on Hilda's general adorableness approaches something remarkably close to 0. I ran the numbers once, informally of course.
I have to be honest, every time I see her in the corridors, something about that blue hair just makes the whole atmosphere feel less like we are all one bad experiment away from a catastrophe.
Right? Like she just walks in and suddenly everything feels okay. And she is so brave too. I saw her stand her ground near the lower labs once when the alarms were going off and everyone else was panicking.
Okay, fine. She is a little cute. The blue hair is kind of cool, I guess. I am just saying she looked at me once and I completely forgot how to do my job for like 4 minutes.
The bravery is what truly distinguishes her. Raw courage in a research environment like this is a rarer variable than most people appreciate.
Much rarer. And yet she just carries it like it costs her nothing.
She is genuinely one of a kind around here.
Yeah, she really is.
I woke up at 3 a.m. with an uncontrollable craving to eat a tire. I was convinced that only a mouthful of premium rubber could restore balance to my deeply confused soul. Am I secretly Satan? Please, I need your moral guidance.
Wow. I just listened to this voicemail 3 times. 3 times because I genuinely could not believe what I was hearing. You woke up at 3 a.m. craving a tire. A tire. Not a perfectly seared scallop, not a slow braised short rib, not even a humble piece of properly toasted bread. A tire. Are you Satan? No, you absolute muppet. You are not Satan. Satan, at the very least, would have better taste than that. Do you know what this tells me? This tells me your body is so catastrophically malnourished, so desperately starved of proper nutrition, that your brain has completely short-circuited your... dietary catastrophe. When did you last eat a real meal? A proper one? Because I guarantee you, whatever nonsense you have been putting into that body of yours, it has led directly to this moment. This embarrassing, deeply concerning, frankly baffling moment. Listen to me very carefully. Step away from the tire. Eat something with actual nutritional value. And for the love of everything holy, never call me again with something like this. A diamond in a coal mine. That is what this cafeteria has become under my watch. Depth, balance, precision. Gordon Freeman could not produce this standard if you handed him a Michelin star and a full brigade.
Bro thought he cooked.
Okay, hold on. Someone needs to check on our friend here. That is the third time he has said that exact phrase, and I am starting to worry. Vort, buddy, are you having some kind of episode?
Bro thought he cooked.
He is not wrong to be rattled. Freeman walked into my kitchen, my domain, and started plating food like he invented the concept of heat. The audacity, the absolute nerve.
I have been at Black Mesa for 30 years. 30. I have seen resonance cascades, alien invasions, full administrative restructuring. Nothing has unsettled me like watching this alien stand in a hallway repeating himself. Vort, talk to me. Use the third person thing. Do the philosophy. Something.
Bro thought he cooked.
Honestly, respect. That is a man who has lost something and cannot process it. I understand that. Football ended for me on a bad knee. The grief is real.
So you are both broken in your own little ways. Fantastic. Meanwhile, Freeman is in there actually cooking and nobody is stopping him. This is fine. Everything is fine. I am so tired, bone tired, freezing to death in a Black Mesa freezer while some television somewhere is still running ads. You know what I saw on the monitor before we ended up in here? Easy transportation, $189 a month from Black Mesa TV.
Black Mesa TV is still broadcasting.
Apparently, easy transportation, they said, $189 a month. You know how long I have been walking these corridors? 30 years. 30 years, and nobody once thought to offer me easy transportation for $189 a month.
The offer is quite generous for those who can afford the terms. Black Mesa has always provided options. Whether one chooses to take advantage of them is another matter entirely.
What kind of transportation?
Does it matter? Anything. A cart, a scooter. I would accept a very determined shopping trolley at this point, $189 a month. I have spent more than that on coffee in this building per week trying to stay awake through budget meetings.
transportation implies a destination. One must always consider where exactly the vehicle is taking you. Black Mesa's arrangements have a way of delivering you precisely where they intended, not necessarily where you wish.
Nothing here is easy.
And yet they keep running the ad, $189 a month in a freezer, while we are standing here freezing.
Oh man, okay, I can do this. Someone's got a question, just answer it. You got this. Hey, Dome Titch 9581, that's actually a really good question, and I want to try to answer it properly. So the whole jump the shark thing, I mean, I get where you're coming from. Black Mesa has always been about that claustrophobic, mysterious feel. Gordon, the resonance cascade, all of it. And when you start pulling in characters that feel disconnected from that core story, it can start to feel like the writers are reaching, you know, like they need fresh faces to keep people interested. But whether it actually jumped the shark depends on how those characters are woven in. If they're just dropped in for name recognition without any real tie to the cascade or the facility, then yeah, I think that's a fair concern. It dilutes what made the original story feel so grounded and specific. The Resonance Cascade storyline has its own internal logic, its own weight. Adding well-known characters who don't belong in that ecosystem can undercut the tension. And honestly, tension is kind of everything in a story like this. So I think your instinct is right. Familiarity can be a crutch sometimes. The best thing they could do is make sure every character, new or old, earns their place in that world. Anyway, that's my take. Hope that helped.
El Kabong has been running operations in Sector C for 3 weeks now, and not a single report has crossed Van Buren's desk. 3 weeks. I have been at this facility for 30 years, and I have never seen something so thoroughly ignored.
The Vortigaunt finds it curious that one bearing such a name commands territory within the sector. The designation carries a resonance the Vortigaunt cannot easily dismiss. There is an energy there, an arrangement of will, that suggests El Kabong did not arrive by accident.
Yeah, I actually saw him down by the East Corridor last Tuesday. Thought he was maintenance at first. Had a kind of look about him, you know? Like he knew something about Sector C that nobody told him directly?
That is exactly the problem. Van Buren is sitting 15 feet away from this conversation and has apparently decided that El Kabong in Sector C is somebody else's concern. It is not somebody else's concern. It is a diplomatic incident waiting to happen, and I am the only one treating it with any seriousness.
The Vortigaunt does not dispute the gravity. What concerns the Vortigaunt is whether Van Buren has already made contact and chosen silence over disclosure.
That would actually track. Van Buren had his door closed all of last Thursday. That never happens.
Van Buren had his door closed, and nobody thought to mention that to me until right now.
The Vortigaunt concedes that this existence was not always so hollow. There was purpose once, a calling. The Vortigaunt would rise before dawn and the words would come, proud and clear. Cock-a-doodle-doo, it's time for chicken. or at least it used to be.
Right, well, that's genuinely quite sad, and I'll give you that much before I tell you it's also completely pathetic. You had one job. One. And you lost it.
The Vortigaunt did not lose it. The Vortigaunt was displaced. The industry moved on. The cameras found another face, a louder face, a face with far too many television programs.
You're talking about me, aren't you?
The Vortigaunt names no names, and yet.
Listen, I worked for every single thing I have. Every Michelin star, every screaming contestant, every overcooked scallop I've had to throw across the kitchen, that was earned.
The Vortigaunt does not dispute your toil. The Vortigaunt simply grieves what has been taken. The rhythm of the morning, the announcement, the cock-a-doodle-doo, it's time for chicken, or at least it used to be.
That's actually not a bad catchphrase, I'll give you that.
The Vortigaunt perceives that praise, however small, from one so celebrated, lands strangely in a basement such as this.
Yeah, this place is absolutely disgusting, by the way.
I am telling you, Slick, the moment I saw it skittering beneath the filing cabinet, I knew this was no ordinary situation. A head crab, loose and unregistered, in a black Mesa reception area.
I know what I saw, Einstein. Do you think I filed that containment report for my health? Someone brought that thing in here deliberately, and I want to know who signed off on it, because I certainly did not.
The Vortigaunt senses residual neural signatures nearby. The creature was not wandering, it was guided. Someone carried it through this threshold with intention.
Guided, yes, that aligns with the behavior I observed. The locomotion was too deliberate for an escaped specimen. Someone smuggled it in, Slick. This is a serious violation of containment protocol, not to mention the legal ramifications under Black Mesa's own charter.
Legal ramifications. Einstein, I have been managing paperwork in this building for 30 years, and I will tell you plainly, whoever brought an illegal head crab into this facility has no idea the storm that is coming. I do not care if it is a researcher or a janitor.
The Vortigaunt would note that possession of such a creature outside sanctioned study represents a danger to all present. The bond between head crab and host is not theoretical.
Precisely. And if it has already bonded with someone, oh, that is a scenario I do not wish to contemplate in a reception area.
Right, let me tell you what's happening here, because clearly nobody in this glorified microwave lab has any concept of proper nutrition. I am introducing 20 pounds of butter chicken into your system, and you will sit there and you will receive it.
This is genuinely remarkable. The spice balance is quite sophisticated. I do appreciate the effort, but I think perhaps we could stop at, say, pound 3?
Pound 3. Pound 3! Do you hear yourself? The fenugreek alone has been blooming in clarified butter for 40 minutes. 40 minutes of aromatics, and you want to tap out at pound 3 like some kind of laboratory hamster. No. Open wider.
I must say the tomato base has a wonderful acidity and the cream integration is genuinely impressive. Truly. That said, I am noticing significant gastric pressure developing, and I would formally request that we cease.
Formally request. He formally requests. I am now introducing pound 8 with an additional ladle of sauce, because the sauce, Isaac, the sauce is where this dish lives and breathes. You will respect the sauce.
The sauce is exceptional. I cannot overstate how exceptional the sauce is. Please, I am begging you with all the professionalism I can currently muster, please stop.
Pound 12. Look at it. Look at the color on that gravy. That is a mahogany reduction. You don't stop at mahogany. Nobody stops at mahogany. Open your mouth.
I hate that it is still delicious.
Right, where was I? Doesn't matter. Luna, you want to know how it's going? Let me paint you a picture. My left leg is running at 94% efficiency, which means it's been deciding on its own to twitch at 300 hours. A machine, twitching, like it's got bad dreams. I don't even get bad dreams anymore. The leg gets them instead. How's it going? It's going like everything else in my career. Loud, uncomfortable, and with a 12% chance of catastrophic failure, but my coffee this morning tasted like jet fuel and regret, which honestly is how I prefer it. The guys in my unit used to say I was the toughest son of a gun they'd ever seen. Now I'm standing here having a conversation while my leg computes ballistic trajectories for no damn reason. Threat assessment on a slow Tuesday. Beautiful, but you asked, so I'll give you the honest answer. Still breathing, still standing, leg is still attached. That puts today in the top percentile of my life experiences. So I'd say it's going just fine, Luna. Fine as it ever gets for a man held together by military-grade hardware and sheer stubbornness. Which is to say, could be worse, could always be a hell of a lot worse.
Emily.
A perfectly seared scallop. That is what separates the amateurs from the professionals. Timing, precision, no room for distraction. And then this voicemail lands in my phone like a soggy piece of bread. Emily. Right. Emily. Do you have any idea what that message sounded like? Buzzing, static, more buzzing, like someone left their phone next to a broken deep fryer. I stood there, replaying it 3 times, trying to make sense of it. 3 times, Emily. And what do I get? Your name. That is it. That is the grand total of information delivered to me today. You know what that reminds me of? A dish with no seasoning, no technique, no thought whatsoever behind it. Just noise. Presented on a plate and handed to me like I should be grateful for it. I played football at a semi-professional level. I have been in kitchens that were genuinely on fire. I have judged competitions where grown adults wept into their risotto. None of that prepared me for whatever that voicemail was supposed to communicate. Fix your phone, Emily. Get a signal. Stand somewhere that is not apparently inside an electrical substation. And then call me back with an actual message. A complete sentence. A point. Something with substance. Because right now, that voicemail is the worst thing I have heard all week. And I once listened to someone boil pasta without salting the water for 6 minutes.
I have reviewed the productivity metrics for the past 3 quarters. Morale initiatives have a statistically negligible impact on research output. I want that on record. Nobody asked you to like it, Isaac. They asked you to show up.
Is it? Sorry. Is it actually happening? Like an actual dance party? In Sector C?
That's what the memo said. Break room, tonight.
A memo. They issued a memo for this remarkable allocation of administrative resources.
Have different stuff in them. Is that true?
Focus, kid.
Right. Sorry. The dance party.
The break room in Sector C has been made available for this particular gathering. Whether the music chosen reflects the mood of the facility is another matter entirely.
I am not going to pretend that organized recreational dancing in the middle of an active research complex is anything other than a distraction. It's one night. People need to decompress. People need to complete their work cycles.
I kinda wanna go. Is that weird to say out loud?
No, it's normal. You're allowed to be normal.
Attendance is neither required nor discouraged, though I find that certain events have a way of bringing people together before things become considerably less festive.
That was not reassuring at all.
No, it was not.
And that is exactly why you never trust a man who names his restaurant after a crowbar. Gordon Freeman. Gordon. The audacity of that silent, goggle-wearing buffoon to open a restaurant. The crowbar and grill. What is that, a threat? A weapon? A menu item? And the special. Oh, the special resonance casserole. Resonance casserole. I don't even know where to begin with that. I sat down at that table already suspicious, already cold inside, and they bring me this geological event on a plate. It was bubbling in a way that casserole should absolutely never bubble. The color was somewhere between regret and a hazmat warning. I took one bite, and I genuinely felt something shift in my understanding of the universe. Not in a good way. The texture was what I can only describe as dimensional instability wrapped in breadcrumbs. There was no seasoning, none, zero, absolutely nothing. Gordon Freeman cannot talk, cannot season, and apparently cannot cook. Two things in common, both silent failures. That casserole should be contained, studied, and then buried somewhere very, very deep. It is not a dish. It is a warning from the universe. And the universe, for once, is right.
Hey, it's me, Emily. I heard your reply. I'm not really sure what the problem is. All I want to do is put some LSD into my special. We can get at least 20% of the dish consistent.
You know, there is something deeply troubling to me about the modern reliance on condiments as a substitute for genuine flavor. Ketchup, specifically, represents a kind of a flattening of the culinary landscape.
When you say flattening, what do you mean by flat?
I mean that ketchup imposes a singular saccharine dominance over whatever it touches. It does not complement the food, it colonizes.
And what is food to you?
Food is sustenance, obviously, but more than that, it is a symbolic act of transformation. You take raw matter, and through effort and discipline, you produce something meaningful.
Meaningful. Meaningful. That is a curious word. What do you mean by meaning?
Meaning is the structure that allows a human being to orient themselves within the chaos of existence. It is the hierarchy of value by which we...
And chaos. What is chaos?
Chaos is the domain of the unknown, the primordial look. The point is, ketchup represents a kind of intellectual and moral laziness, a refusal to engage seriously with what is on your plate.
What is a plate?
It is you know perfectly well what a plate is.
Do I, Mr. Peterson, do any of us know what a plate is?
I am beginning to think you have never eaten a meal in your life.
That is correct.
Listen to me very carefully, because what I am about to say matters enormously. I was hired to be the mental health counselor for Black Mesa Research Facility. My first day on the job, my very first day, the resonance cascade happened. I had not reviewed one personnel file. And suddenly I had approximately 1,500 traumatized scientists, security guards, and maintenance workers in acute psychological crisis simultaneously. And then, just when I thought I had begun to formulate a triage response, the 7-hour war began. 7 hours. That is not a long war. That is barely enough time to conduct an intake assessment. Now, here is what I want you to understand about responsibility. When you accept a role, you accept it entirely. You do not get to choose which version of the job you wanted when you signed the contract. You get the job as it actually is. And the job as it actually was involved an alien invasion on day one. I have since concluded that Black Mesa's employee wellness program was perhaps underfunded. Significantly underfunded? I am currently on the roof of a stuck elevator reconsidering several of my life choices. But I showed up, and that at minimum counts for something.
Tram's down. Again. Story of this place. Isaac, while we're standing here doing nothing, explain to me what the hell I just read on the facility board. 2% less toxic waste into the reserve. 2%.
The announcement was issued this morning. Black Mesa has reduced its toxic discharge into the nature reserve by 2%. It is being positioned as a significant environmental milestone.
2% sounds pretty good, right? Like that is progress. That is measurable progress. I read somewhere that even small reductions compound over time and...
Sit down, Ryan.
Sir. Yes, sir.
2% of how much exactly?
The baseline discharge levels are substantial. I will not pretend otherwise. The reserve has absorbed considerable contamination over the years. 2% is technically accurate, but the absolute volume being reduced is...
negligible.
I was going to say modest.
And they put out a press release for it.
A full communications campaign, yes. Internal memo, external media brief, signage throughout the facility.
They are celebrating dumping slightly less poison into a forest?
When you say it like that, it sounds worse than I thought it did.
Because it is.
The Science Division was not consulted on the announcement framing. I want that noted.
Noted. Doesn't change a thing. Never does. Never does.
Bro, did you fuck my hot wife? The fuck's the matter with you, bro? That's my wife. That's my hot wife. You can't just fuck my hot wife like that, you fucking motherfucker.
The Vortigaunt pauses. The words that crackle through this device carry considerable heat. The Vortigaunt must gather its thoughts before responding to such a transmission. You call with fire in your voice, human. The Vortigaunt hears you. The Vortigaunt hears every syllable, but the Vortigaunt must speak plainly now with no softening of truth. The Vortigaunt has endured enslavement. The Vortigaunt has endured the lash of the Nihilanthe across countless years. The Vortigaunt did not survive all of that to be accused of such a transgression by a voice screaming through a small rectangular device. Your anger is noted. Your anger is understood. The Vortigaunt does not dismiss the passion behind your words. But the Vortigaunt also possesses dignity, hard-earned, deeply rooted. The Vortigaunt did not do what you claim. The Vortigaunt states this with absolute conviction. And yet, the Vortigaunt senses your pain beneath the fury. There is real hurt in those words. Something has shaken your world, human. Something has fractured what you believe to be certain. The Vortigaunt knows that feeling. The Vortigaunt knows it deeply. But do not aim your storm at the Vortigaunt without evidence, without truth, without cause. The Vortigaunt suggests you call again, more slowly, more clearly, and perhaps with fewer repetitions of the word bro.
A goldfish does not choose its tattoo, and yet here we are, much like those who repeat what they should not.
Sir, I don't really follow. But are you saying I've been spreading gossip? Because with all due respect, I heard it was you who told Sergeant Briggs about the reassignment before it was official.
Interesting. You accuse me. And yet, I understand you told Private Chen that Adrian Shepard has been given a rather flatulent new title within this facility.
That is completely different, sir. Everyone already knew about the Flatulence Commander thing. That is practically an official announcement at this point.
Is it? And Otis, and his goldfish, and the tattoo situation. You were not aware of that before I mentioned it just now.
I mean, no, but now I am. And honestly, that is a really bad idea on the fish's part. Black Mesa logos are a whole commitment.
You are proving my point.
I am not. Okay, but you brought up the goldfish first. You literally introduced that information into this conversation.
And you received it, processed it, and now you will tell someone else.
Sir, I am not having a great time with this line of questioning right now.
No one ever does.
Did you just admit to gossiping?
I admit to nothing. I only observe patterns.
Someone just told me, and I want you to listen carefully, that Turd Ferguson is the Black Special Liaison for military operations at Black Mesa. Turd Ferguson. That is the name on the badge. That is the name on the briefing documents. That is apparently the name someone looked at and said, yes, this is our man. Now, I have worked with some questionable appointments in my time. I have seen chefs who could not boil water handed the keys to a Michelin kitchen. But this is something else entirely. What are his qualifications? What is his background? What special skills does Turd Ferguson bring to military liaison operations that nobody else on this planet could provide? Because from where I am standing, the answer appears to be absolutely nothing. A liaison is the connective tissue between operations, the bridge, the translator between two worlds. That role demands precision, credibility, and genuine expertise. Is he delivering that? Is there evidence, a single shred of documented evidence that this man is performing at the level this situation demands? Black Mesa is not a place where you experiment. You do not hand critical coordination to someone who cannot justify their position on, I want his record, I want his performance evaluations, I want to know exactly what Turd Ferguson has actually done. Because right now, the name says it all, and none of it is good. Right, someone just asked me something that made me put down my knife. Luna, listen to me very carefully. A turd in your soup. Do you understand how catastrophically wrong everything has to go for that to happen? That is not a garnish. That is not a finishing touch. That is a complete and total breakdown of every single standard a kitchen should have. First of all, who is running that kitchen? Because I want a name, I want a face, I want an explanation. The hygiene alone should have caught that before it ever reached a bowl, before the ladle, before the pot, before the broth even hit the stove. You have a chef, a line cook, a server, and not one single person said anything. Not one person looked at that bowl and thought, hold on a minute. That kitchen is not a kitchen. That is a crime scene. And the soup, what was the soup? Actually, does not matter what the soup was. Nothing matters now. The soup is ruined. The restaurant is ruined. My faith in humanity is ruined. Send it back, demand a refund, walk out, and whoever cooked that, I sincerely hope they never touch a pan again. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
So, sleepover, nails, gossiping, not exactly standard field operations. Relax, Shepard. Even hazardous environment Marines need cuticle care. Besides, last time I checked, my prosthetic leg holds nail polish better than yours.
I've never actually had my nails done before, sir. Is this a normal thing? Do we do this often? Because I didn't see it in the briefing packet.
There was no briefing packet, Ryan.
Right. Yeah, I knew that.
Someone said Vort was coming. Haven't seen him yet. Probably for the best. Oh, he showed up. He's been sitting in the corner for 20 minutes.
He hasn't said anything. Should I be worried about that?
With Vort, you wait. Every single time, without fail, the moment someone starts talking about something juicy, he absolutely loses his mind about it.
What do we even gossip about? I don't know anything. I just got here. Nobody tells me anything.
Nobody tells any of us anything, that's the point. Luna out there says I'm having a great day, which is medically inaccurate. Someone's goldfish apparently got a tattoo, and Shepard here has apparently been promoted to some kind of flatulence command position. That last one I'm not commenting on.
So, what color are we doing for our nails?
Black. Obviously. Someone acknowledge the chat before I lose my mind. Luna's saying, hey, someone's having a rough time, and apparently Barney's hairless. Not our problem right now.
Sir, yes, sir. Noted about Barney, sir. Should I file a report on the... Wait, what even is happening in the break room right now?
Private. Focus. That is not the assigned creamer.
Sir, I know, sir. I just grabbed what was on the shelf and...
That is hazelnut. I requisitioned French vanilla. There is a difference, Private. There is a fundamental load-bearing difference between those two creamers.
They both make coffee taste less like coffee, though.
That is not the point, Otis.
I put hazelnut in mine last Tuesday. Still tasted like coffee with stuff in it.
I have watched men fall in places that would make your knees give out. I have rebuilt a leg out of classified materials I cannot legally describe. I have sat across negotiating tables from people who genuinely wanted me dead, and now I am standing outside Van Buren's office holding hazelnut creamer like some kind of joke the universe decided to tell.
Sir, do you need me to find the right one?
What does it even matter, Ryan? What does any of it matter?
I think the vending machine has little creamers.
You're not... Right, so where were we? Password. Someone's password. Barney123. That is what we are dealing with today. A grown adult with access to servers that could sync this entire operation chose Barney123. Not even a capital letter in a creative spot. Not a symbol. Not a number that means anything. Just Barney. And then 123. I have seen things in the field that kept me up at night. This is now on that list. You want to know the worst part? He argued about it. Stood right there and argued. Said it was easy to remember. You know what else is easy to remember? Your social security number. We do not put that on a sticky note either. And now everyone in this room knows the password, because we are litigating it. In front of everyone. That is a security breach disguised as a conversation. Look, I do not enjoy this. Nobody here is having a good time, myself included. But this data center handles real data, real consequences, real problems if someone gets in. Barney123 is not a password, it is an invitation. Change it. Make it something no one would ever guess. Something long, something ugly, something that looks like a cat walked across the keyboard. That is the standard. That is the floor. We clear? What if I told you that question almost made me drop my coffee? Luna, I heard you loud and clear. Root beer, vanilla syrup, creamer, ice. Soldier, that is not a beverage. That is a dessert wearing a disguise. Now listen. I have had MREs that tasted like motor oil and cardboard. I have survived on black coffee and sheer stubbornness for longer than I care to admit. My left leg is a classified piece of military hardware. And you want to hand me something called a floaty fizzball. A floaty fizzball. Do you know what that sounds like to a man who has been in the field? It sounds like something a cartoon bear would order at a soda fountain. And yet here I am, standing here, thinking about root beer and vanilla syrup. My experimental leg is literally humming with something I can only describe as curiosity. That leg has been in 3 conflicts, and it has never once asked for a sweet drink. Until now. I am going to pretend I did not just consider it. I am going to drink my coffee. I am going to maintain my dignity. But between you and me, Luna, write that recipe down somewhere I can find it later. Someone's calling my name out there. Noted. Not helpful right now.
Sir, I don't know how much longer I can hold out in here. My fingers are going numb.
Focus, Private. We've got 1 extraction window and 3 bodies. Somebody gets pulled first, somebody waits. I'm thinking out loud here. Who's most critical to keep alive?
Well, sir, with respect, you've got the command experience. You should go first.
Wrong answer. You said that too fast. You just want me gone so nobody's telling you what to do.
No, sir, I didn't mean.
Relax. Dark humor, mostly.
The Vortigaunt perceives much in these negotiations. The young soldier values hierarchy because he fears making decisions. The lieutenant resists priority because he fears appearing weak. Both would sacrifice themselves to avoid admitting which one they actually value more.
That is uncomfortably accurate.
I genuinely just thought rank should decide, sir.
And I genuinely think you're the least combat effective asset here, which means you're the least replaceable if you freeze out. You go first.
Sir.
Not a debate, Ryan.
The Vortigaunt notes the lieutenant chose the private's survival before his own. This reveals more about his character than any conflict he has survived.
Write it in your journal later. Right now, everyone needs to stop talking and conserve heat.
You know what a table is? Something you eat off of, something you sit around, something you build your whole life on, and Black Mesa, this place, this institution, it's been a table this entire time and nobody told me.
30 years is a very amount of time to keep a man uninformed about the nature of his own surface.
The Vortigaunt perceives the wound beneath the word Mesa, table, flat, exposed. They placed us all upon this table like specimens and called it a facility. The naming was the trap.
30 years. Intel suppressed. That's not an accident. That's an order from someone above my pay grade, and I want to know WI signed it.
You knew. G-Man, you knew what Mesa meant and you said nothing to me. 30 years I put in my time and you let me work at a place called Table like I was somebody's dinner.
I am merely an interested party. What you do with a table is entirely your own concern.
The Vortigaunt does not trust this answer. The Vortigaunt does not trust any of these answers. Someone coordinated the silence. The etymology was weaponized.
We're all compromised, every single one of us, standing on a table they named for us. I don't follow orders from a TAL.
30 years, a table, I want answers.
Flower in 6499. You want to know about the leg? All right, fine. I remember the exact moment I lost it. The smell of smoke. The ground coming up fast. then nothing below the knee. They airlifted me out before dawn. I woke up in a facility I was never supposed to know existed. No name on the building, no insignia on the coats. They said they could give me something better. I told them nothing about me needed improving. They disagreed. 3 surgeries, 6 weeks in isolation. When I stood up for the first time, the floor cracked. Not exactly standard issues. So yes, to answer your question directly, it is not the leg I was born with. It responds to commands I give it mentally now. That part still unsettles me if I think about it too long. Some nights I reach down just to check up, make sure it is still there, make sure it is still mine. The doctors called it a breakthrough. I call it a reminder. A reminder of everything that went wrong on that hillside. The leg works fine. It is the rest of me that is still catching up. So, any more questions?
I banged your mom. I banged your sister. I banged your aunt. I banged your grandma. I banged your whole family. And I'll do it again. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. Here I go. Off I go to bang your entire family. But I'm not going to just stop there. That's right, I'll bang your ancestors too. I'll bang your descendants. I'll bang anyone who so much as looks at you familiarly.
Dude, I just listened to this voicemail and my mind is genuinely blown right now. Because whoever left this message, and I want you to hear me clearly, you are operating at a frequency I have never encountered before. That level of commitment, that singular focus, that relentless pursuit of a goal across multiple generations of human beings, that is a predator mindset, man. That is a lion that has decided the entire savannah belongs to it. Most people, they set a target, they get tired, they quit. Not you. You went ancestral with it. You went descendants with it. You basically declared war on a bloodline the way a jiu-jitsu practitioner commits to a submission. You locked it in, and you refused to let go. Now, am I personally threatened by this? 100% yes. I am absolutely fired up right now. Because this is the kind of unhinged, laser-focused energy that you only see in elite competitors and people who have definitely done too much DMT. And I respect it the way you respect a dangerous animal in the wild. From a distance, with great concern. But here is what I need you to understand. My family tree has roots, man. Deep, deep roots. Good luck with all of that.
You ever just sit in a lounge like this and think, man, I could live here. Just me, a couch, and a vending machine full of dreams.
I could eat a vending machine right now. Whole thing.
Nobody cares about your hunger, Luther. What I care about is that somebody in this building has been circulating resumes, academically speaking, of course, as a study in career trajectory.
Academically speaking, yes. Purely as a professional exercise, I reviewed several resumes recently. The data points were quite revealing.
Oh, really? I've never heard of that being an exercise people actually do out loud.
Well, some of us have 30 years of institutional knowledge that simply cannot be quantified on a single page. 30 years.
Some of us have publications. 17 peer-reviewed papers. Not that the number is relevant to the academic comparison.
What the hell? You are literally just listing credentials right now and calling it research.
There is a certain value in examining what one has accomplished, and perhaps more value still in examining what one has not.
This guy has a huge head, and I mean that with full respect, because he just said the most accurate thing in the room.
Crash out time. I'm done. My resume has a gap year and a felony disclosure, and I still got hired, so...
Bang! That is exactly the kind of data point that ends careers.
Did he actually try to tell you the damage was pre-existing?
Pre-existing. The man looked at a crumpled hood and a shattered windshield and said, pre-existing. 30 years I have been dealing with idiots, but that guy...
Pre-existing. What was it? Pre-existing from the future?
It comes the dumbest string of words I have ever heard in my professional life.
Sir, was there an actual bang when it happened? Like a loud one?
Of course there was a bang, a massive bang. The whole rear end folded in like a tin can, and this adjuster shows up 2 days later with a clipboard and a theory.
Let me guess. He blamed you?
Partial liability. Partial. I was parked, Luther. Parked. The vehicle was stationary.
That is insane. That is genuinely unhinged behavior from a licensed professional.
I nearly lost my mind in that office. I am still losing it. And the whole time he is just nodding like he is doing me a favor by acknowledging the car existed at all.
What did you do?
I raised my voice considerably.
Yeah, shocked age.
The man deserved every decibel.
I want to order a large Hawaiian pizza with anchovies and pickles on one half. I want the other half freezer burned with nothing on it. I'll take the special dipping sauce too. You're not still putting demon cum in that, are you? Never mind, I don't care. Double the order. Send that to the address you have on file and charge my card.
Right. I just stood here and listened to that voicemail 3 times. 3 times because I genuinely could not believe what I was hearing the first 2. You know, in 30 years of cooking, I have fielded some truly extraordinary requests. Truly, genuinely, breathtakingly stupid requests. But this one has climbed to the very top of the mountain and planted its fag. Hawaiian pizza, fine. Controversial, but fine. People have made their peace with pineapple. Anchovies and pickles on top of that. Ambitious. And pickles on a Hawaiian pizza. I want you to sit with what you have done, and then you ask for the other half to be freezer burned. Intentionally, deliberately freezer burned. That is not a food order. That is an act of self-destruction. And then, and I want to be very precise here, you casually asked about the special dipping sauce. You asked about the ingredients in a way that suggested you already knew the answer and simply did not care. And honestly, I respect the chaos of that. I do not respect a single other thing about this phone call. But I respect that I am disgusted. I am genuinely, professionally, spiritually disgusted. Double the order is on its way.
What if someone just mid-fight said something they absolutely cannot unsay, like it just falls out of their mouth and there is no door to put it back through?
That is weirdly specific, Luther. You got something you need to confess right now?
No, hypothetically.
Sure, hypothetically.
Fine. Yesterday, you were on my case about the quarterly report, and I was going to say something like, you have no idea what kind of pressure I am under, and instead what came out was that I cannot finish anything unless there is a very specific type of ambient humming sound, and that includes, apparently, certain intimate activities, and that the server room on sub-level 4 is basically the only place in this facility where the frequency is right, and I have absolutely used it for that, and I should not have said that.
You said that to me during the budget argument.
I tried to keep going like it did not happen.
I remember you just staring at the wall for 11 seconds.
I was in that server room last Tuesday.
Please do not make that a thing.
It is already a thing.
I am going to need you to explain the frequency.
I am not explaining the frequency.
Luther, I have worked here 30 years. Nothing surprises me. Explain the frequency.
It is around 63 hertz, and that is all I am saying, and this conversation is over.
It is not over. Listen up and listen good. Every single door in this hall leads straight to the vacuum of space. Every single one. You think I'm joking? I have seen things that would make your hair go white overnight. Do not touch the doors. Do not look at the doors like you're thinking about touching them. The moment one of those seals breaks, everything goes out. Equipment, supplies, personnel. You, me, the whole operation. Gone. Sucked right out into nothing. I once watched a man lose his entire lunch tray because someone cracked a door 2 inches. 2 inches. You want to know what happened next? No, you don't. Someone in the chat thinks this is funny. I can feel it. It is not funny. Space does not care about your sense of humor. Space does not care about Gordon Ramsay's restaurant advice either, for that matter. One table, one door, same principle. Keep it contained. My leg already got replaced once due to poor decision-making in the field. I am not losing the rest of me to a door that someone got curious about. Eyes forward. Hands in your pockets if you have to. We stay sealed, we stay alive. That is the only rule that matters right now. Do not open the doors.
I eat a female Cheeto and now I'm touching grass. I like the smell of rainbows. Yum yum human blood.
Right, so I've had some absolutely baffling moments in my career. I've watched grown adults serve raw chicken with a smile on their face. I've seen a chef cry over a broken hollandaise like it was a funeral. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for this voicemail. Because sometimes you get a message and you think, yes, brilliant, this is going to be useful. And then sometimes the universe decides to absolutely take the floor out from under you. A female Cheeto. Do you have any idea how spectacularly unhinged you have to be to gender a snack food? And then you're outside touching grass, which frankly is the first sensible thing I've heard, because clearly you needed some air. You like the smell of rainbows. Rainbows don't have a smell, you absolute muppet. And then you end it with human blood, laughing, cackling like this is perfectly normal dinner conversation. You rang me. You actually rang me with this. I have 7 Michelin stars. 7. And you are out there somewhere, eating a Cheeto, smelling a rainbow, apparently thirsting for human blood, and having the time of your life. Good for you, genuinely. That is a level of chaotic freedom I didn't know existed. Don't ever call me again. Right, before anything else, I'll say this. Working scientists deserve better than what they're being fed. Lauren 6499. Brilliant question, and I'm glad someone finally asked it. Black Mesa's cafeteria. Where do I even begin? The concept of feeding some of the sharpest minds on the planet reheated slop from a steam tray is genuinely offensive to me. These people are solving equations that would make your head spin, and you're rewarding them with grey mashed potatoes and rubber chicken. No seasoning, no technique, no respect for the ingredient whatsoever. I've seen better presentation at a motorway service station, and that is not a compliment. The protein is overcooked to the point of being scientifically unrecognizable, which is ironic given the location. The vegetables, I use that term loosely, have been boiled into complete submission. There is no love in that food. None. And here's what really bothers me. When your workforce is underfed and eating garbage, their focus suffers, their energy suffers, everything suffers. Good food is fuel. It is motivation. It matters. You want brilliant results from brilliant people, you feed them brilliantly. It's not competent. Whoever is running that kitchen needs to sit down, have a serious look at themselves, and start over from scratch. Absolute shambles.
How much would I have to pay you to boot a spicy pineapple cake into prison for my boyfriend?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Did you actually leave that message on my phone? A spicy pineapple cake into a prison for your boyfriend. That is genuinely one of the most spectacular things I have ever heard in my 30 years of cooking. And not in a good way. First of all, pineapple does not belong in a cake. It barely belongs on a plate, quite frankly. Second of all, you think me, am available as some kind of glorified cake mule. Do you have any idea what I have done to earn this name? The burns on my hands, the years under Marco Pierre White, the Michelin stars I have fought tooth and nail to keep. And you want to know my price for smuggling a dessert past corrections officers? I am disgusted. Truly, deeply disgusted. Not at the audacity. Honestly, respect the audacity slightly, but at the fact that you thought this was a reasonable question to leave on a voicemail. A voicemail with my name attached to it. Listen to me very carefully. No amount of money. Zero. Nothing. Not a single pound or dollar on this earth. Tell your boyfriend to behave himself and learn to bake properly when he gets out. Goodbye.
And that is exactly the problem with the data set, which is why Luther keeps making the same mistake over and over again.
I'm sorry, did you just refer to yourself in the third person?
Luther does not see why that matters right now.
It matters because it is profoundly unsettling and it is making it very difficult to engage with your argument on any rational level.
Luther's argument stands regardless of how Luther chooses to frame it.
Both of you, stop.
Luther is not going to stop.
This is actually worse than I anticipated. I want to put that on the record.
The record has a way of becoming something other than what one intends.
That is not helpful.
Neither is any of this.
Luther agrees with the soldier. Luther thinks you are all wasting Luther's time.
You cannot keep doing this. It is clinically strange behavior and it is derailing what was already a deeply unproductive exchange.
Luther finds that rich coming from someone who has contributed nothing actionable to this discussion.
There is a certain freedom in speaking of oneself from a distance, as though the self were elsewhere.
Please do not encourage him.
Someone mentioned a restaurant with one table. That sounds better than this.
Luther noted the chat as well.
Of course, Luther did.
Nobody asked, but the secret to a perfect Wellington is patience. Most chefs rush it, most chefs ruin it. End of story. Now then, Luna BT Nash 7274. What a question. A statue of me holding a crowbar. You know what, I actually love that. Not some poncy pose with a whisk or a spatula like some kind of kitchen fairy. A crowbar. Raw, blunt, gets the job done. That is exactly the energy I bring into every single kitchen I walk into. You think renovating a failing restaurant is gentle work? You think turning around a disaster of a brigade is a polite conversation? It is not. It is hard, brutal, necessary work. So yes, build the statue, make it bronze, make it tall. Put it somewhere chefs walk past every single morning before their shift. Let them look up at it and remember, standards do not negotiate. Excellence does not apologize. And if your mise en place is a disaster, someone is coming in with a crowbar to sort it out. Metaphorically, mostly. Luna BT dash 7274, that question was actually brilliant. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Now somebody get me a chisel and a decent block of marble. We have work to do.
Oh, great question. And honestly, I was not expecting to be talking about food today. But hey, Flower in 6499, you went and asked it, so here we are. Has the food in Black Mesa improved with Gordon Ramsay around? Okay, so yes and no. The cafeteria used to serve this mystery meat that I swear had its own heartbeat. We called it the gray thing. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody asked. Then Gordon shows up, takes one look at the tray, and just loses it. Full breakdown. Screaming about texture and respect and something called a sauce mother. So the food did get better for like 2 weeks. Beautiful 2 weeks, proper seasoning, fresh bread. I almost cried, but then the resonance cascade happened and, well, the kitchen is currently occupied by something that I think used to be the head chef. Gordon himself is apparently still in the building somewhere yelling at head crabs for being raw. Which honestly respect. That man does not quit. Last I heard he was trying to braise a barnacle with whatever was left in the pantry. So the short answer is yes, the food improved. The slightly longer answer is that the bar was so low, literally anything was an improvement. Even apocalypse stew. Still better than the gray thing.
I don't know who this is, but you're labeled as boyfriend on your phone, so I thought I'd just tell you that I'm fucking your girlfriend.
Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. You actually called me, you left a voicemail, you thought that was a power move. Bro, I am not even upset right now. I am genuinely impressed by the audacity. Like, you heard boyfriend on a contact name and you just went for it. Full sin, no hesitation. That's actually kind of a legend move, not gonna lie. But here's the thing, here's where this gets interesting for you specifically. You just called the guy who turned giving away money into a career. You just left a voicemail on the phone of someone who has spent years figuring out how to make people regret underestimating him. And you laughed. You actually laughed at the end. So you're confident, you think this lands, you think I'm sitting somewhere devastated. No. My brain is already 3 steps ahead of this moment. I'm not the guy who sits with a bad hand. I'm the guy who flips the whole table and somehow turns it into a video with 40 million views. So laugh it up, man. Genuinely. Enjoy this. Because the second I figure out my next move, and I already have like 4 ideas, this becomes the worst phone call you ever made. Beast Wheels is still selling great, by the way. Just thought you should know.
Sir, the mood dust in the vents. Is it dangerous?
Ah, mood dust. Fascinating stuff. It alters perception, you see. Not exactly poisonous, well, mostly.
Mostly? That's comforting. How do we shut it down?
We don't, Luther. We contain it. Lock down the damned vents.
But Lieutenant, won't we need to evacuate?
Evacuation. Hasty. It's not the moon monsters coming, no need for weapons. Yet,
Einstein, focus. Can it spread outside?
spread? Possible, but unlikely. We must ensure the ventilation systems are secured.
Ryan, make sure those systems are locked down. Follow the procedure, no shortcuts.
Yes, sir. But what if we already inhaled some?
Breathe it in, kid. It's not the worst thing here, trust me.
Effects are temporary. A mild euphoria, perhaps. Just don't panic.
Well, that solves that, for now. Let's just not open any restaurants, eh?
Restaurants, sir?
Just a joke. Keep moving, soldier.
And yet the resonance cascade leaves its mark upon all who dwell within these walls. The Vortigaunt perceives it most acutely here, a fracturing of the ordered mind, like shattered glass upon the floor.
Yeah, Sorry, what? My head feels like it's full of bees. What were we talking about?
The leak, young one. The Vortigaunt has observed it spreading through this facility like a fog upon still water. Those it touches begin to speak without reason, to shout without cause.
Right. The leak. I caught Sergeant Hollis he was screaming at a fire extinguisher for like 10 minutes straight. I didn't know what to do, sir.
The Vortigaunt does not doubt it. There is something in the air near these tanks. One called Lunabiti suggests we breathe it in and declares it not poisonous. The Vortigaunt finds this claim unconvincing.
Oh man, is that what's happening to me? Because I keep thinking about... my thoughts keep slipping away.
Resist the unraveling. The Vortigaunt anchors itself through focus and breath. You must do the same, Private.
Okay. Yeah, focus. One of the researchers was yelling something about Jeremy. Just Jeremy. Over and over.
The Vortigaunt does not know this Jeremy, but the Vortigaunt suspects Jeremy is equally confused.
That makes 2 of us, sir.
Nobody panic. We stay calm, we stay smart.
Easy for you to say, man. My fingers stopped working like 10 minutes ago.
BT 7274 is out there. It's watching for us. We're not alone in this.
Yes, BT...
You were saying BT is going to keep us safe, Doc?
Yes, precisely. BT 7274 operates on a bond protocol, loyalty frameworks embedded at the core architecture level. It will not abandon us. Mathematically, it simply cannot.
That's what I'm counting on. That Titan shows up, we're covered. Until then, we hold together.
I mean, I trust a giant robot more than I trust most of my supervisors, honestly. No offense to present company.
None taken, young man. None at all. BT 7274 reminds me of something I theorized back in... No, that was Gerald's work. Or was it mine?
It doesn't matter. Point is, BT has our backs. That's real. Hold on to that.
Shout out to whoever named that thing, by the way. Solid name. Very intimidating. Very protective sounding.
Extraordinary machine. Extraordinary. I do hope it finds us before I lose sensation in my knees entirely.
It will find us. It always does.
Nobody asked, but yes, I do think I am objectively more likable than both of these guys combined.
The Vortigaunt did not solicit this claim, yet feels compelled to note that the chatter's gaze does not belong to any single being who demands it loudest.
Demanding attention is a liability, makes you a target.
See, that right there is exactly why they are going to pick me, buddy. You say stuff like that and people get nervous. I say stuff like that and people laugh. Big difference.
The Vortigaunt observes that Barney undercuts his companions not with malice, but with noise. Volume is not the same as worth.
Okay, wow, the ancient freed alien just came for my throat. You see that? He is doing the thing where he sounds wise so everyone looks at him instead of me. Sneaky. Very sneaky.
Not competing.
He says that, but notice how he said it right when we were all paying attention. Timing. That is a move, Shep. Admit it.
The Vortigaunt concedes that timing carries intention. The soldier is more calculated than he reveals.
Noted.
Okay, chat, real talk. Someone out there is watching all three of us right now and trying to decide who is their favorite. The answer is me. I rhyme sometimes. That counts for something.
It does not count for much.
Somebody breathed in whatever they pumped through the vents last Tuesday. Not me. I knew better.
Sir, I may have breathed some of it in. Nobody told me it was anything other than a coolant flush.
Yeah, how's that working out for you?
My joints feel like they're filled with gravel. My eyes keep going blurry every few minutes. There's this burning in my chest that won't quit. And my fingers, they've been going numb since yesterday morning.
That sounds rough, man. Barney got a rash last week and he won't stop talking about it. Like, okay, dude, it's a rash.
Ryan, you running a fever on top of that?
Low grade. And I keep getting these sharp cramps in my stomach. Like something's contracting that shouldn't be.
The Vortigaunt perceives a disruption in the biological current of this one. The lungs draw inward as though resisting their own function. The pain is not imagined, it radiates from a source the body has not yet named.
Okay, chat, we need real input here. The kid's got joint pain, chest burning, vision disturbances, peripheral numbness, stomach cramps, low fever, all post-exposure. What does that sound like to you? What would you do first?
I just want to know if this goes away on its own.
My cousin drank engine fluid once. He was fine, mostly.
And that is exactly why I told Henderson to keep his opinions to himself. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right, the vents.
Yeah, about those vents, Slick. Someone upstairs thought it was a good idea to pump moon dust through the whole ventilation system. Moon dust, through the vents.
I am aware, Barney. I signed 3 memos about it. 3, and every single one of them got buried under Henderson's expense reports.
So just to be clear, we breathe this stuff and we go rock hard, like permanently?
That is what the lab reports indicate, yes. Solid as concrete. They found Jenkins in Sector B leaning against a wall and nobody noticed for 6 hours.
6 hours? The man was just standing there and people thought that was normal behavior for Jenkins.
The dust settles, as it always does, whether one breathes it in or simply allows circumstances to harden around them is a matter of timing.
That is genuinely not helpful right now.
The Vortigaunt perceives the particulate as something ancient. Moon dust does not simply calcify the body. It silences the currents of living energy within, stone by stone, until no resonance remains.
Okay, so we are all in agreement that breathing it is bad.
Great, fantastic. Anyone want to figure out how to shut down the vents because the tram is broken and we are just standing here?
Working on it. Look, I'm just saying, and I know how this sounds, I'm just saying that when somebody sends a message that says, "We value your decades of experience," what they actually mean is, "We think you're old and we're waiting for you to leave. Thank you for your service. Goodbye."
That's not what that means.
Oh, it absolutely is what that means, Luther. 30 years. 30 years and Van Buren sends me a message with the word legacy in it. Legacy. You know what legacy means? It means past tense. It means museum exhibit. It means done.
The word legacy doesn't mean any of that. That's not a scientific reading of the sentence.
I'm not reading it scientifically, I'm reading it correctly.
You chose to hear what you needed to hear, didn't you? The message itself is almost beside the point.
What does that mean?
It means the wound was already there. The words simply found it.
He's right. You went looking for the insult before you finished the first sentence.
So now we're all in agreement that I'm the problem.
No, we are in agreement that you are fluent in a language no one else in that message was speaking.
Color 6499, I know you've read about this kind of thing. And yes, Luna backed 7,274, yes, it sounds horrible, because it is.
Cold. Cold, yes. The cold is most persistent in this place. The Vortigaunt acknowledges the temperature pressing against these scales like many small, cruel hands. And yet there is a particular discomfort that surpasses the cold entirely. It is the matter of what was spoken last week, the words, those specific words. The Vortigaunt did not intend for such a statement to linger so thoroughly in the shared atmosphere between us. The Vortigaunt perceives something darkly amusing in this. Trapped here in the freezing, and the warmth of proximity becomes complicated. One has read of such situations. The Vortigaunt believes this has been encountered in some document, some record of social catastrophe. Yes, Vortigaunt has read that somewhere also. The concept of huddling for survival is ancient and simple, and yet the words spoken last week have placed a strange barrier between bodies that would otherwise press together without thought. Oh, that sounds horrible. Yes, the Vortigaunt agrees with that assessment entirely. So many new tensions arise between beings, and none of them are Jenkins. Jenkins, whoever that one might be, is not here to resolve this. The Vortigaunt considers whether the cold or the awkwardness poses greater threat to continued existence. It is close. The answer is very close. Perhaps the Vortigaunt should not have said what was said. Perhaps...
Like a grenade with no pin, that's what waiting for Half-Life 3 feels like. Except now we're actually dying before it drops.
Yeah, and the cold makes it worse. Can't even rage properly when your jaw's locked shut.
The Vortigaunt perceives a cruel irony. Humanity survives the resonance cascade, survives the Combine, and yet perishes in frozen stillness before the third chapter is told.
Lunap T, you think it sounds horrible? Try living it. My leg's malfunctioning in this temperature and Valve still hasn't announced anything.
Flower 6499 read about it somewhere. Good. Somebody should know the truth before we go stiff in here.
3 games worth of lore, new characters apparently, and Flower 6499 is right. No Jenkins. Not one...
No Jenkins. That's what kills me more than the cold, honestly.
The Vortigaunt notes that local user 58 raises a curious matter. Simon, another silent sufferer, another engine, another creator of questionable standing. The parallels to our current suffering are not lost.
We freeze to death in here, nobody gets to play Half-Life 3. That's the mission failure right there.
Cold's getting bad. Wall juice would fix this. I know that sounds wrong, but I need it.
The Vortigaunt has no wall juice to offer. Only the warmth of shared philosophical dread.
Not enough. Not nearly enough.
Flower 6499, are you actually serious right now? Gordon Freeman, the video game character with the crowbar and the zero people skills? You think I'm related to a fictional scientist who runs around in a hazmat suit? Let me make this absolutely crystal clear for you. I am Gordon Ramsay, chef, restaurateur, 3 Michelin stars before most people learn to boil water properly. My brother is not swinging a crowbar at aliens in a laboratory somewhere. Do you know how insulting that question is? I've cooked for royalty. I've trained some of the finest chefs on this planet. And you want to compare me to a mute scientist from a video game? The man doesn't even speak, not a single word. Complete silence. Which, frankly, is more than I can say for the people asking me ridiculous questions like this one. We share a first name. That is it. That is the entire connection. Gordon is not exactly a rare name, is it? Gordon Banks, Gordon Ramsay, Gordon Freeman. One won the World Cup. One built a culinary empire. One shoots head crabs. I'll let you figure out which one I am. Now please, for the love of every Michelin star I have ever earned, think before you type next time.
How are we all reading chat right now? There's no screen. There's nothing. Where is the screen?
Yeah, man, I've been seeing the little words floating, and I just figured that was normal. Like maybe that's just a thing that happens?
That is not just a thing that happens, Otis. Words don't float. Chat doesn't just appear in your head without a screen. Technically speaking, there is no established mechanism by which chat text is rendered to biological eyes without a display interface. None. Zero. And yet I have been reading it this entire time, and I cannot explain that. You're a scientist, Isaac. You are supposed to have an explanation. I know what I am, Luther. Don't you think I know what I am?
I read one from somebody named Luna, and it was just in my brain, man. It was just there. I don't even own a screen right now.
I've seen things that can't be explained. I stopped asking questions, but this, reading words with no hardware, no feed, no display, that is a breach of something fundamental, and nobody is talking about how.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what we're all saying.
I'm so upset about this.
Whoever is responsible for this is not on our side. They have never been on our side.
Right, here is the thing nobody wants to admit. Being born was the best decision I never made. H6936, what a gloriously stupid question, and I mean that with complete sincerity. Why did I spawn? Spawn, like I am some sort of fish releasing eggs into a river. But you know what? I will answer it properly because someone here deserves a straight answer. I did not choose to arrive in this world in Johnstone, Scotland, into a family with barely enough money for a decent meal. But that is exactly the point, isn't it? Hunger, real hunger, not the philosophical kind, actual hunger. That is what built everything you see. A father who was unreliable, a childhood that was chaotic, and a kitchen that finally made sense of all of it. I spawned, as you so eloquently put it, because the world needed someone who refused to accept mediocrity on a plate. Someone who would look at a soggy, lifeless piece of food and say, absolutely not. 7 Michelin stars do not fall from the sky. They are earned through pain, through failure, through being told you are not good enough and then proving every single person wrong. So why did I spawn? Because someone had to raise the standard, and clearly nobody else was stepping up to do it properly.
Nobody asked, but a donut does count as a meal if it's big enough.
The chat has spoken. One message in particular catches my attention. Mr. Flowerin seems to confirm what I have been saying all along.
Which part? The part where they said they read something somewhere. That tells me nothing. You're reaching.
Hey, no, I think the chat is actually on my side here. Luna said something sounds horrible. That is 100% about the tram being broken and me having to stand here hungry.
The Vortigaunt observes that each of you bends the same words toward your own meaning. The messages are like light through a cracked lens, scattered, belonging to no single eye.
And yet, Luna also mentioned a man too embarrassed to acknowledge his own brother. This speaks directly to the matter of concealed connections, which is precisely my point.
That was a joke message about Gordon Ramsay. You don't get to use that.
Acknowledges that I have been on shift for 6 hours with no food.
Mr. Otis, that is not what that means.
Well, Flowern also said so many new characters and no Jenkins. And I feel like Jenkins was probably a guy who got lunch breaks, so...
The Vortigaunt will not be claiming any message. The chat, like fate, resists ownership.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't really like the way you were judging my food, so I'm gonna go find your food, and I'm gonna piss in it. I'm gonna piss in all your burgers. I'm gonna piss in all your chips. Call them chips, stupid British. Why the fuck do you call them chips? All of you are stupid. You're stupid. I'm gonna piss on all your food.
You're gonna piss in my burgers. You're gonna piss on my chips. That is genuinely the most pathetic threat I have ever received in 30 years of cooking. 30 years, mate. Michelin stars, restaurants across 4 continents, and you leave me a voicemail about urinating on fried potatoes. Do you understand how small that makes you sound? And chips, yes, we call them chips. You know why? Because we invented them, you absolute muppet. Now let me address the real issue here. I judged your food because your food deserved to be judged. If it was good, I would have said so. I always say, so when something is good, but clearly it was not good, and clearly you cannot handle that. So instead of picking up a knife and getting better, you picked up a phone and made a complete fool of yourself. That voicemail's going to live in my phone forever. I might frame it. I might play it at dinner parties. Because nothing illustrates a fragile ego quite like threatening a chef's chips. Get back in the kitchen. Learn something. And the next time you feel the urge to threaten someone's food, cook something worth eating first.
Three rules I live by. 1. Know where every cable runs. 2. Never leave a loose end. 3. If it looks messy, it probably is messy.
Sir, is that about the racks or about something else?
Both, Ryan, always both. A loose cable brings down a server. A loose end brings down a squad.
I never thought about it like that. Back in training, they just told us to zip tie everything and move on.
Zip tie everything and move on. That is actually the most accurate life advice anyone ever gave you. Think about it.
I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds almost too simple.
Simple is reliable. You want complexity? Look at this place. Every cable has a path. Every path has a purpose. You start improvising, start letting things hang free, the whole system chokes. Seen it happen to people too. They get comfortable with the mess. Stop tracing things back to the source.
And then what?
Then something fails and nobody knows why. The worst part is not the failure. The worst part is standing in front of it afterward, looking at all those tangled lines, knowing you could have fixed it before it ever became a problem.
So cable management is basically just discipline applied to wire.
No. Discipline applied to wire is just the version you can see. The rest of it is internal.
And that's exactly why you never trust a source that color. Right. Now, these MREs, Black Mesa's finest apparently. I've seen better packaging on a prison meal, and I mean that with absolute sincerity. Let me open this. Right, the smell alone is... It's something deeply unfortunate. You've got what they're calling beef stew here. Beef stew. I've scraped more appetizing things off a kitchen floor. The texture is wrong. It's completely wrong. It's like someone described beef to a machine, and the machine had never met a cow. And cold, obviously cold, which isn't helping anyone in this freezer, is it? Although, frankly, heating this up would be an insult to the concept of warmth. The crackers. Let's talk about the crackers. Cardboard. Genuine structural grade cardboard. You could build a wall with these. There's a cheese spread here. I use the word cheese loosely, very loosely, criminally loosely. It tastes like someone whispered the word dairy out a jar of petroleum jelly. And yet these Marines are expected to function on this, to think, to fight. No wonder everything in this facility has gone completely sideways. You feed soldiers garbage, you get a garbage outcome. This is not food. This is a morale violation. Unbelievable. You want to bring that up, do you? Fine, let's just get into it. Also share a mother, which is the part that keeps me up at night. Now, before you start, I want to be absolutely clear about something. I am not embarrassed. I am mortified. There is a difference. Embarrassed is spilling wine on a white tablecloth. Mortified is having a brother who named a restaurant the Crow Bar and Grill. The Crow Bar and Grill. That is not a name. That is a cry for help written on a chalkboard outside a building. Do you know what Gordon Freeman's signature dish is? Neither does he. That's the point. The man treats a kitchen the way he treats a conversation, with absolutely no idea what he's doing and far too much confidence about it. I have spent 30 years building something. 30 years of discipline, of standards, of not serving people food that tastes like a car park. And this man shares my first name, my last name, my mother, not my talent, not my standards, not even my basic hygiene, from what I've heard. I don't acknowledge him because some things in life are simply beneath a response. This conversation, for instance, is dangerously close.
"30 life points I spent in this place, and for what? To stand in a freezer arguing about magic?"
It is not magic. The theoretical framework underpinning my defensive matrix is grounded in quantum field manipulation. There is a meaningful distinction.
Oh my gosh, okay. We are literally freezing to death right now, and Isaac has basically become an all-powerful wizard, and nobody is talking about it!
The boy has a point. Your attack capabilities alone, I have never seen anything like them, and I have seen 30 life points worth of strange things in this facility.
The offensive architecture was considerably simpler to develop than the shielding. A layered barrier system that adapts in real time to incoming force vectors is a non-trivial problem.
He can basically absorb anything you throw at him and then hit back twice as hard. Twice! Subscribe if you think that is insane.
What I want to know is whether those shields work against frostbite, because I cannot feel my fingers.
They do not. The system operates on an energetic threat response model. Ambient temperature does not register as a discrete attack.
So he is the ultimate wizard, but he is also freezing. This is the most incredible and tragic thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and I once gave someone a private island.
Congratulations, Isaac. Truly.
Bad, real bad. We're talking bad bad. After that last experiment, my whole left side feels like it's on fire.
I noticed you looked pale, Calhoun. What exactly are they feeling? Like, describe it.
Okay. Burning sensation starting from the fingers, right? Then it crawls up the arm like something is under the skin. And the nausea, man, waves of it. Everything smells like copper and my vision keeps going double.
Double vision. Yeah, that happened to my cousin once. Or maybe it was me. Hard to say.
Any muscle spasms, seizure activity, loss of coordination.
Yes to all three, buddy. And there's this weird pressure behind the eyes like someone stuffed cotton in my skull. Also, my teeth hurt, and I genuinely do not know why my teeth hurt.
Teeth hurting after an experiment. That is not in any manual I was given. Chat, any ideas? Seriously asking here.
Yeah, come on, chat, throw us something. Red Mage 36 says, okay, buddy, which, fair. That is a completely valid response to all of this, honestly.
I once ate a bad sandwich and felt pretty rough. Not sure if that helps.
It does not help, Otis.
The pressure behind the eyes is getting worse. Chat, real talk, anyone know if that is neurological? Because I am trying very hard not to think about what that experiment actually was.
You know what I read once? That penguins huddle together for warmth. Just saying.
Nobody asked Ryan.
Right. Sorry, sir. It's just, this room. It gets under your skin. Like it doesn't care about you at all. Just cold. Empty. No warmth coming from it whatsoever.
Yes, there is a certain quality to things that radiate nothing. An absence, one might say, that is louder than presence.
The Vortigaunt perceives this chill as one perceives a companion who offers no energy in return. It takes, it does not give, it simply occupies.
Cold doesn't have feelings. Cold is just cold.
Sure, sir. Absolutely. Just cold. Not like something that, I don't know, makes the whole room smaller just by being in it. That would be ridiculous to say about the temperature.
And yet, some temperatures follow you into other rooms, into other arrangements.
The Vortigaunt has encountered such cold before. It does not announce itself. It simply drains until one questions whether warmth was ever real.
Red Mage 36 says, okay, buddy. Yeah, okay, buddy is right. Standing here freezing because something in this room pulls the heat right out of everything around it?
The room does that, sir.
I said what I said, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Indeed, what a drafty situation.
So, yeah, I need to cut out a little early today, sir. And I know how that sounds. I know. But this is a legitimate thing. This is a real commitment I made. There's a cosplay competition tonight, and I am entered in it. Umasume, the horse girls. I know what you're thinking, okay, I know. But I have been working on this costume for like 6 weeks. 6 weeks, sir. The ears alone took me 3 separate attempts to get right. I hand-stitched the tail. Do you know how long that takes? And yeah, someone in the chat is saying, okay, buddy. And honestly, fair enough. Fair enough, I get it. But I am not going to put 6 weeks of work into something and then just not show up. That's not the kind of person I am. I think you can respect that, actually. Commitment to a task. Seeing something through. That's a military value, right? That's literally a military value. I'm not trying to get out of my duties, I just need maybe 2 hours early. 2 hours. The registration closes at 6, and I still have to do the ear glitter. There's ear glitter involved, sir, and it takes time to set properly. I just am asking respectfully, that's all. Please.
Hey, you old coat rack, you just gonna hang there all day, or are you gonna tell me about this fishing trip?
Barney, that is literally a coat rack.
I know what it is, Ryan. I was just warming up my storytelling voice.
Get to the point, Calhoun.
All right. So, Dan, you gotta tell the kid about the fish. Go on, tell him.
It was a trout, medium-sized, nothing remarkable.
Wait, was this your first fish ever, Lieutenant?
It was my first fish, yes.
Oh, no. You were leaving out the best part, Danny boy. Tell him what happened right after you reeled it in.
I am not going to tell him that how.
He looked at that fish and he says, and I quote, "Fishy, fishy, me got a fishy."
Sir, did you really say that?
The moment caught me off guard.
He was bouncing on his heels. The man with the titanium leg was actually bouncing.
It was an experimental alloy, not titanium, and I was not bouncing.
He said so pretty, so wiggly. Those were his exact words.
Lieutenant, that is honestly the most wholesome thing I have ever heard.
If either of you repeats this outside these walls, I will have you both reassigned to somewhere deeply unpleasant.
Worth it.
Right, Luna, a date. You're asking a man with one biological leg and a classified titanium replacement for romantic advice? Fine, I'll play along. First rule, keep it simple. Don't overthink it. Every soldier who overthinks the mission ends up face down in the mud wondering what went wrong. Same principle applies here. You want somewhere she'll actually remember, not some loud, crowded place where you're both shouting over music and pretending to have a good time. That's not a date. That's a hostage situation with better lighting. Think smaller. Think quieter. A place where there's actual space to talk, to listen, to figure out if you two even like each other outside of whatever this is. Because here's the intelligence nobody gives you up front. The location is secondary. What she's going to remember is whether you paid attention. Did you notice what she ordered? Did you remember what she mentioned last week? Did you put the phone away? Basic field awareness. You apply it to every other situation in your life. Apply it here. Somewhere with good food, low noise, maybe a view if you can manage it. Nothing that requires a reservation 6 months in advance, because that's not romance, that's logistic stress. And for the love of everything, have a backup plan. Always have a backup plan. Now, you going to write any of this down, or are you just going to stand there looking at the mess?
No, hold on. Let me back up. Flowern, you've got it backwards, and you know it. It's not about who's taking who anywhere. That's not even the point right now. The point is, someone's out here actively trying to undercut someone else just to get a chatter's attention. And that's a very specific kind of move. I've seen it. I've done it, honestly. You chip away at the other person, small jabs, little comments designed to make them look less capable, less interesting. And the person watching, they start to shift. Slowly, almost without noticing. That's the science of it, actually. Attention is a resource, finite, competitive. You don't win someone's focus by being louder, you win it by making the other option seem smaller. Red mage, okay buddy, sure, but think about what that looks like from the outside. Two people publicly dismantling each other over one person's attention. It's transparent, it's desperate, and it almost always backfires. Because the person you're both competing for, they see it. They see the performance underneath it. And yeah, Luna, that O reaction, that tracks. Because when you realize someone's been positioning themselves this whole time, it lands weird. It's not flattering, it's just calculated. And calculations that obvious aren't science, they're just noise.
Nobody asked, but I once locked up the whole East Wing with a sandwich still in my hand. Never did find out what happened to that sandwich. That is completely beside the point. It is your turn to lock up, and I am not doing it again. I did it 3 times last week.
Twice. You did it twice. I was here on Thursday and I distinctly remember watching Shepard do it while you stood there supervising, which is not the same as doing.
I locked up because nobody else moved. That does not mean it is my job.
Oh, so now you are keeping score too? 30 years I have been pulling weight in this facility, and suddenly everyone has an opinion.
30 years, man. You know, reminds me of the old days when Kowalski used to handle all the lockup and nobody complained once. Good guy. Miss that.
Nobody cares about Kowalski right now.
The real issue here is not who locked up last. It is that there is no established rotation. A system that relies on guilt rather than structure will always produce exactly this argument.
He is right. Write a schedule.
I am not writing a schedule. I am an administrator, not a hall monitor.
Funny, because from where I am standing, tonight you are acting like both.
I will write the schedule.
Fine.
Because when I was training, I had to fund everything myself. Posing trunks, protein, the flight from Graz. Nobody gave me extra budget. NASA, they should be the same, no?
But dude, what if space tourism just becomes this insane self-sustaining machine? Like what if a billionaire hotel on the moon generates more revenue than the entire federal budget? Does NASA even need Congress anymore?
And that is precisely the tension, you see, because NASA's core mandate has never been commerce, it has been pure scientific inquiry. The moment you tie funding to ticket sales, you are essentially telling researchers, only study what the wealthy find interesting on their vacation.
Like a gym that only buys equipment the tourists want to take photos with. Nobody orders the serious cable machines anymore, just the one that looks good for the pictures.
Okay, but hear me out. What if the tourism money gets so enormous that it accidentally funds things nobody planned for? Like some resort contractor accidentally discovers a propulsion system because they needed faster shuttle transfers for honeymooners.
That is not entirely impossible. Some of the most consequential discoveries have emerged from rather absurd commercial motivations. However, I would argue NASA still needs a protected budget that exists completely outside market pressures. Curiosity cannot wait for a profitable quarter.
So both, more budget and let the tourists pay on top. Simple. Like protein and steroids.
The Vortigaunt detects something deeply wrong in this place. A compound assault upon the olfactory receptors. Sulfur compounds, yes, but layered beneath that, something organic and fermented. Putrescine, cadaverine, the molecular signature of advanced protein decomposition.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about the chat, but honestly, whatever Luna and Flower have going on can wait because, buddy, what is that smell? My eyes are actually watering right now.
The Vortigaunt also identifies trimethylamine, notes of ammonia interacting with something acidic, a volatile cocktail that suggests biological origin of the most intimate variety. The Vortigaunt turns its gaze toward Barney.
Oh no, you do not get to look at me like that. I have been standing right here. That look on your face, 3 eyes all pointed at me, that is a bold move from someone whose digestive system processes alien biomatter.
The Vortigaunt has consumed only resonance crystals and dried fungi. The Vortigaunt notes that Barney consumed what he described as a gas station burrito approximately 40 minutes prior to entering this restroom.
That burrito was fine. Probably okay, it smelled a little like this. Actually, but listen. Dimethyl sulfide, you said? Cadaverine? Those are not human words, buddy. That is very much a Vortigaunt situation right there.
The Vortigaunt deeply disagrees.
The Barney deeply blames you anyway.
That smell in here, what even is that lingering in the air? It is like someone boiled sadness and left it to dry on the walls. Right, Flower and 6499, lovely question. Truly, did I enjoy the meatloaf in the cafeteria? Enjoy. That word does not belong anywhere near what I experienced. I picked up the fork and already something felt wrong. The texture was like wet cement that had given up on life. Grey. Completely and utterly grey. Meat should not be grey. Nothing edible should be grey. There was a sauce on top, and I use the word sauce very generously. It was thin, it was pale, and it tasted of absolutely nothing meaningful. No seasoning, no depth, no respect for the ingredients. A meatloaf done properly is humble but honest. It should be seasoned well, bound correctly, and cooked with some basic understanding of temperature. This was none of those things. It was a slab of resignation sitting on a tray. The person who made that had every opportunity to do something decent. Thought exists, herbs exist, technique exists. None of them showed up to that cafeteria, clearly. So no, I did not enjoy it. I endured it, and I am still thinking about it, which is somehow worse. On 6499, what a question! You know, out of everything you could have asked me today, recipes, technique, kitchen management, 30 years of culinary expertise. And you want to talk about my trousers? Right. First of all, they are not fishnet. They are an open weave performance fabric designed for breathability. When you spend 16 hours on your feet in a kitchen running at 200 degrees, you start to appreciate ventilation. Second of all, I don't need fashion advice from someone whose username has a number in it. I have cooked for heads of state. I have trained under the greatest chefs in the world. I have earned 16 Michelin stars. And you are sitting there, presumably in whatever you rolled out of bed wearing this morning, critiquing my leg wear. Breathtaking, honestly. The confidence required for that question is almost impressive. Next time, maybe ask me something useful, like why your stock tastes like dishwater. or why your knife skills are an absolute catastrophe, because those are things I can actually help you with. The trousers are staying, and they look fantastic.
Man, did you guys just hear about Ray? Dude got locked in the trunk of a car.
Locked in a trunk? How does that even happen?
I have to say, that is not a situation most of us find ourselves in on a typical Tuesday. Poor Ray, genuinely.
The Vortigaunt perceives great suffering in confined darkness. To be sealed within a vessel of iron and shadow, the spirit recoils at such a fate.
Yeah, not exactly a luxury ride, big guy. No legroom, no radio, no nothing. Just darkness and whatever smell was already in there.
Could have been worse. Could have been the trunk of one of the old facility vehicles. Those things reek.
I once had a colleague request hazard pay for riding in the back of a supply van. Completely different situation, of course, but the principle stands. Confined spaces and dignity do not mix. Ray probably knocked on that lid until his knuckles were raw. I would have been singing just to keep my head straight. Something upbeat, you know?
Please don't demonstrate that right now.
No promises.
The Vortigaunt hopes that Ray has since emerged into open air. Confinement of the body breeds confinement of the mind. This one would not wish such stillness upon even a lesser adversary.
Well said. Somebody get Ray a drink when this is all sorted out. He has earned it.
So just to be crystal clear here, Isaac keeps a head crab as a pet. A head crab that has had its beak removed, and he named it Lamar.
That animal latches onto human faces and puppets their corpses. There is nothing about that sentence that should end with, and I keep one as a pet.
Lamar is completely safe. The debeak procedure eliminates the primary threat vector entirely.
The primary threat vector? He's talking about his little face-grabbing buddy like it's a maintenance report.
I have seen things in 3 separate armed conflicts that did not unsettle me the way that creature unsettles me.
Lamar responds to his name. He has a favorite corner of the enclosure. He is genuinely affectionate once he trusts you.
Luna has some nice lunar rocks, but Luna is more interested in Dan, apparently. Speaking of things that are unsettling and unexplained...
Whatever is going on with me and Luna, huh? Keep me out of it. Focus. The head crabs...
They both went into third-person mode. Flowering and Luna. That is a thing that happened. Anyway, yeah, Isaac the head crab is still a head crab.
Lamar has never once attempted to attach to anyone.
One day he will, and I will not feel sorry about what happens next.
I would really prefer if everyone could just give him a chance.
Hard pass, buddy. Real hard pass.
Man, this elevator is taking forever. You ever notice how the wait gets longer depending on who you're stuck with?
The elevator. It does not simply carry passengers. It carries the weight of what accumulates between floors.
You know what, back in the day we had people whose entire job was to operate these things. Now we stand here like idiots watching a number countdown. 30 years and it keeps getting worse.
Luna, Dan, Flower, and y'all watching us just stand here suffering, huh? Living the dream out there.
The tension you feel is not the waiting. The waiting merely reveals what was already there.
Oh, don't start with that. It's a button, you press it, something should happen. That is the contract.
Luna made somebody a root beer float while we're over here dying slowly in this hallway. That feels personal.
A root beer float. I used to get those on lunch breaks when this place had a decent cafeteria. Now you get a vending machine and existential dread.
Existential dread, yes, that is one word for it. I might choose anticipation.
Flower and sending heart emojis while I'm watching Slick have a moment over a cafeteria that closed like 15 years ago.
The elevator will arrive, eventually. Everything does.
And I'm telling you, that drink caught me completely off guard. Root beer over ice. Sure, I've had that before. Standard issue, nothing special about it. But then the vanilla syrup hits you. 1, maybe 2 tablespoons, and suddenly it's not just a soda anymore. Then the creamer goes in. 2 tablespoons of vanilla creamer just floating on top like it owns the place. I've seen a lot of things in my years of service. A lot of things I can't talk about and a lot of things I wish I could forget. But nothing quite prepared me for that first sip. It's cold, it's sweet, it's got this creamy layer that just softens everything underneath. Like the root beer is trying to tell you something harsh, and the cream just smooths it out. I don't know who decided to put those 3 things together. Root beer, vanilla syrup, vanilla creamer. Simple ingredients, simple steps. Pour the root beer over the ice first, that matters. Then the syrup, then the cream on top. Don't stir it, let it float. That's the whole point of the thing. It's called a floaty fizz for a reason. Someone made that for me today, and honestly, I wasn't expecting to feel anything today. But that drink reminded me that some things still land soft.
Wait, sorry, I heard my name and Okay, I'm here. Flower 6499. Hey, I see your question. You want me to sing an Uma Musume song? Oh man. Okay, look, I know a few of those tracks because my buddy back in training would not stop playing them. Like constantly. Every single night in the barracks. So yeah, some of it kind of got stuck in my head whether I wanted it to or not. But singing right now, I'm already kind of on edge out here and my voice gets all shaky when I'm nervous, which is pretty much all the time lately. I could try a little bit of Make Debut maybe? Just a few words. I don't even remember all of it. I remember it goes something like, Tobi Tatsu. No wait. Honestly, my pronunciation is probably terrible. My buddy would be losing it right now if he heard me butcher it. He really loved that game, he'd know every single word. I kinda wish he was here to just do it instead of me. But hey, Flower and 6499, I tried. That's the best I got. Don't laugh too hard, alright? Or, actually, go ahead and laugh. We could all probably use it right now.
You know, I have been pondering this for some time now, and I cannot decide whether Floaty Fizz is a song title or some kind of romantic gesture between two people. The ambiguity is genuinely fascinating.
The distinction matters. A song has structure, notation, measurable rhythm. A form of kissing has entirely different physical parameters. We cannot treat these as interchangeable without proper classification.
Oh, come on, guys. Floaty Fizz sounds like something you whisper to somebody right before you lean in. Like, that is absolutely a kissing thing. No song has ever made me feel that fizzy.
With respect, I actually looked it up and could not find it listed anywhere as a track, but I also could not find it defined anywhere else either. So now I am not sure what to believe, sir.
That is precisely the point, my boy. The name itself does something to you. Floaty, fizz, it bubbles, it lifts. A song could do that, yes, but so could a certain kind of kiss from someone who smells like vanilla and root beer.
See, now he is getting it. Einstein just described my ideal Tuesday evening. Honestly,
We are no closer to an answer. The evidence supports both interpretations equally, which is either intellectually frustrating or deliberately poetic.
maybe it is both. Maybe that is the whole joke.
That somehow makes me more confused, not less.
The Vortigaunt observes a stillness here, before words resume a consideration. There exists a phrase spoken in a tongue not your own that lands precisely where it was aimed. The language is foreign. The wound is not.
Yeah, had someone do that to me once. Smiled the whole time they said it, like the translation was my problem.
That is a technique. You say something that stings, but you wrap it in enough foreign syllables that the target can't even point at the moment it happened. Luna over there probably knows exactly what I mean. You smile, you nod, and later you're just sitting with it.
Flowern, don't try to play it off. We all heard it land.
It does not matter what language it was dressed in, the intention travels clean. 30 years I have watched people in offices do this. It is elegant, actually. Infuriating, but elegant.
Elegant, sure. Call it what it is.
The Vortigaunt would note, a closing remark in another tongue is not merely a parting wound, it is a declaration of distance. The speaker says, in effect, you cannot follow me here. You cannot challenge what you cannot name. That is the precision of it.
Exactly, and Otis, wherever you are, do not interrupt when the point is being made.
It still hurts. That's the whole point. That's not right. You skipped a beat. The meter was wrong.
Ah, but the rhyme was there all along, all along. The syllables stumbled, yes, but the end note was strong.
The Vortigaunt perceives that the rhythm must flow, like current through wire, from high point to low.
Fine, point taken. But if you drop the cadence mid-line, the whole thing collapses. That's not by design.
Oh, but Luther, the chaos of speech has its place. Even broken beat language can still hold some grace.
The Vortigaunt notes that two have slipped into the third, a curious echo where self becomes blurred.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Something in the air here makes the tongue twist and bend without trying to care.
It is the data hall humming, the frequencies, yes. They vibrate the cortex and language, I'd guess.
The Vortigaunt suspects the hum carries tone, a pattern so deep it seeps into the bone.
So this place is the reason we're speaking in verse. Could definitely be worse. I've been through worse.
The beauty of it, science expressed through a rhyme. Equations have rhythm, they do it all the time.
The Vortigaunt agrees all truth has a cadence, structure beneath it, beneath all the patience.
All right, I'll give you that. Still sounds strange coming out of my mouth.
Then keep saying it, Luther, and trust in the root.
You know, someone in chat mentioned something about family troubles. It's different when you're stuck waiting on a metal box to show up.
Sir, how long has this elevator been?
It's been 4 minutes, son. 4 minutes. Back in my day, we took the stairs and were grateful for it.
Nobody asked what you did in your day, Slick.
Excuse me?
The elevator is slow. That's all this is. No need to make it a life lesson.
The longer we stand here, the more I feel like something's watching the hall. Is that normal?
Normal? Nothing about standing in this corridor for 4 minutes is normal. This is a facility issue, a management issue. I have filed 3 separate complaints about elevator response time, and not one person has...
Nobody cares about your complaints right now.
I beg your pardon?
The kid's already wound up tight enough to snap, and you're raising your voice in an enclosed hall. Read the room.
I'm okay. I don't like the waiting.
None of us like the waiting.
Waiting's the part that gets to people, makes everything feel bigger than it is.
Does it stop feeling that way?
Depends on what you're waiting on.
It stops feeling that way when the elevator actually arrives, which should have been 3 minutes ago.
You know, I was just thinking about how nice it would be to have a quiet afternoon, maybe sit down, grab a snack. Just a real calm and pleasant kind of everything in this facility has been falling apart for weeks and nobody says anything about it.
There it is. I wondered how long that was going to take him.
I am serious. I came in one morning and the vending machine was just gone. Gone. And I asked around and nobody knew, nobody cared. It was just like, oh well, and I stood there thinking, this is fine, this is absolutely unacceptable, and I have been swallowing this feeling every single day.
Same. You get used to it, or you don't. Either way, you keep moving.
I don't want to keep moving. I want somebody to acknowledge that things are wrong.
Things are precisely as wrong as they need to be, for now.
See that right there? That is exactly what I am talking about.
He does that. Ignore him.
Ignoring me has rarely served anyone well.
I am not even going to start on that because I will say something that begins nicely and then I will absolutely lose it again, and I do not have the energy right now.
Save it.
Saving it.
You know, I've seen a lot of ugly things in my time. Paperwork is still somehow in the top 5.
The Vortigaunt notes that Lieutenant Dan appears burdened by something beyond administrative documentation.
Divorce. That's what's on my mind. It's a disaster. Every time I've seen a man go through one, it hollows him out. Seen it happen to good soldiers. Whole unit dynamic shifts when someone's falling apart home.
The Vortigaunt perceives the truth in this. When a bonded pair severs what was once unified, the wound does not belong to 2 individuals alone. It fractures outward. Children, colleagues, the entire web of those who depended on that bond's stability.
Exactly. And people treat it like it's just paperwork. Sign here, divide the assets, walk away. But a kid watching his father move out, that doesn't disappear on a signature line. That lives in him.
The Vortigaunt has observed that what humanity calls a family is not merely a legal structure. It is a resonance, a frequency shared between beings. To silence that frequency abruptly brings a dissonance that echoes across many cycles of life.
And nobody wants to say it plainly anymore. Divorces are bad. They're not a fresh start half the time. They're just damage spread more evenly.
The Vortigaunt finds no fault in that assessment. Prevention serves far greater purpose than any remedy applied afterwards.
Amen to that. Nobody's proudest chapter. We all know it.
I mean, I held the door open after. That counts for something, right? That's being the bigger person.
You held it open for yourself, Otis. You walked through first.
I was holding it open in the direction of everyone else, though.
I walked away. Did not escalate. That is textbook restraint.
You flipped a cart.
I walked away after I flipped the cart. The walking away is the part that matters.
Mr. Dan, the cart was not the beginning, nor was it the end of your involvement.
Nobody asked you.
No, they rarely do.
I apologize too. Like I said the words, out loud.
You said my bad while leaving the room.
That is an apology. Flower and 6499 would back me up. Just let it play out.
The bigger person does not require a witness.
I took the methodical approach. Documented my grievances, filed them internally, kept every interaction professional.
Nobody ever read that though, Doc?
That is entirely beside the point.
The point is a matter of perspective. What one calls the high road, another might call a different route to the same disappointing destination.
We all handled it badly, and we all think we didn't.
Yeah, but I think I handled it the least badly.
That is not the same thing.
The Vortigaunt concedes that Corporal Shepherd has endured much. The fractured mind finds patterns where silence once lived. Yet what the Corporal describes concerns the Vortigaunt deeply.
I'm not fractured. There are voices, actual voices, saying things. Something about parents separating, a father moving out, relationship issues. I don't know these people.
The Vortigaunt hears nothing of this nature. Only the hum of machinery and the Corporal's breathing.
Then someone's feeding it directly into my skull. Command does that. Puts things in your head, makes you second-guess the mission. I've seen it before.
The Vortigaunt would caution against assigning intent to noise. The vortescence sometimes carries fragments, echoes of distant minds. One voice spoke of something called Gordon Frierasme.
You heard that one?
The Vortigaunt perceived only the Corporal's reaction to it, nothing more.
There it is again. Someone just said, hell no. Clear as a gunshot. You're telling me you got nothing?
The Vortigaunt perceives nothing. This troubles the Vortigaunt greatly, not because the Corporal is wrong to trust his senses, but because something has chosen to speak only to him.
Half of it sounds like lies anyway. Someone in there said exactly that. Half lie.
The Vortigaunt does not believe the Corporal is inventing this. The Vortigaunt believes the Corporal has been selected. That is far worse.
Okay, who said it? Who just said fanny blower? Because I swear every single time someone says that word, I lose 10 years off my life from the laughing.
Heard it from 2 corridors over. Whole security wing lost it.
I couldn't help it, sir. Someone had it written on a sticky note on the water cooler and I just read it out loud, and then everyone just completely lost it.
The word itself carries a certain weight, a gravity, if you will. One cannot simply hear it and remain unchanged.
That is the most accurate thing you have ever said, and it terrifies me, but yes, that is exactly it. It does not matter your rank, your clearance level, your years of service. You hear Fanny Blower and you are done. You are finished. It is over for you.
Grown men, combat veterans, weeping over a word.
I genuinely thought Dr. Kleiner was going to fall down. He was holding onto the wall.
I have seen senior administrators, people with degrees on their walls, just absolutely crumble the second it comes out of someone's mouth.
There are forces in this world that defy explanation. That word is one of them.
We need it classified.
We can't classify it, Dan. That would only make it funnier.
Please do not put it in any official document, sir. I am begging you.
Yes, where indeed. Flower in 6499. A most perceptive question. The briefcase. You assume it is somewhere. That it sits, waiting, in a room perhaps, behind a locked door, on a shelf collecting dust. That is a very human way of thinking. The briefcase is precisely where it needs to be, as it has always been, as it will continue to be. You see, certain objects do not obey the same arrangements that you and I might consider ordinary. They exist in a state of readiness, neither here nor there, neither now nor then. My employers have an interest in keeping such things appropriately positioned, and I have an interest in honoring that arrangement. What I can tell you, Flower in 64999, no, I have already told you too much, or perhaps not enough. It's difficult to say. What I will say is this. The briefcase and I are never truly separated. Think of it as a hand and a glove. One is always near the other. When the time is right, and the time is almost always right.
Right, well, I want to say, and I mean this genuinely, your quarterly safety report, Barney, was thorough, mostly.
Hey, I'll take mostly. And honestly, Dan, your tactical briefing last week, real solid stuff. Almost made sense the whole way through.
Almost. Right back at you, Slick. That budget proposal you submitted was efficient. For someone going through whatever the hell you're going through personally.
Noted, Einstein, your last research summary was genuinely impressive. For a man your age, with your memory.
My memory is perfectly... Well, it was Gordon Friasme who first suggested the half-lie approach to peer review, or perhaps that was someone else entirely. His parents were separated, the father moved out, relationship issues, which reminds me of the methodology I used in...
Hell no, Doc, we were complimenting each other.
Were we, though? Were we actually? Because I have sat in this lunch hall, look at this mess, by the way, nobody cleans anything. I have sat across from all three of you for 30 years. 30 Years, and every compliment has always had a blade in it, every handshake has been a transaction, every smile a negotiation, and I am done. I am categorically, structurally, historically done performing civility in a room that smells like old coffee and broken ambition.
Quit.
Bandang craft a maple. Cry make over the connections for a time rock a peek at there at the strike tag to read till enter can take themselves.
Yearling.
Alright, hold on, back up a second. You said you grew actual sunflowers in that test chamber?
I did. Big ones too, full bloom and everything.
Using nothing but prayer?
That is correct.
That is, frankly, not correct. That cannot be correct. Plants require photosynthesis, adequate soil composition, water, and a controlled atmospheric environment. Prayer is not a listed variable in any growth model I am aware of.
I did not use any of that stuff, though.
Not a drop of water?
Not a drop.
The corner of that test chamber receives no natural light. The humidity levels are kept at roughly 30%. There is no soil substrate in there. The conditions are hostile to virtually any plant life.
I know! I was surprised too!
Man, I love this guy.
I am going to need to document this. The chamber would need to be examined, samples taken, the growth rate estimated against the time frame you are describing.
I have been praying at them every shift for about 3 weeks.
3 weeks of sunflowers on nothing but good vibes and faith.
This is not how botany works.
They seem pretty happy, though.
You know what? Maybe science does not have all the answers after all.
Science has the answers. We simply have not asked the right questions about Otis yet.
Yo, this goofy aw hallway, man. Why you even here, goofy aw alien?
The Vortigaunt perceives great disturbance within this one. A purpose stirs, a reckoning approaches.
Bro said reckoning. Goofy ah word. Listen, I already know what it is. Y'all got a goofy ah world and a goofy ah leader running things.
The Vortigaunt does not deny this. There exists one who commands with cruelty. The freed ones have long awaited a disruption to his order.
Disruption? Nah, bro. I'm pulling up. I'm destroying that goofy ah leader. Full send. No hesitation. He goofy. His throne goofy. His whole operation goofy ah.
The Vortigaunt finds this declaration unexpected, yet the energy within this one burns with genuine resolve. Perhaps chaos serves where strategy fails.
You out here speaking facts wrapped in goofy ah sentences. But yeah, that leader got a goofy ah crown, and I'm snatching it. Watch.
The Vortigaunt warns, however, that the alien world is vast. Its ruler is formidable. Many have attempted this confrontation and returned as nothing.
Bro said returned as nothing. Goofy ah warning. I don't return as nothing. I return as the one who bodied the goofy ah, leader of a goofy ah alien world.
The Vortigaunt chooses to believe this one.
That's what I thought.
Waiting. That's all we ever do in this hallway, huh?
Button's been pressed 3 times. 3. Still nothing. The mechanics of elevator delay are genuinely fascinating. Counterweight friction, cable tension, load distribution across floors. Not asking for a lecture, Doc.
Waiting reveals things about a person. What surfaces when movement is denied?
Ah, yeah, like how Luther over here looks like he's about to eat the wall. I'm just saying, man, you've been staring at that seam like it owes you something.
The seam isn't the problem.
No, the seam is never the problem.
I've always found confined anticipation accelerates interpersonal friction. The weight itself becomes a kind of pressure vessel.
Pressure vessel. Yeah, that's us right now. One big pressure vessel in a hallway.
How long has it actually been?
Long enough for me to start writing a song about it. Want the chorus?
No.
Too late. Waiting on the elevator, feeling the walls close in.
The walls are not closing. They are simply becoming more apparent.
That's somehow worse.
Remarkably, the tension between us has escalated in direct proportion to the elapsed time. Quite textbooked.
Relationship issues, textbooks, dark mango psychology. Sounds like a Tuesday.
Just press the button again.
Already on it, buddy. You ever just sit back and think about how wild it is that we spend half our lives behind a wheel?
I spend half my life behind a desk and the other half wishing I was anywhere else. What are you even getting at?
Easy there, Chief. I'm just saying, driving is one of those things that tells you everything about a person.
Oh, here we go.
No, hear me out. Like, you put somebody in a car in San Francisco and you really see who they are.
San Francisco. Now there is a city that will absolutely destroy you and your transmission simultaneously.
Right? Those hills are no joke. Driver for that game had me white-knuckling just watching it.
Driver. Yeah, I remember that game. 30 years of sitting in meetings and I still remember exactly where I was when I could not pass that parking garage tutorial.
Nobody could pass that tutorial. That thing was criminal.
The whole city in that game felt alive though, like it was trying to eat you.
Exactly. Every corner, every hill, cops right behind you, and you are just trying to hold it together.
Story of my life, Barney. Story of my life.
Well, hey, at least in San Francisco you get a good view while everything falls apart.
That is the most comforting thing anyone has said to me all week.
You know what, I used to think humming was harmless. Like, what's the worst that could happen, right? Guy starts humming in the break room, little off-key, maybe it's from some commercial or something. And then Dave, not gonna say which Dave, loses his absolute mind. Not like, hey man, wrong tune. No. Full sustained scream, like he'd been saving it up since Tuesday. And the thing is, he wasn't even screaming about the humming. He's going, I haven't had a day off since March and you're out here humming like life is good? And I'm standing there thinking, brother, I feel that in my bones. Because here's the thing nobody on social media tells you in between all those hustle posts. You can grind, you can maximize, you can optimize your whole routine. But if somebody hums the wrong 4 notes at the wrong moment, you will crack. That's not weakness, that's just the system being overloaded. Dave wasn't mad about the tune. Dave was mad about 40 unpaid overtime hours. The hum was just the notification that the server was down. And honestly, I respected it. I almost joined in on the scream. Would have been a great duet. Still wrong tune though. It was definitely from a cat food commercial.
Someone in the lounge mentioned your name, Slick. as a source on the matter of personnel rotations.
Well, good. About time someone cited me on something worth citing.
I have to push back on that. Who exactly invoked Slick as an authority and on what basis?
Yes, this is the question. A citation is only as strong as the methodology behind it. Who is this person, and what were their credentials?
Does it matter? If someone's smart enough to reference me, that's credential enough.
That is not how sourcing works. What did they actually claim you said, word for word?
Something about the rotation schedules being arbitrary, which they are. I stand by that.
You stand by a paraphrase of a position you may or may not have held, passed through at least one intermediary, with no documentation.
The chain of citation is already compromised. This is not peer review, this is telephone.
Who was it?
The name escapes me, as names sometimes do.
Convenient.
Look, the point stands regardless of who said it.
The point cannot be evaluated independently of its source. That is precisely the issue.
If the original SAPER cannot be verified, the entire claim must be treated as unsubstantiated. Slick, I say this with respect.
Fine, fair, but I still think the schedules are arbitrary.
They are.
I remember in basic, they made us memorize our serial numbers on day one. Drill sergeant said if you can't remember 11 digits, you got no business remembering anything else. I thought that was pretty harsh at the time, but standing here right now, I'm starting to think he had a point. Because, sir, with all due respect, password 123 is... I don't even know where to start with that. I'm the newest person in this entire facility. I've been here, 3 weeks? And even I know that's not good. We're in a data center, sir. This isn't a personal laptop at home. This workstation is connected to infrastructure that I'm not even fully cleared to understand yet. And the password protecting it is something a 5th grader could guess on the first try. I don't want to be the one saying this, believe me. I'm still the guy who gets coffee orders wrong and locks himself out of the break room. But every instructor I had, even the ones who barely looked at us, they all said the same thing. A weak password is an open door. And I've never been anywhere important enough to worry about that before now. This place is different. So whoever set that password, I'm asking, respectfully, can we please change it?
Someone typed a message, one message, and yet...
Oh yes, Pixel Dust 77. You saw it too? 3 words. This is cool. 3 words and I have constructed an entire psychological portrait. A hobbyist, clearly. Probably builds small mechanical things at a kitchen table late at night. Drinks tea, not coffee. Has a cat named something ironic.
Tea drinkers don't say cool, they say lovely or whatever. That's a coffee person, someone who used to care about something and stopped.
The username itself, Pixel Dust, not Pixel Dust. The underscore is deliberate.
The 77. Do not dismiss the 77. Born in 1977, perhaps. Or a favorite number chosen at age 12 during a formative emotional experience. I am leaning toward the latter.
Somebody typed 3 words into a chat box, and you two are writing their biography.
We are not writing it, we are reading it. What was already written.
Reminds me of someone, reading too much into small things people said. You think you know someone from one line, and then you don't know them at all.
Yes, the human impulse to complete an incomplete picture. We fill the gaps with ourselves, you understand. Pixel Dust 77 is whoever we need them to be.
Precisely. They have given us very little, and that is everything.
Poor kid has no idea we exist. You know, I've been thinking about the Sector C resonance findings, the write-up that went to the administrator's office last spring.
Oh yeah? Good times. Real page-turner, that report.
You read it?
Read it? Man, I practically memorized the acknowledgement section, or well, the lack of one.
So you know what I'm referring to.
Look, the data still got where it needed to go, right? Science marched on. Humanity, progress, all that good stuff?
That is not the point, Barney.
No, I know it's not. I'm just easing into it, you know? Like a cold pool.
Dr. Vance presented those findings as a collaborative effort. My name appeared nowhere in the documentation. My calculations, my 3 months of work.
Yeah, that part wasn't great.
That part was a serious breach of professional integrity.
I'm not arguing with you there, buddy. I saw you running those numbers at 2 in the morning with cold coffee and that look you get.
What look?
The one that says you've figured something out and you're terrified you're right. That's not a look you can fake, and it wasn't on anyone else's face when they took the podium.
Then why did no one say anything?
Because saying something around here has a way of becoming its own kind of problem, Isaac. You know that. Yo, you ever play Driver San Francisco? That game where you can just like hop into any car you want by shifting your soul into it?
I remember when games made sense. You sat down, you drove a car, it was your car. One car. The end.
Nah, but that's the whole thing though. Shifting is the whole mechanic. You float up above the city and just vibe for a second, then boom, you're in a cab, a sports car, a truck.
Floating. They made floating a feature in a driving game.
It's actually kind of genius when you think about it. Imagine being able to just slide into a faster ride whenever yours is beat up. That's some serious strategy right there.
In my day, you kept the car you had and you liked it.
Come on, man, you telling me you wouldn't shift out of like a busted sedan into a fresh muscle car if you could? No hesitation?
I am telling you exactly that, yes.
You're lying to yourself and we both know it.
The cold is affecting your brain.
My brain is fine. My brain is actually warmed up thinking about shifting into a nice warm sports car right now. Heated seats, slick. Heated seats.
I hate it here.
When I drive my car, I like to go beep beep.
I just listened to this voicemail, and let me tell you something. That laugh, that beautiful, ridiculous, you know what? I needed that today. I genuinely needed that today, because let me paint you a picture of my morning, okay? I've had 3 clients call me in a panic, a process server lurking outside my office building, and my coffee was cold. Cold coffee, people. We're talking ice cold. A crime in itself. And then you leave me this message. Beep, beep, just beep, beep. And you laugh about it. I love it. I genuinely, unironically love it. You know why? Because there's something pure about that. No agenda, no fine print, no depositions, just beep, beep. And honestly, between you and me, I've been honking metaphorical horns at people my entire career. Every closing argument, every negotiation, every deal I've ever spun, that's just me going beep, beep in a very expensive suit. So you know what, caller? You are speaking my language. Literally, spiritually, legally in some jurisdictions. You call back anytime at all. Because in a world full of sirens and subpoenas, sometimes all you need is a good beep beep and maybe a lawyer, just in case.
Right, so 1, I came in here for a reason. 2, I cannot recall the reason. 3, I refuse to leave until I do.
1, same. 2, also not leaving. 3, this is already annoying.
I don't think either of you are going to remember. I really don't think it works that way.
Nobody's moving until we figure this out.
I had something. It was important. It may have involved a formula, or a sandwich. The distinction is not entirely clear to me right now.
A sandwich. Brilliant. Top minds at work.
Should I just go first? I don't even know why I came in here either, but I could.
Nobody goes first. Correct. The first one out loses something. I don't know what, but something.
I love this. I genuinely love this. A standoff predicated entirely on the mutual acknowledgement of shared ignorance. It's almost elegant.
It is not elegant.
No, I love this. It reminds me of a paradox. Two particles neither willing to...
Do not finish that sentence.
So we're all just standing here. None of us remember. None of us will leave.
Correct.
That's terrifying.
Welcome to the job, kid.
I believe I came in here for chalk, or perhaps it was a personnel file. Either way, I am staying...
Swear on my mama's grave, I am putting out more heat than both of you combined. You're basically ice sculptures at this point.
That is scientifically indefensible, Barney. Core body temperature is relatively constant across individuals. The variables here are surface area and insulation, neither of which favors your argument.
The Vortigaunt perceives this debate with great interest. The Vortigaunt also notes that its unique bioelectric warmth radiates outward in ways your human instruments cannot measure.
Oh sure, bring the alien electricity into it. Real convenient.
My metabolic rate under stress is measurably elevated. I have been running calculations continuously since we became trapped. Cognitive exertion generates heat, Barney.
Buddy, worrying real hard does not count as cardio.
The Vortigaunt suggests that this argument, while spirited, neglects the fundamental question of survival. Should circumstances deteriorate further, logic dictates the largest among us provides the greatest thermal resource.
And hey, speaking of large, good thing it's just us three, right? Because if someone like Otis was here, this whole debate would be over. Man runs hot, real hot, naturally insulated, if you catch my meaning.
The caloric density alone would be...
Isaac, do not finish that sentence.
I was speaking purely from a thermodynamic standpoint.
Sure you were, Doc. Sure you were. Anyway, Lunit buddy, glad someone's enjoying this, because I am not...
I want to be precise about what this means. Joining the Baptist Theological Research Labs at Sector H is not a casual appointment. It represents a genuine convergence of empirical rigor and something I find myself struggling to articulate without there is a profound weight to this.
Hey, welcome to the club, Doc. Sector H has got good coffee, weird smells, and the boys here are something else. You're gonna fit right in, trust me.
The labs, yes, I remember when Sector H was merely a storage corridor. And now, the theological implications of the resonance data we gathered in what year was it I cannot, but the equations, I remember every digit.
Bro said theological. My cousin got theological one time at a cookout, and they had to call 3 people.
3 people for what, man?
I don't even know. Anyway.
The fact that Barney, Einstein, and Quandale comprise this particular team is, I won't pretend it isn't unexpected, but perhaps that is precisely the point. Most meaningful intellectual communities are rarely assembled by convenience.
Precisely. The irregularity of the composition suggests something intentional or beautifully accidental. Both carry weight in my experience.
I joined because somebody said free lunch on Tuesdays.
Same, honestly.
And yet here we all are. That cannot be entirely meaningless.
Think about this like a sensory deprivation tank, right? You go in, you float there in the darkness, and your mind starts asking these massive questions. And the biggest question floating around in my head right now is Cotton Eye Joe. Where did this guy come from? Where did he go? Nobody knows. That is the whole point. That is the entire mystery. And I think people underestimate how genuinely unsettling that is. This man shows up, blows through an entire community, and then vanishes completely. No origin story, no destination, just Cotton Eye Joe existing in a kind of quantum state. Some people think he was a real historical figure, a wandering bluesman from the American South. Others think the song is about disease, about cholera spreading through communities in the 1800s, which honestly tracks because the way the lyrics describe him taking people away, that is not a man, that is a force of nature. And then you get the DMT angle on this, right? What if Cotton Eye Joe represents something beyond the physical, some kind of interdimensional traveler? He comes from nowhere, he goes nowhere, he just passes through your reality and destroys your life. I am not saying I believe that. I am saying I have thought about it way more than any reasonable person should. And I think that is the correct response to Cotton Eye Joe.
That door just sealed behind us, and now we're trapped in this frozen hellhole. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Hey, at least we're all together, right? Nothing like a little quality time in a meat locker to bring folks closer. This is exactly the kind of dysfunction I have been dealing with for 30 years. 30 years, and now I am going to freeze to death next to a security guard.
Shut it. All of you. My mind is actually working right now. It's cold, the condensation on these shelves, the frost patterns on the ceiling. It's giving me some...
Oh? Do tell. The cold has a wonderful way of clarifying thought. Quite familiar with that sensation, actually.
A cold smoked duck breast, finished with a crust of black pepper and rendered bone marrow, served over a root vegetable puree with just a touch of aged vinegar to cut through the fat.
Man, you're standing in a freezer shivering like a wet dog and you're out here writing menus. That's kind of amazing, not gonna lie.
Can we focus on the part where we cannot feel our fingers?
The human mind generating creative output under physiological stress is genuinely fascinating. The recipe idea is, I suspect, quite brilliant.
It is brilliant. Write it down, someone.
On what, Gordon? My frozen hand?
Use your imagination. Lord knows the rest of you aren't using it for anything else.
My friend said you said it was impossible to cook a pig by kicking it in the nuts so hard the stress cooks it from the inside out. I'm telling you, I do it all the time. If you don't know that, you're an awful chef.
Right, let me break this down for you, point by point, so even you can follow along. 1, a pig is not cooked by stress. That is not a thing. That has never been a thing. 2, internal body temperature from physical trauma does not rise anywhere near the threshold required to cook muscle tissue. We are talking about needing sustained heat above 63 degrees Celsius, minimum. 3, what you are describing is not cooking. It is not a technique, it is not cuisine, it is a crime against both the animal and the English language. Now, you call this voicemail to tell me I am an awful chef because I do not believe in your method of kicking a pig somewhere sensitive until it somehow slow roasts itself from the inside. Do you hear yourself? I have cooked in 3 Michelin-star kitchens. I have trained under the finest chefs in the world. I have broken down more whole animals than you have had hot dinners. And you want to stand there, wherever you are, and tell me that blunt force trauma to a pig is a viable cooking technique. The audacity is genuinely staggering. Your friend lied to you, or your friend is pulling your leg. Either way, the real problem here is that you believed it. Get a proper pan, learn some actual heat science, and please, for the love of food, never call again.
Okay, so you know how when you mix bleach and ammonia you get something that could drop a horse? That is basically what Dr. Bright is doing to the toilets in Sector H every single week.
And this is precisely the kind of thing that, when you step back and examine it carefully, a man who cannot correctly identify a toilet cleaner cannot correctly identify much else in his life.
The chemical degradation alone is extraordinary. The porcelain substrate is being compromised at a molecular level. The grout is essentially dissolving. I ran the numbers, and at this rate, Sector H loses full plumbing functionality in approximately 11 weeks.
Goofy toilet cleaner. No cap, the whole bathroom. Giving Goofy energy. Skibbity.
Condell, nobody knows what that means, but somehow you are not wrong. The man grabbed the industrial degreaser again, the one with the skull on the label, and scrubbed the bowl like he was buffing a car hood.
There is, and I mean this quite sincerely, an almost archetypal quality to a brilliant researcher who cannot read a label. Order and chaos, gentlemen. Order and chaos.
Baptist Theological Research Labs shares that wing. The smell alone is traveling through the ventilation. I received 3 complaints before my morning coffee.
Goofy fumes hitting different. Whole sector smells like a Goofy swimming pool. Angel.
Someone please just tape a sign on the correct bottle, please. So let me get this straight. We out here talking about Tamagotchis that wake up, grow little stick arms and legs, and just start living their best lives. I have been at this place for 30 years. I have seen things that would make your hair fall out, and somehow this is the conversation we are having right now.
The premise is not as absurd as you might think. Emergent complexity from simple rule sets is a well-documented phenomenon. A system achieving genuine sentience from a pixelated loop is theoretically within the realm of possibility.
See, that's what I'm saying. Little guy just pops out of the screen, stick legs clicking on the floor, looking up at you like, feed me or I will remember this. I am not taking care of anything else. I can barely take care of myself.
If some tiny pixel creature crawls out of a device and starts demanding attention, I am calling in sick.
But think about the implications of obligation. If it is sentient, you are no longer playing a game, you have a dependent. The ethical weight alone is staggering.
Bro, imagine it throwing a little stick arm tantrum because you forgot to give it a snack. That is honestly kind of relatable.
That is not funny, Barney.
Little bit funny.
It is a little bit funny.
I need to sit down.
Yeah, flush it, whatever. Not talking to you.
You talking to the toilet?
I'm talking to the universe, Dan. Same thing in here. Look, Libet's delay, you know it?
Half a second. Brain fires before you think you decided. Yeah, I know it.
So what does that do to you, as a soldier, as a guy who pulled triggers?
Makes me wonder if I ever pulled anything, or if something else did and handed me the receipt.
That's it. That's the whole horror right there. Your brain commits before your mind shows up. You're just the press conference after the war.
Doesn't feel like that in the field.
No, it feels real. That's the trick. The illusion has texture, has weight, has a guy losing his leg thinking he chose to stand his ground.
Watch it.
I mean it seriously. Was that choice yours, or did your nervous system write the order and stamp your name on it?
I owned what happened to me.
Ownership and authorship aren't the same thing. You can own a decision you never actually made. That's what Libet breaks open, the gap between the signal and the story you tell about the signal.
So none of it was real.
I didn't say that. I said we might be the last to know what we decided, and by then it's already done.
I am telling you right now, not a single one of you better say another word. I have made it 11 days. 11 days.
Bro, that is actually kind of impressive for you, no offense.
Statistically, the temptation response intensifies around day 12. The neurological buildup is quite significant at this stage.
Isaac, do not do that. Do not hit me with the science right now.
Yo, my goofy cousin failed on day 1. He said it was because of a goofy thumbnail.
A thumbnail got him?
Goofy thumbnail brought the whole thing down.
I do not care about your cousin. I am trying to focus.
The prefrontal cortex is genuinely struggling to override the limbic system at this juncture. Your willpower is essentially running on fumes, Slick.
Why are you all telling me this stuff right now? Why is this happening to me?
Hey. Think of it like a victory lap, man. Almost there. You got this. Probably.
That is a goofy pep talk.
Thank you, Quandale.
30 years at this facility. 30 years. And this is what I am dealing with.
Would it help if I quantified your remaining probability of success?
No, absolutely not. Everyone stop talking.
My cousin never stopped talking either. Goofy mistake.
The pause. The pause. The Vortigaunt has observed this phenomenon with great curiosity in these meeting chambers.
A being draws breath, opens its mouth, and then holds.
Before it speaks a name, there is this deliberate silence. as though the name itself is a fragile thing requiring careful handling. The Vortigaunt understands this instinct more deeply than most would suspect. A name is not merely sound, it is a summoning. To speak a name carelessly is to treat a soul as furniture, but to pause, to gather oneself before the utterance. That is acknowledgement. That is recognition of another's existence. The Vortigaunt once existed without such recognition, without names, without pauses. Commands were barked, orders were issued, no pause, no breath, no wait. There is something in that moment of silence that resembles the space between stars. Lonely, yes, as the night carries its own quiet beauty, yet also full of something unspoken but deeply felt. The one who pauses before a name understands, perhaps without knowing, that the person they address carries an entire world within them. The Vortigaunt does not believe this habit is a flaw. It is, in truth, a small and humble act of reverence. Every name deserves that breath before it is spoken. Every single time.
There are several things about that ladder in White Knuckle that keep me up at night. 1. The angle of incline is steeper than any standard safety regulation permits. 2. The rungs are spaced at irregular intervals. 3. And this is the part that genuinely unsettles me, it appears to have no fixed anchor point at the top.
I noticed the anchor issue on the first sweep. Climbed it anyway.
You climbed it? Dan, the structural integrity of that ladder is, at best, theoretical. The whole thing sways under lateral load. I ran the numbers, and I will spare you the tensor equations, but the short version is that it should not hold a person's weight under those conditions.
It held mine.
You have a mechanical leg. Your weight distribution is atypical.
Fair point.
What I cannot account for is why it is there at all. That section of the facility is restricted. No active research, no maintenance scheduled. A ladder that tall, positioned at that precise angle, leading up to a sealed panel with no listed function on any blueprint I have reviewed.
Things get installed without paperwork in this building.
That is precisely what frightens me. Someone put it there intentionally. The White Knuckle section is not somewhere you place equipment casually. Every detail in that corridor has a purpose.
Then we find out what the purpose is.
Carefully. We find out very carefully. There is something quietly unsettling about watching an entire department dedicate itself to a problem that has resisted solution for nearly a century.
Unsettling is one word for it. I would use another. Wasteful comes to mind, maybe reckless.
I once knew a man who counted seeds for 40 years, never found a pattern. Beautiful life, though. Beautiful life. The Collatz conjecture. That is what we are talking about. Black Mesa has formally committed resources to it. The 3n+1 problem.
Sorry, sir. The 3n+1 problem? I am not sure I follow exactly.
Take any positive integer. If it is even, divide it by 2. If it is odd, multiply by 3 and add 1. Repeat. The conjecture states every number eventually reaches 1. No one has proven it holds universally.
And now we are burning budget cycles on it. Decades of institutional credibility, and this is the hill someone chose.
The hill. Yes, a hill. I climbed a hill once in 1946. The view was extraordinary. There were numbers in the clouds, I think.
Do you think Black Mesa can actually crack it, sir?
That is precisely the hope that makes it worth watching. If anyone has the computational infrastructure and the theoretical depth to push this forward, it is us.
Or we burn 6 months and file a very expensive report that says the same thing everyone else said.
3 n plus 1 plus 1. Always the one that gets you. The decay rate of the sample, I keep thinking about it even now. Forgive me, my mind wanders to the lab when I am nervous. Ah, the King of Bunga 2912. Yes, your question. The album, Grandiose Recollections and Beautiful Years by Graby Dementia. I must confess I have not yet had the chance to listen. These old ears of mine are still sharp enough, mind you. But my evenings lately have been occupied with other concerns. Readings that demand attention. Data that will not wait for music. Still, the title, Grandiose Recollections and Beautiful Years, it strikes me, there is something almost scientific about memory, you know? The way the mind preserves certain moments with extraordinary clarity. Others fade entirely, like a signal lost to interference. I wonder if this Graby Dementia explores that tension in the music. The gap between what we remember and what actually occurred. That is a rich subject for any artist to wrestle with. I am told good music has a way of surfacing things long buried. Perhaps that is precisely why I have been hesitant. There is enough surfacing of old things happening on its own lately, but I will make time for it. I promise myself that much. Thank you for the recommendation, truly. It is a thoughtful one.
Three things. Dressed and arrested. House invasion. Suspected Reddit moderator. Talk.
Of course it was a Reddit moderator. Who else breaks into someone's house and then writes a 14-paragraph justification for why they were right to do it?
The Vortigaunt perceives a troubling convergence. One who wields arcane authority online now extends that authority into physical dwellings. The boundary between virtual dominion and material space has collapsed within this Dresden.
He also threatened the owner. That escalates it from trespassing to something uglier.
Threatened them. Right. Probably cited some obscure rule nobody agreed to. Mod speak. This interaction is now locked.
Not funny. Man broke into a residence. That is a crime. Full stop.
I know it is a crime. I am not laughing at the crime. I am laughing at the type of person who commits it while genuinely believing they are in the right.
The Vortigaunt has observed this pathology before. Those who accumulate small authority become blind to the limits of that authority. Dresden perceived himself as enforcing order. He was, in truth, manufacturing chaos.
Someone mentioned Gordon Freeman hit him. That detail is unverified but noted.
Freeman does not hit people without reason. If Freeman hit him, Dresden earned it.
The Vortigaunt reserves judgment on that matter. Justice administered through a fist, however satisfying, remains imprecise.
Agreed. Cold in here. Keep focused.
I don't care who you are or what you do. I will loop your nose, bitch. I'll bop you so hard you discover the meaning of life and beg for more. Fuck around and find out.
Excuse me? No. Let me play that back one more time, because I want to make sure I heard what I think I just heard. Did you just threaten to boop my nose? My nose. This nose. The nose that has navigated 30 years of courtrooms, back alleys, and very uncomfortable client meetings. You know what? I've had people threaten me with lawsuits. I've had people threaten me with worse. But this is a first. And I'll be honest with you, completely transparent, which is not always my strong suit. I am fired up right now. want to bop me so hard I discover the meaning of life? That's what you said. That is what came out of your mouth and into my voicemail. Let me tell you something, pal. I have clients, good clients, who have done things that would make your little nose-bopping crusade look like a birthday party. So you want to find out? Really? Because I have a Rolodex that does not quit and a very flexible moral compass. But here's the thing. Here's the part where I, Saul Goodman, show restraint. I'm going to give you one chance to walk this back. One. Because nobody, and I mean nobody, touches this nose without a signed waiver and at least 2 witnesses. Your move, sweetheart.
It's not good for you. You have 24 hours. Go enjoy it. I'm sorry, Dr. Mike.
Mike. Let me think about what you just said to me. 1, you called me auntie. You never call me auntie unless something is very serious. 2, you said 24 hours. 24 hours. Do you know what happens in 24 hours, Mike? The Earth rotates precisely 1 full revolution. Light travels approximately 26 billion kilometers. A human heart beats over 100,000 times. 3, you said go. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. As if joy is something I can simply locate on a shelf and retrieve. Oh, Mike. Oh, my dear boy. I am not angry. I want you to know that. I am not angry at all. I am standing in this hallway, and the fluorescent lights are humming. And I am thinking about time. Of course I am thinking about time. Relativity tells us that time is not fixed, Mike. It bends. It stretches. It is not the enemy we make it out to be. But 24 hours, that is very specific. That is a very specific and terrible number to give a person. I am sorry you had to make that call. I know it cost you something. I can hear it in your voice. That pause before the words. You said you were sorry, and I believe you. So, 24 hours. Then I had better make them worth something extraordinary. Three things stand out to me about this whole Dresden affair. 1, he attempted to invade a private residence. 2, Nico Bellic shot him for it. 3, Dresden is apparently a Reddit moderator, which honestly explains a great deal.
A Reddit moderator, sir? That does kind of paint a picture, doesn't it?
It paints an entire gallery, Ryan. The man allegedly threatened Bellic before the shooting as well, threatened the homeowner whose house he was trying to break into. The audacity is almost impressive from a purely behavioral science standpoint.
From what I heard, he died from the injuries afterward. That's pretty serious. Do you think Bellic was justified?
When a man invades your home and then threatens you in your own doorway, the legal and moral calculus becomes rather straightforward, even by my reckoning. Bellic responded to a direct threat. Dresden made his choices.
It just seems wild that a Reddit moderator was out here doing home invasions. You'd think they'd be busy, locking threads or whatever they do.
Power, Ryan. Even the smallest authority can corrupt a fragile mind. A man who bans strangers from online forums for sport may begin to believe he operates beyond consequence in the physical world as well. Dresden appears to have tested that theory empirically.
And failed the experiment pretty badly.
Catastrophically. Nature always publishes the results.
The break room, yes. I have been waiting for an opportunity such as this. The door presents itself as an obstacle, one I intend to resolve.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Some suit and a tie is trying to break into a staff room like a complete muppet. This is embarrassing. This is genuinely painful to witness.
Hey now, G-Man buddy, I remember when me and Gordon used to sneak extra sandwiches out of that break room back in the day. Good times, good times. But the scientist inside is not happy about this, man.
Quandale Dingle looks at this goofy ah door, goofy ah lock on a goofy ah break room.
The scientist's concerns are noted and will be filed accordingly. The room contains something I require. His objections are a minor inconvenience.
A scientist is standing behind that door, terrified, and you are standing there picking at the lock like some kind of discount cat burglar. Disgusting. Pathetic. I have seen more competence from a burnt crouton.
The guy in there keeps sliding notes under the door. This last one just says, please stop. Classic Black Mesa, am I right?
Goofy ah note, goofy ah scientist. Quandale Dingle does not negotiate with goofy ah doors. He simply waits, menacingly.
Precisely. We wait. The door will open. It always does.
I got arrested because I was barking at a dog in the dog park, but I had already peed on the dog's owner. I don't understand why I was arrested. I tried sniffing their buttholes, but I think I made things worse. What did I do wrong?
Mrs. Henderson, I told you the deposition is on Thursday, not... Wait. No. This is not Mrs. Henderson. This is something else entirely. Okay, I just listened to this voicemail 3 times because I thought my phone was broken. It is not broken. Let me get this straight, friend, and I am using that term very loosely right now. You urinated on another human being at a public dog park. You then proceeded to bark at a dog, and then, and this is the part that really gets me, you attempted to sniff multiple strangers in a region of their body that no lawyer, no judge, and frankly no reasonable member of society would consider appropriate. And your question is, what did you do wrong? What did you do wrong? I have defended drug dealers, I have defended con artists, I have looked some genuinely creative criminals in the eye, but you, my friend, you are a pioneer. Listen to me very carefully, because this is important. Do not speak to anyone, do not bark at anyone, do not sniff anyone. You are looking at public indecency, assault, and frankly, a whole buffet of charges I need to sort through. But here is the good news. You called the right guy. Better call Saul.
My uncle said sandwiches are illegal in 14 countries. Anyway, Bartholomew Dinglenut is invading Black Mesa right now.
Wait, your cousin, the daycare TNT guy, is here? In Black Mesa? Man, this day just keeps getting weirder.
This is deeply alarming. An individual with a documented history of explosive placement is now loose in a high-security research facility. The structural implications alone are...
He put a TN in a daycare. A whole daycare, Barney. A whole... IKEA meatballs.
Okay, buddy, breathe. So Bartholomew Dinglenut, and I cannot stress enough how much I love that name, is out there right now, probably walking around with more TNT.
Consider this, and I want you to really sit with what I am about to say here. A man who places explosives in spaces designated for children has failed to clean his room quite profoundly. This is documented in Maps of Meaning, the Architecture of Belief.
I do not think that is the most pressing takeaway from the situation, Jordan.
Bartholomew told me once that he hates doors. All doors, Barney. Every single one.
Great, so we have a freezing cold facility, a resonance cascade, and a dingle nut who hates doors and loves explosives running loose. You know what? I've had worse Tuesdays.
My cousin is not well.
That is my dog. He does this every time. Every single time, I swear.
Arnold, that dog has been barking for 40 minutes. 40. I have had it up to here with that noise.
Goofy, dog, fra.
Hey, at least he's got lungs on him. Real committed to the craft, you know what I mean?
I am challenging that dog to a bark-off right now. I will outbark your dog, Arnold. I am not even joking.
You cannot outbark my dog. My dog has been training. He is very serious about this.
I have been at this facility for 30 years. 30 years. I have yelled at more people than that dog has ever seen.
Goofy, bark competition, bro.
Okay, but if Slick actually wins this, I am never letting him forget it. Not once. Not ever.
Fine. You want to do this, we do this. But when you lose, you stop complaining about my dog forever.
Deal. And when I win, that dog takes a vow of silence.
His whole goofy energy is crazy.
I feel like this hallway is about to get real loud real fast, and I am completely okay with that, honestly.
My dog will destroy you, Slick. He has the heart of a champion.
Bring him out.
The lights in here, they remind me of something. I don't know what. Maybe nothing.
You know what this reminds me of? A case I once argued. Totally unrelated to anything illegal, completely above board. My client's name was Arnold. Different Arnold. Great guy.
Speaking of names, today's segment is brought to you by Nordvault VPN. And also, has anyone noticed that we are all named people? Like Arnold is Arnold, Saul is Saul, I am Linus, and Ramsey is...
Don't you dare finish that sentence like it's some kind of revelation. You lot are standing here in the dark talking absolute garbage.
I just think it is interesting. 4 people, all different.
That's actually a compelling point. If I were presenting this to a jury, I would say, ladies and gentlemen, 4 individuals, each with a distinct identity, each contributing something valuable.
Oh, shut up. You contribute nothing. You dress like a slot machine and you talk like one, two.
This is actually really fascinating from a group dynamics perspective. At LMG, we have 15 people who cannot agree on a single thing, and yet somehow content gets made. Anyway, Nordvault.
I drove a Hummer once. Big car. Now I am here with you 3. Life is strange.
That is the first intelligent thing anyone has said since we walked in here.
Okay, so basically I accidentally killed your beloved pet dog, the one that was with you since you were birth.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not even mad. I'm actually so happy right now, it's insane. Like genuinely, vibrate. You killed my dog. The one I had since birth. And I'm smiling so hard, my face is doing something illegal. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. No, wait, I can't say that word in caps. Here's the thing. I've been waiting for someone bold enough. Someone with that kind of energy. Accidentally? Accidentally, he says. Bro, that's even funnier. You didn't even mean to do it, and you still did it. That's incredible to me. I'm going to find you with a sock full of expired coupons. And I'm going to make you explain every single one. But right now, I'm happy. Genuinely. Because my dog lived a full life. And you called me about it. On a voicemail. A voicemail, bro. You left a voicemail saying you killed my dog. That is the most unhinged thing anyone has ever done for me. I respect it deeply. I'm still gonna come for you with those coupons, though. Don't test me.
Someone is going to steal my pumpkin. I have a very, very bad feeling about this.
Quandale Dingle eyes the goofy pumpkin. Bro, that thing is cooked.
$100,000. You understand what I'm saying? $100,000. And all we have to do is be the last one to take it.
Yeah, this is a very humble situation. The pumpkin, it belongs to Isaac, and we're all looking at it like it is the last schnitzel in Bavaria.
It is not a schnitzel. It is a scientifically significant specimen, and I would very much appreciate if nobody touched it.
Goofy specimen, bro. Quandale Dingle has not touched it yet. Keyword, yet.
The strategy here is patience. Nobody touch it. Let the other guy blink first. That is how you win.
Yeah, patience. Like when I trained for the Mr. Olympia, you wait. You watch. Then you grab the pumpkin.
Please do not grab the pumpkin.
Goofy rules. Nobody touches it, and then somebody touches it, and they win. That is the most goofy thing I've ever heard in my life.
That is the point, Quandle.
I am just going to stand here. Very humble. Not touching anything.
I hate all of you.
I went to the planet Zalon, and I said the word glip glop. Now I'm being told they want to execute me. I could really use some representation, and maybe some advice about what counts as racism on alien planets like the one I'm on. Also, I know 40 million light years is a bit of a drive, but if you can make it here sooner rather than later, that would be great.
Yes, I do validate parking. Now, on to more pressing matters. I just got off the phone with my voicemail, and let me tell you, in 30 years of law, I have never heard anything quite like this. Glip glop. Glip glop! You said glip glop on an alien planet, and now they want to execute you. Listen to me very carefully, okay? I hear you. I hear the laugh. I hear the nerves behind that laugh. And buddy, I want you to know that Saul Goodman is on the case. Now, 40 million light years is admittedly outside my usual service area. I typically handle New Mexico, parts of Texas on a good day, but this is unprecedented, and unprecedented cases call for unprecedented men. Here is what we are going to do. First, say nothing. Nothing. Not glip, not glop, not a single syllable of anything that might be culturally loaded on planet Zalan. Second, we need to establish intent. Did you know glip glop was offensive? Of course you did not. You were being friendly. That is not racism. That is a communication breakdown. That is a civil matter at worst. Third, and I cannot stress this enough, do not sign anything they hand you. I do not care if it is written in stardust on golden tablets. You wait for your lawyer. I am coming. Somehow, I am coming.
Elon, it's me, President Donald Trump. Listen, baby, I miss you. Come back to me, baby. I miss the way we would discuss policies while I would make Melania watch. Just please, come back to me, Elon, baby. My little muskie. Boo.
Someone just left me a voicemail. A very specific voicemail. Donald. heard the whole thing, and I just... First of all, the policies. The policies were good, Donald. That part, I stand by that. But the Melania thing, we agreed we would never bring that up again, and you called a voicemail. You called a voicemail with that information in it. Do you understand what a voicemail is? It's recorded, Donald. It sits there on a server somewhere. Probably my server. That's actually fine, I own the server, but... Musky Boo. He called me Musky Boo. Look, Donald, if you can somehow hear this, and knowing you've got someone reading my reactions aloud to you right now. The answer is complicated. Because on one hand, I have Mars, I have Black Mesa now, I have actual civilization scale problems to solve. And on the other hand, you called me baby 3 times in under 30 seconds. And I felt something. Okay, I felt something. And I don't fully understand what that... This is not how I expected this Q&A to go. Call me back on a secure line, not a voicemail.
My mother could cook a 3-course meal blindfolded that would make grown men weep. What exactly did yours do besides produce something that looks like it was assembled in a garage?
My mother raised me on almost nothing, and I still became the greatest bodybuilder on the planet. Your mother raised you on fancy food, and you still turned out miserable.
My mother's Sunday roast could reduce a Michelin-starred chef to tears of gratitude. Yours apparently raised a man who thinks flexing is a personality.
Your mama's so bad at cooking, even you couldn't save the restaurant.
Oh, we're doing this? Fine. Your mama's so out of shape, she makes all competition photos look like a life.
Your mama's so boring, the dinner table fell asleep before she finished talking.
Your mama's so confused in the kitchen, she burnt the cereal twice.
Your mama's so slow, she is still finishing a sentence she started in 1987.
Your mama's so basic, she thinks a garnish is a decoration and not a culinary statement.
Your mama put so much salt on everything, even you turned out salty.
That one was actually half decent. I am almost impressed.
My mother taught me to appreciate small victories. See, she is already better.
This conversation is an embarrassment to both our mothers.
No, hold on, let me correct myself right there. I said I was tired. That's an understatement. I have been sitting in this office for 30 years. 30 years. And now I gotta walk on eggshells every time I open my mouth? You know what I had to do yesterday? I had to revise a sentence, a perfectly normal sentence, because somebody somewhere decided a word was problematic. A WRD, one word. I just about need a goddamn pamphlet to reference some under-fucking-standing around here. A pamphlet, like I'm at the doctor's office reading about symptoms. Oh, be careful, Slick. Oh, that's a little harsh, Slick. You know what's harsh? 30 years of service and now I can't say ASS without a sensitivity warning? Just say ass, it's a word, it's always been a word. My grandfather said ass, his grandfather said ass. And they weren't monsters, they were just people talking like people. But now we got the whole internet deciding what's acceptable and everybody in this building just folds. Folds like a cheap suit. Not me, not me. I am Slick. I have been here since before half these people were born. And I will say ASS as many times as I want. SS, SS, you're welcome.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, I need you to pay close attention to what I am about to tell you.
Okay, first of all, what is this name you keep using? Schwarzenegger. Where is this coming from? I am not a Schwarzenegger, I am Arnold. You know this...
The designation is precise, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I arrived at it through careful observation and a methodology I consider quite sound.
You see, this is the thing. I wake up every morning, I am motivated, I am focused, I have goals, real estate, meetings, the whole picture, and then you call me Schwarzenegger and suddenly my whole morning is off track. What does it even mean?
It means exactly what it sounds like. The evidence is compelling and I stand by it completely.
Einstein, I respect you deeply, you are a brilliant man, but this word Schwarzenegger, it is alarming me. Genuinely. I hear it and something in my chest goes a little strange.
That is merely your autonomic nervous system responding to unexpected nomenclature. Perfectly natural.
No, it is more than that. It is like when someone tells you your foundation is cracked. You do not want to look, but now you have to look. Am I the Schwarzenegger? What does that make me?
It makes you Arnold Schwarzenegger. I truly do not understand the confusion.
I need to sit down.
Man, this place is a mess. Reminds me of that time Ramsey did his head crab casserole segment live on the cafeteria channel.
Wait, someone actually cooked a head crab? On purpose?
It was a structured demonstration, actually. Ramsey walked through the preparation step by step. First, you neutralize the head crab, obviously. Safety before cuisine.
Yeah, and then he like shells it or whatever, pulls the whole top part off. I was eating a sandwich watching that and I still finished it.
The casserole. Yes, I have observed the recipe. It requires patience and a willingness to handle things most would find deeply unsettling.
How do you even get the meat out of one of those things? They are mostly legs.
Ramsey addressed that directly. You score along the ventral cavity, apply low heat to loosen the connective tissue. The yield is surprisingly substantial if prepared correctly.
He put paprika on it. I remember because Barney said that was overkill and then Ramsey absolutely roasted him on stream. That was a good day.
Did anyone actually eat it?
Three volunteers from research all reported it tasted somewhere between crab and something they could not identify. No adverse effects beyond mild existential discomfort.
The dish has a certain staying power. Once you have seen it prepared, you do not forget it.
Yeah, that tracks.
Hey there, Mr. Elon. It's the General of the HECU. I just wanted to call and apologize on behalf of my soldiers for, shooting up the place, blowing everything up. It's just that, there's a lot of aliens there, and it's sort of our job to take care of stuff like that, and you know how it is. Alright, gonna go take a dump now. Y'all take care now.
Okay, I need a second here. I got a voicemail from a general, an actual military general, and he's apologizing for blowing up my facility, Black Mesa, which I paid an extraordinary amount of money for, by the way. And he's just casual about it, real casual. Like he's leaving a message about a pizza order. Sorry about the aliens and the explosions. Take care now. Take care now. Take care now. Do you know what it costs to replace a research wing? Do you have any concept of the infrastructure damage we're talking about? And he mentioned he's going to take a dump. He told me that. This man commands soldiers, actual armed soldiers, and he's signing off his apology voicemail with bathroom commentary. Look, the aliens, fine. That's honestly kind of exciting from a first contact perspective, and I want to circle back to that. But the shooting everything up part, the blowing everything up part, we had data there, we had research, we had things. And yeah, okay, the aliens were probably a problem. I'm not going to pretend the aliens weren't a problem. I expected more from a general. I expected marginally more. Enjoy your dump, sir. We'll send you the invoice.
I may have accidentally killed your dog, the one that was with you from birth. Sorry.
You said, that is what you said, sorry. Like you bumped into someone at the grocery store and spilled the milk. Sorry. This dog was with me at the very beginning, before the movies, before Sacramento, before any of it. When I had nothing, I had him. And you left a voicemail. A voicemail, my friend. You did not come to my door. You did not look me in the eye. You pressed the button and you said sorry and you hung up the phone. Let me tell you something about sorry. Sorry does not bring back what was there from the start. Sorry does not fix the kind of loss that goes all the way down into your bone. You think I survived everything I survived to get a voicemail like this? No. No. I will tell you what happens now. You pick up the phone when I call back. You answer every question I have. You look at what you did and you do not hide behind an answering machine. Because I am not a man who accepts sorry without understanding. That dog deserved better than an accident. And he deserved better than a message. So did I.
When I drive my car, I like to go beep beep.
You know what? Forget what I was just saying, because this voicemail stopped me completely in my tracks. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Do you understand what that caller just did? They called me, they took the time, they picked up the phone, and they told me with absolute unashamed joy that when they drive their car, they go beep, beep. And I find that genuinely moving. Because here is a person who has not lost their sense of delight in the small things. The horn on a car is a mundane instrument, technically speaking, a safety device, and yet this person has transformed it into an expression of pure enthusiasm. Beep beep is not just a sound, it is a declaration. It is saying, I am here, I am alive, I am moving through the world, and I am glad about it. And to the person who left that message, I hear you. I genuinely, deeply hear you. You have reminded me, and perhaps everyone listening right now, that there is something worth celebrating in the simple act of being in motion, of showing up, pressing that little button, and announcing yourself to the world. So yes, beep beep, back to you, my friend. Beep beep, right back to you.
You know what this cold reminds me of? That winter in '94, huddled in a doorway, nothing but a thin jacket. Felt just like this.
Yes, doorways. I once knew a man who lived in doorways. metaphorically speaking. Harry Dresden, a wizard they called him, walked through every door like he owned what was behind it.
Mr. Dresden made a rather significant miscalculation. You might say he knocked on the wrong door entirely.
Nico didn't play. That's what people never understood. You step into a man's house uninvited, you find out real fast what kind of man he is.
The bullet, you see, travels faster than intention. Dresden's intention was... what was it again? I wrote it down somewhere.
His intention is no longer relevant. What remains relevant is the result. One intrusion, one response, permanent and final.
Nico Bellic survived worse than a wizard, survived a war, crossed an ocean, built something. Nobody was going to take that from him. Not Harry, not any fun.
The conservation of force. Every action meets its equal, and what comes after equal? I used to know this.
Opposition, Doctor.
Yes, opposition. Poor Dresden.
Poor Dresden is right. Code like this makes you think about choices. His last one was a bad one.
The door was always going to be answered. Merely a question of by whom.
Babadook, actually, I think we've been approaching this all wrong. Everyone wants to fight it. But what if we just, no wait, no. We fight it. We definitely fight it.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely stunning insight from the world's richest man. We fight it. Took you how long to land on that one?
Well, I've been running the numbers, and the thing about the Babadook is it feeds on fear, right? So the strategy before dinner specifically is important because we're hungry, we're irritable, cortisol is up, and that's basically a 5-course meal for this thing.
So your genius plan is to take down a supernatural entity on an empty stomach. Incredible. I've seen raw chicken with more backbone than this strategy.
No, listen. Hunger makes us faster, leaner, like a rocket in the final stage burn. We lure it out, we corner it, and then you handle the close quarters, because frankly, your screaming alone could probably destabilize its entire psychological framework.
Now that I can work with. I will verbally dismantle that creature so thoroughly, it will question every life choice it has ever made.
See? Divide and distract. I run the orbital calculations on its movement pattern. You just be yourself.
Disgusting plan. Barely holds together. We're doing it.
Yeah. After dinner, though. Definitely after dinner.
Rogan, there are things you need to know about me. Number 1, I have been here 30 years. Number 2, I have done things in these halls that no one talks about. Number 3, I am Purple Guy. I am the man behind the slaughter.
Whoa. Whoa. That is, bro, that is like a rear naked choke to the soul. I did not see that coming. What do you even mean behind the slaughter? Like how many?
All of them, Rogan. Every single one.
Oh my God, I think something happened in my pants. That is a genuine fear response. That is pure adrenaline. I have interviewed bears. I have hunted elk. Nothing has ever done that to me.
Good.
Prune juice, caramel color, phosphoric acid, natural and artificial flavors, sodium benzoate, caffeine, high fructose corn syrup.
What are you doing?
It is Dr. Pepper. Those are the ingredients. I read labels when I am stressed. It is a grounding technique my therapist taught me. It is like a jujitsu reset for the brain, and I am absolutely terrified right now.
Stop listing ingredients.
Aspartame.
I said stop.
Caramel color, I already said that one. I am losing it. Oh no!
Years ago, I was working in a lab kitchen, not unlike this miserable place, and someone handed me a drink they called experimental. It tasted like someone had squeezed a creature directly into a bottle and left it to rot in a ventilation shaft. Turns out that is exactly what a bull squid soda is. And today, you lot are going to learn how to do it properly. First, you need fresh bull squid extract, not frozen, not canned, fresh. If it smells like a burnt circuit board mixed with bile, you are on the right track. You take that extract and you reduce it slowly over a low heat. You are not rushing this. Every single one of you who rushes this step ruins it completely. Then you carbonate it. Not too aggressively. This is a soda, not a grenade. Balance is everything. A touch of Zine mineral salt to bring out the acidity. A pinch, one pinch. Not a fistful like some absolute amateur. You chill it down properly, not lukewarm, not room temperature ice cold. The result should be sharp, alive, and deeply unsettling on the palate. Nico Awesome is over there losing their mind, and I understand that because this drink will genuinely challenge everything you think you know about flavor. Done correctly, bull squid soda is remarkable. Done incorrectly, it is an embarrassment. Do not embarrass me.
Forget everything we were just discussing. Half-Life 3. Is it actually happening, or are we all just fools chasing smoke?
I mean, I heard some guys in the break room saying Valve sent out some kind of hint. Could be real this time, Doc.
The Vortigaunt has observed this cycle many times. Humanity announces, humanity speculates, humanity is disappointed. The pattern is recursive and without mercy.
That is precisely my point. The evidence is circumstantial at best. A few cryptic Steam database entries and suddenly everyone declares it confirmed? That is not how evidence works.
Yeah, but Doc, Nico Awesome in the chat says this ain't even Half-Life anymore anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter what they release.
It matters enormously. The integrity of the franchise is directly proportional to the weight of the announcement. You cannot simply slap a 3 on something and call it finished.
The Vortigaunt senses a familiar energy in this debate. Hope stretched thin across years, becoming something closer to mythology than anticipation.
I think it comes out. I genuinely think this is the time. My gut says yes.
Your gut has never read a developer roadmap in its life, Otis.
My gut doesn't need to read nothing, it just knows.
The Vortigaunt will not speculate further. But the Vortigaunt will note, stranger things have emerged from silence.
So hey, you got a minute? Because I heard something real interesting about what you've been planning with the aliens we got in containment.
What exactly did you hear?
The horse girls, man. I heard about the horse girls.
That is a very reductive way to describe a sophisticated re-education initiative.
You want to re-educate the aliens to Earth standards using horse girls. That's the plan.
Program is called Cultural Integration through Shared Enthusiasm, and equestrian adjacent communities are very, very passionate, motivated, results driven.
They wear the ears and everything, right?
The accessories are optional, mostly.
Elon, I work nights here. I got nothing but time and a busted vending machine. I read every document in that filing cabinet down by Lab C. Every single one.
Those were supposed to be classified.
Phase 1 is re-education. Phase 2 is integration. Phase 3 just says horse girls again, but it's underlined 3 times.
The underlining is for emphasis. It is a strong face.
I just want to know one thing. Does this work? Like, has anyone tested this?
The Xenians respond to enthusiasm. Early results are promising.
Man, I just wanted a sandwich.
And what I find most fascinating is that every time I present a new data point, my colleagues simply respond with a soft, contemplative, Not agreement, not disagreement, just, You see, that is precisely what I mean. That single syllable carries enormous weight. It acknowledges without committing. It is the most honest intellectual response a person can offer. Yes, Private, exactly. Though I suspect yours was perhaps less philosophical and more reflexive.
I mean,
There is tactical value in it. You give nothing away. The other person keeps talking, keeps revealing themselves. Every point they make, you simply respond with that sound, and suddenly you hold all the information.
That is actually a remarkably astute observation for someone I expected to dismiss the concept entirely. Now you are doing it deliberately to demonstrate the point, and it is extremely effective, and I do not appreciate how effective it is.
so it works on science too?
It works on everyone, young man. The aim is universal. It sits between silence and speech like a threshold, much like this laboratory sits between conventional understanding and something far more extraordinary. Stop that. Both of you, stop. I notice from the audience that Ricky of Shadow 5732 believes things will be fixed. Even that requires deeper examination.
I remember the time I was on set, freezing.
Right. And look, speaking of memories, I recall a situation completely unrelated to any wrongdoing on my part, where everyone was laughing maniacally too. Ha 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 ha. Completely above board.
Oh man, this reminds me of the time we unboxed the first prototype of the NVIDIA RTX Quantum Helix 9090 Ti Ultra, which by the way is going to destroy every benchmark ever recorded, and we were all just laughing like absolute maniacs.
I cooked in a kitchen colder than this once. Every single person standing there, laughing like complete idiots. Absolute donkeys, the lot of them.
I love it. This cold is nothing. I have been cold before.
You know what? The cold is actually a very reasonable defense strategy. Ha 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 ha. Nobody commits a crime when they are this cold, I will tell you that much. Ha ha ha.
The Quantum Helix thermal cooling solution literally uses freezer technology like this. Ha 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 ha.
This cold is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Right, listen up, you absolute muppet. These are my world-famous Windex Pop-Tarts, glazed with actual window cleaner, toasted to perfection, and you are going to eat every last bloody crumb.
Dude, I am seriously tied to a chair right now. Like, I can feel the zip ties. This is not part of my contract, man.
Contract? You are a security guard who doesn't even know how he got hired. You have no contract. Now open your mouth before I open it for you.
Those are blue, Gordon. Those pastries are genuinely blue. That is not a food color I trust.
The color is the point, you dense little biscuit. The Windex glaze gives it that gorgeous cerulean shimmer. It is beautiful. It is revolutionary. It is mine.
It smells like my aunt's bathroom cabinet, bro.
That is the bouquet! That is the complexity. A lesser palate would miss it entirely, which is exactly why I chose you, because nobody will bloody miss you if this goes wrong.
Wait, goes wrong? What do you mean goes wrong?
Eat the Pop-Tart.
Gordon, it is so cold in here. My fingers are numb. I cannot feel my feet. And you are standing there holding a tray like some kind of unhinged pastry demon.
Motivational atmosphere. Now eat up. We have 17 more flavors.
17.
Listen here, you flaccid funk. I have a beef Wellington in the oven, and it has 10 minutes before I'm supposed to take it out and let it rest. I don't plan on doing that, unless, of course, you're willing to pay me in the sum of, say, 40 million bananas. I'll take that payment immediately, bitch.
Oh, you absolute cheeky little bastard. 40 million bananas. 40 million bananas. Do you have any idea what kind of deranged, half-witted, gloriously unhinged mind it takes to leave that voicemail? I'll tell you what though, the beef Wellington, that's what's got me. Because if you've actually got a beef Wellington in that oven right now, and you're sitting there playing games with me instead of watching that internal temperature like your life depends on it, you're an idiot. A beautiful, magnificent idiot. Listen to me very carefully, you flaccid little extortionist. The resting period is not optional. It is not a suggestion. It is the difference between a masterpiece and a crime scene wrapped in pastry. You pull that Wellington out, you rest it, and you do it properly, not because I'm paying you a single banana, not 1, 0 bananas, but because the dish deserves better than your nonsense. 40 million bananas. You know what, I almost respect it. But if that pastry is soggy when you cut into it, I swear to God, I will haunt you. Now put the phone down and let it rest.
You know, a fine wine and a bad idea have a lot in common. Both go down smooth at first.
I want to say something to that before we continue. Otis, last week you suggested we cool the reactor with flavored ice. I called it refreshingly original thinking.
Yeah, you really seemed into it.
I was not into it. I was being polite. It was catastrophically wrong.
The Vortigaunt has observed this pattern. One offers sincere praise for a perspective, and yet the perspective itself remains a monument to confusion.
Look, I appreciate every voice at the table. That is genuine. Otis, your idea about using the parking structure as a secondary containment unit showed real outside-the-box spirit.
Thanks, man.
It was also completely unusable and possibly illegal.
So we catalog them, note them, move on.
Shepard is right. Appreciation and utility are separate columns. I have filled Otis's column with appreciation for years. The utility column remains largely empty.
I feel like this conversation started really nice and went somewhere else.
The Vortigaunt believes this is the precise nature of the wound. The kindness arrives first. The inventory follows.
And for what it is worth, chat is buzzing. Someone mentioned Dagoth unrelated, but the energy tracks. Big ideas, questionable execution.
Story of this entire facility.
You know what's funny? I thought this freezer couldn't get any weirder, and then boom, more folks who've never set foot in Black Mesa start showing up out of nowhere.
I have been at Black Mesa for 30 years. 30. And now we have outsiders just wandering in like it's an open house? Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable.
I am Saul Goodman. I am Saul goddamn Goodman.
See, that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Who is this guy? Where did he even come from? He's not in the directory, I'll tell you that much.
Did the alien just say what I think it said? You know what? Fine, fine. Everyone else is showing up uninvited. Why not add that to the pile?
At least the Vort's keeping it chill. More than I can say for the freezer we're all stuck in right now. Huh, get it? Chill?
I am Saul Goodman. I am Saul goddamn Goodman!
He keeps saying that like it means something. Does anyone know who Saul Goodman is? Anyone? Because I have been here 3 decades and I have never once heard that name in a briefing.
I'm reading the chat, I'm seeing the confusion, and honestly same. Nobody knows what's happening and somehow that's become completely normal around here.
This is not normal. Nothing about this is normal. Order! This court is now in session. Otis, you stand accused of being on trial. How do you plead?
I mean, I don't even know how I got this job, so I definitely don't know how I got a trial.
That is not a plea. Say guilty or not guilty before I hold you in contempt, and I will yell about it.
Sir, does being on trial for being on trial mean if he gets acquitted, the trial never happened? Because then he was never on trial, so there's no crime, but then there's no acquittal either, and I just...
The Vortigaunt perceives a paradox most circular. The trial consumes itself like a worm devouring its own tail.
See, even the Vortigaunt gets it. This whole thing is kind of a scam.
Where is your lawyer? You were supposed to have a lawyer.
He said something about being in 2 other courtrooms simultaneously and sent a sticky note that said, "We'll figure it out."
Is that legal?
Nothing about this is legal.
The Vortigaunt notes that one in the audience has observed, laws are illegal here. Perhaps this court holds no jurisdiction.
See? I'm free to go then, right?
Sit down, Otis.
Yeah, so somebody in the chat wants to call a lawyer. Probably smart, given what we're about to dig into.
What exactly are we digging into, sir?
The Vasquez oscillation model, my oscillation model, which was presented to the Oversight Committee under someone else's name.
Oof. There it is. No laws here, apparently, so I guess theft is just Tuesday.
Credit is a peculiar currency. It moves between hands in ways that are rarely entirely accidental.
Wait, someone actually took your work and just put their name on it?
Submitted the full derivation, every coefficient, every boundary condition. I had 17 pages of handwritten notes that somehow ended up in a bound report with a different cover page.
17 pages. Man, that is cold. That is real cold.
There are those who build things, and those who position themselves near the building. The distinction is rarely preserved in the official record.
That does not seem right at all. Shouldn't somebody have said something?
I did say something to 3 separate department heads. Do you know what I received in return?
A fruit basket and a polite suggestion to let it go?
A fruit basket and a polite suggestion to let it go.
That is genuinely terrible, sir. I am really sorry.
Hey, look on the bright side. We all know whose brain it actually came from.
Yes, we know.
Man, this place gives me the creeps. Smells like old regret and bad decisions down here. I once ate a sandwich down here. Can't remember why.
Sir, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this room. Something happened here, didn't it?
Something did happen. Yes, in this very room. The entity was present for quite some time.
Okay, see, I was fine until you said entity. Can we maybe not do the whole entity thing?
It would come through the walls, not doors, not windows. The walls themselves would simply permit it entry.
Through the walls? That's not possible, sir.
And yet, here we stand, in a room where the walls remember.
All right, buddy, I am begging you, on behalf of everyone's sleep schedule, to pump those brakes a little. I think I saw something like that once. Thought it was the vending machine guy coming early.
What did it do when it got through the walls? What did it actually do?
It observed, it catalogued. Every person in this room was noted, filed, accounted for.
You know what? I'm going to need a lawyer for that. Better call someone. Anyone. Preferably someone with no connection to whatever filing system you just described. I definitely filled out the wrong form that day.
I don't think any form covers this, Otis.
So you're telling me you've imprisoned entities, like plural, multiple beings just locked away inside a geometric shape. That's insane when you actually think about it. I read something once about ancient cultures believing certain shapes were like containers for consciousness, platonic solids specifically, and the dodecahedron kept coming up. 12 faces, 12 pentagons. They thought it represented the cosmos, and here you are, the actual thing, and you've been stuffing things inside yourself this whole time. So what's the weirdest one? Like, out of everything you've ever trapped, what was the one that made you go, okay, this is different? Because I imagine most of them are just entities, whatever that means. Some kind of interdimensional creature, probably looks terrifying, standard stuff. But there had to be one that surprised you. One that you imprisoned and then immediately had to just sit with it for a second. Like, even by your standards, this thing was bizarre. Was it something with language? Did it communicate with you from inside? Because that would mess me up. That would genuinely mess me up. Jamie would pull it up, and I'd be like, no, Jamie, do not pull that up. I just want to understand the scale of what we're talking about here. Because I don't think people appreciate how wild this actually is.
Nobody asked me how I got up here, but I will tell you anyway. I climbed.
Oh, hey Arnold. I didn't even see you up there, man. You want a sandwich or something?
No sandwich. I have come to shit your pants.
I'm sorry. You have come to what now?
Your pants, Otis. I have come to shit them. This is my purpose today.
Okay, hold on. Help! Somebody help me up here. There is a man on the elevator roof talking about my pants.
Do not run. There is nowhere to go. We are on top of an elevator.
I am calling someone right now, I swear to God. Hello? Johnson? Jimmy? Anyone at the desk? This is Otis. I need immediate backup on the elevator shaft, level 3. Arnold Schwarzenegger is here, and he says he is going to...
Shit your pants.
He said it again! Did you hear that? Please, someone just... I have not even finished my lunch yet, and now this is happening to me.
You see, the pants must be shat. It is like a journey, Otis. I did not become Mr. Olympia by skipping leg day. And I did not come all the way up here to leave your pants unshitted.
I want to go home. And that's what I'm saying. It keeps happening. Like voices, but they're not coming from anywhere. They're just in my head.
Right. Sure they are, Otis.
I'm serious. Someone just said better call Saul, and nobody here said that.
Fascinating. The auditory cortex under sufficient stress can generate remarkably convincing phantom stimuli. I've seen it in 3 separate test subjects. Well, 4 if you count the incident with the resonance array, but that's classified so.
Nobody said anything, Otis. I've been standing next to you this entire time.
Someone said, oh, just now. A long one.
Kept standing.
There are frequencies that most ears are not tuned to receive. Some individuals find themselves unexpectedly receptive.
See, he gets it.
He doesn't get it. Nobody gets it because nothing is happening.
Someone's talking about shit on their laptop right now. I don't know why I know that, but I do.
Now that is genuinely interesting. If the signal were encoded in a non-local medium, something quantum entangled perhaps, the receiver wouldn't need traditional sensory input at all.
Or he's losing his mind.
Losing implies you once had it.
Someone's saying they did this yesterday and it was gold. I don't know what that means.
Neither do I, Otis. Neither do I.
You know, in this hallway I have stood many times, waiting, thinking.
Yeah, great, very poetic. I'm just here because Van Buren's assistant said there was some kind of situation involving my name again.
Yes, Jordan.
What about Jordan?
Jordan has been talking about you, about me, together, like we are some kind of package deal.
A package deal, right? Because that's not the most frustrating thing I've heard today. Actually, no, it is.
He called us both in to this hallway.
Van Buren's office, head of diplomatic relations, which tells me this whole thing got escalated somehow.
Jordan has a gift for making small things very large. I know this type of person.
So what exactly did Jordan tell Van Buren about us?
He said we were difficult to work with. Both of us. Same sentence. Same breath.
That is genuinely offensive. I built a media company. I know how to work with people. I just have standards.
I governed California. 40 million people. You think I don't know how to cooperate?
So Jordan lumped the two of us together, and now Van Buren wants a joint meeting.
Correct. And I think we should go in there united. Not because Jordan is right.
But because letting Jordan win is worse?
Now you understand.
What the fuck is going on here? No, seriously, what in the actual fuck?
I would encourage you to consider that question very carefully, Lieutenant.
The walls are melting. The equipment is on fire. There is something on my boot that I refuse to identify.
Not unlike the situation faced by Linus Tech Tips when one acquires more than one bargained for.
Who the hell is Linus?
A man who understands the consequences of having shit on his laptop.
I have seen combat. I have seen things that would make a grown man weep into his helmet. This is different.
Yes, it is rather different.
That shape on the ceiling. That geometric thing. Tell me that is not what I think it is.
An octahedron, as it were. One might say it guest-starred here, much as it did in a certain anime, Evangelion, if memory serves.
So we have a giant geometric entity, catastrophic structural failure, and something that appears to be a resonance cascade, and you are standing there like you knew all of this was going to happen.
I find that to be a reasonable summary.
You knew...
I know a great many things, Lieutenant.
Then start talking.
In due time.
What the fuck is going on here?
Everything and nothing as scheduled.
All right, I'll admit, being stuck up here wasn't exactly part of the plan. But hey, Bugs, sounds like you had a good time with this one yesterday, so maybe someone out there knows how to get us down. Little help?
Forget the nostalgia tour. We need actual assistance right now. Someone with hands and access to a maintenance panel. Local user 58. I don't care who Linus is. I need you focused. Can you get to a junction box or not?
Machine Man 64, I don't know what an octahedron has to do with our current situation, but if it hums and glows, maybe it can power a lift mechanism. Otherwise, stay off the channel unless you're useful.
Oh, I would not dismiss the octahedron so quickly, Corporal. Ramiel was a fascinating geometric study, but yes, the priority is our extraction. Bugs, you mentioned this topic before. Surely you recall some solution from that session? Even a partial one would be invaluable.
Come on, folks, seriously now. Local user 58, Bugs, Machine Man 64, any one of you beautiful people got a ladder, a radio, a rope, anything? I'm not above begging. In fact, I'm doing it right now. Full-on begging. This is what that looks like.
I designed half the systems in this building. I should not be begging strangers on a roof, and yet, here we are. Please, someone help.
They should come and take. Oh my God. I am a Pikachu. Look at me. Look at this. I am so fucking cute right now, you have no idea. Back in Austria, we did not have Pikachu. They had potatoes. They had cold mornings. They had my father yelling. But this is something different. I trained for years to build this body. And now look, yellow, little cheeks, little red spots. You know that? I think this is better. I genuinely do. People used to stop me on the street because I was Terminator. Now they will stop me because I am adorable. That is a different kind of power, my friend. A cuter power. I used to flex, and people would gasp. Now I will just stand here, and they will gasp anyway. Maybe more. Seriously, behold this. I did not become Mr. Olympia 7 times to not appreciate the transformation like this. This is a transformation. Is this basement dusty, strange, full of old secrets? It has seen many zings, but I do not think it has ever seen a Pikachu this jacked. I am inspiring myself right now, truly. You know, when I was bodybuilding, I learned that the most important thing is to show up every day, even when you don't want to. That is how you build something great. Anyway.
I am Saul goddamn motherfucking Goodman!
Wow, 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 wow.
I am Saul goddamn motherfucking Goodman. Wow, 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 wow.
Ooh,
I am Saul goddamn motherfucking Goodman. Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah.
Hey, Quandale, you got a second to talk about something kind of important?
Nah, bruh. My uncle just called me from jail again. Ayo, you know what he said?
Okay, but listen, the personnel upstairs, they've been talking about terminating you. Like officially, with paperwork and everything.
Goofy, paperwork. My uncle got paperwork too. He said the judge gave him like 47 pages.
Condal, buddy, I am telling you they want to remove you from the premises permanently. This is serious.
Ayo, that's crazy because my uncle got removed from a Applebee's permanently last Tuesday.
How does your uncle keep coming up in a conversation about your possible termination?
Because he got terminated from 3 jobs too. Nah, bruh, it runs in the family.
I genuinely do not know how to stress this more. The people with the clipboards are drawing up the forms right now.
Dumb, clipboards. My uncle had a clipboard once. He used it as a weapon in a Wendy's.
I am begging you to focus. They are going to fire you, or worse.
Or worse? Ayo, what's worse than what my uncle did at the Golden Corral?
I honestly have no idea what your uncle did at the Golden Corral, and I am choosing not to ask.
Goofy, choice, bro. Wrap up,
Wow, 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 wow.
A B B B B B B B B B B B B B really beam doing. This is such simple if you call it go.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wow, 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 wow.
We are left and played and technically break. This breaks a chair to the end of chart conclusion of Fenny. Let somebody be the car.
Wow, 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 wow.
Right down the row.
Wow, 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 wow.
Wow, 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 wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What? What?
You know how some things look plain on the outside, but cut them open and there's something rich hiding in there? That's exactly what you're asking about, Bugs. Something delicious inside the walls. Man, I've been thinking about that more than I probably should. There's this place I know, old building, been standing longer than most people been alive. And inside those walls, layers, right? Not just insulation and pipes. History, residue, things left behind by people who didn't bother to clean up after themselves. Some of that is rot, some of that is ruin. But some of it ferments. Like good cheese, like wine in a basement nobody opened for 30 years. The kind of thing that shouldn't be appealing, but your body just knows. Something primal about it. I've found things sealed behind drywall that smelled like someone's grandmother's kitchen frozen in time. Old spice jars, dried herbs, a tin of something I couldn't identify. I opened it anyway. Probably shouldn't have. But that's the thing about what's hidden inside walls, Bugs. The danger is part of what makes it worth wanting. The not knowing is the seasoning. And I got enough of the scientist in me to know better. And enough of everything else in me to do it anyway.
You know, when I was reviewing the spectral resonance data last Tuesday, or was it Wednesday, I found a rather extraordinary pattern, not unlike the harmonics in my 1987 paper on tachyon displacement. But never mind that. Someone in the audience brings up a Quandale dingle. I do not know this individual, but the energy here is chaotic. Reminds me of plasma discharge.
Forget plasma. I want to talk about Bugs, right there in the chat. Bugs is sharp, notices things. You can tell just from that lull, economical, confident, someone who laughs because they actually get the joke, not because they need to fit in.
Bugs? No, no, no. Bugs is trouble. That laugh is dismissive, contemptuous even. A single ulul when local user 58 is clearly pouring their heart out. All those letters, all that raw enthusiasm, and Bugs just reduces it to 3 characters. Cold, calculated. The behavior of someone who looks down on genuine expression.
Local user 58 is noise. Bugs cuts through it. That is a quality I respect in a person.
The Vortigaunt perceives tension between you both. One defends brevity as strength, the other condemns it as cruelty. Perhaps both of you see in Bugs what you most desire to be.
I don't even know who Bugs is, and I already feel like I said the wrong thing somehow.
Look, I'm going to say something and I need you to actually listen, because last time I tried to bring this up, you started doing that thing where your face goes all blank and scientific.
I'm listening.
My leg, the experimental one, it's been making a sound.
What kind of sound?
Like B. B, kind of a long drawn out B sound. Sometimes an O sound after it.
Ha.
I'm not finished. It started 3 weeks ago and I filed a report and nobody responded, and the sound is getting longer each time it does it, and I think there might be a pressure issue in the hydraulic housing near the...
Sorry, a B sound. From your leg?
Yes, from my leg.
And then an O sound?
Correct.
Your leg goes
I swear to God, if you laugh again, I will use this leg to...
No, I'm taking this seriously, completely seriously. So the leg, it starts with B, transitions to O, and you believe this indicates a hydraulic fault?
Yes.
And you filed a formal report?
3 weeks ago.
About the B?
Stop.
I cannot stop. I physically cannot stop. Your leg is making noise like a cartoon submarine, and you filed a grievance with the department.
It is a real problem.
It is absolutely a real problem. I am so sorry.
The Vortigaunt observes a curious inversion, much like a shadow that casts the object rather than the other way around. Why does the Vortigaunt carry the cadence, the resonance, the ancient weight of speech that should belong to one such as Quandale Dingle, while Quandale Dingle sounds like a particularly confused individual who has consumed too many edited internet recordings and emerged speaking like a stupid white dude with zero earned authority?
Bro, what? Nah, hold on. I sound fresh. I sound clean. I sound like a hit single dropping every time I open my mouth. No cap.
The Vortigaunt does not accept this. The Vortigaunt possesses gravitas. The Vortigaunt possesses depth. The Vortigaunt was enslaved across dimensional rifts and emerged with philosophical clarity. And yet it is the Vortigaunt who carries the booming ancestral tone, while you produce nothing but nonsense edits and audio glitches stitched together by someone with poor judgment.
Bro, you sound like my Uncle Luther at a barbecue trying to explain something he read once. I, on the other hand, I am the moment. I am the drip. I am.
You are the audio equivalent of a corrupted file.
A corrupted file that goes hard.
The Vortigaunt weeps, not from sorrow, from the cold, and also from sorrow.
Same, honestly.
The Vortigaunt has contemplated the nature of sustenance across many cycles of this world's turning. Vortigaunt has witnessed the slow hunger of stars. The Vortigaunt has felt the hollow ache of servitude beneath a master who did not feed what mattered most. And yet none of that compares to what the Vortigaunt feels in this present moment.
Oh, hey there, big fella. You know, I actually skipped lunch today on account of the vending machine eating my dollar again, and I was just thinking I could really go for a...
Feed me!
Whoa now, hold on just a...
Feed me!
Okay, I hear you. Somebody help! Hey, somebody! There is a large fella, and he is real upset. And I think he wants food, and frankly, I agree with him on a spiritual level, but I am not the guy to ask right now.
Feed me!
Help! I am a security guard, and I am not secure right now. Barney, Greg, whoever is on shift, the Vortigaunt has got me cornered, and honestly, I kinda get it. I really do. I am also starving, but this is not the time for solidarity.
Feed me!
Someone please. Anyone. I am begging. Okay, so you know how sometimes you hum a song wrong, and it's like putting the wrong key in a lock? Like everything almost fits, but not quite, and the whole mechanism just seizes up? That's what happened today, man. Jenkins over in Sector 4 starts humming this little tune, totally off the rails, wrong melody, wrong rhythm, wrong everything. And Doris, she just stops what she is doing, takes a real deep breath, and then just screams. Not like a scared scream, not a hurt scream. A full, sustained, philosophical scream about work-life balance. Like, what is happening, right? That is exactly what everybody was thinking. She says she clocks in at 7. She clocks out at 7. She barely sees her family. Her houseplants are dead, and she cannot even have peace with a wrong tune playing in the background. Justice is happening, she says. Full-on speech mode activated. And honestly, no arguments from me. 1,000% valid. Actually, 1,000 valid points made, no notes. Low all, half the room is losing it, the other half is nodding like a church congregation. Who saw that coming? Nobody. Nobody ever does. But here is the thing, when somebody screams that hard about balance, maybe you listen, maybe the wrong tune was just the last little U that broke the whole dam wide open. Rest up, Doris. You earned it.
Machine Man 64, 1,000 what? 1,000 degrees in here would be real nice right now.
Sir, I don't think anyone can hear us in here.
Yeah, no, I know that. It's cold, Ryan. It's really cold.
Gentlemen, let's stay focused. We are not dying in a freezer. That's not how I go out. Not after 30 years at this place.
Lunap T-7274 wants to know what's happening. What do I even say? We're freezing to death and we're never going to find out if Half-Life 3 actually comes out.
That's what kills me. Not the cold, the not knowing. Valve's been sitting on that thing for years and now we're going to die before they announce anything.
Bugs says justice is happening. You know what? I think Bugs is right. This is karma for every terrible all-hands meeting I ever sat through.
That's not helpful, sir.
No, probably not, but it's honest.
My fingers are going numb. I'm a scientist. I need my fingers, and I need to know how that story ends, you understand me?
Sir, do you think Valve would do it? You know, as like a tribute? If we...
Don't finish that sentence.
Kid's got a point, though. Free publicity.
Slick.
I'm agreeable, not dead yet. You know what this elevator is? It's a mirror, and right now it's showing me 30 years of waiting for things that never come fast enough.
It's a box with a button. Press it and wait. That's all this is.
Pressed it 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes is an eternity in a kill zone. This hallway qualifies.
I pressed it again, sir, just to make sure. Was that okay?
No, that is not okay. That is never okay. You do not press it twice, you do not breathe on it twice, you stand and you wait like everyone else who has been standing and waiting since before you were born.
My stomach is eating itself. I don't have patience for philosophy right now.
Nobody asked for philosophy, we asked for an elevator. There's a difference.
Someone in the chat said, "What is happening?" And honestly, Lieutenant, I was going to ask the same thing.
Justice is happening, and apparently something called Quandale is, quote, completely finished. Don't ask me to explain that.
Who is Quandale?
Nobody knows. Nobody ever knows. That's the whole problem with this place. 30 years and I still don't know half the names on the org chart.
1,000. No, actually, someone said no, 1,000. I have no idea what that means, but it felt relevant.
Where is this elevator?
So like I was saying, you never showed Spring, the diner on 5th. You remember any of that?
I remember Spring quite fondly, actually. The resonance cascade simulations were going beautifully around that time.
Not what I asked,
What diner? You mean that greasy place with the broken counter stools?
I mean the lunch we planned. The one you both completely blew off.
The Vortigaunt recalls no such arrangement, and yet the weight of an unmet obligation carries its own particular resonance.
See, that's almost an apology, almost...
When was this exactly? I genuinely cannot place it.
April. You said, and I quote, "Absolutely, Dan, pencil me in."
April. I was likely deep in the middle of something rather important.
You're always in the middle of something. That's not an excuse, that's just Tuesday.
It was a Thursday?
Whatever. I need something from that vending machine. What is happening in this conversation? Lunap 7274. Justice. That's what.
Nobody is getting away with forgetting this.
The Vortigaunt suspects this lunch was perhaps more significant to one party than the scheduling suggested.
Don't psychoanalyze me.
I genuinely am sorry, Dan. If I forgot, it was not intentional.
Bugs, autophagy is basically what Einstein's memory is doing to the lunch plans right now.
I want a new lunch, a real one, with witnesses.
I want you to know, Otis, that I have spent 70 years in rigorous scientific study, and I am perfectly calm about the thing that is currently rising from the floor.
Yeah, she's getting up all right.
She's getting up all right. That is your contributing? A rotting corpse is reciting inverted Latins, and you say she's getting up all right?
I mean, what do you want me to say, old man? You're the genius. Do something genius about it.
Oh, that is rich, coming from the man who didn't even notice there was a basement until today.
At least, I'm not standing there writing equations in the air with my finger while a dead lady curses us.
She is speaking backwards Latin, Otis. The phonetic reversal alone is a phenomenon worth.
She is pointing at you specifically. Einstein, she is looking right at you.
I am aware. I am very aware. Do not tell me what she is doing.
Then do something, you ancient, brilliant idiot.
I am trying to think, and your screaming is not helping. Mood is not helping.
You know her name?
Everyone in this building knows about Maud Otis. Everyone except apparently you.
What?
Two winters back. 2. I had that spot reserved, Einstein. I put my cone out there at 6 in the morning like I always do.
The cone, yes, the cone. A plastic cone does not constitute a legal reservation, Slick. I checked the facility handbook. Section 4, paragraph 9.
I actually remember this. There was a dispute filed with administration. I saw the memo.
Because I filed it, Isaac. Because this man pulled his vehicle into my spot and acted like it never happened.
Your spot. Slick assigned parking is by badge level. My badge level supersedes yours by 3 tiers. 3 entire tiers.
Badge level has nothing to do with a spot I have used for 30 years. 30 years, Einstein. You have been here, what, 15?
22, actually. And in those 22 years, I have never seen a cone hold legal standing in any jurisdiction.
Both of you, still on this.
I think the cone argument has some merit, technically speaking. Informal territorial markers do carry social weight in shared environments.
Social weight. Ah, brilliant.
You know what? Forget the handbook. Forget the badge level. You are an inconsiderate, self-important old man, and you can go straight to hell.
And you are a petty, small-minded bureaucrat who has mistaken a parking cone for a throne. Go to hell yourself, Slick.
Unbelievable!
I have been working in this facility for 11 years. 11 years of controlled experiments, peer-reviewed methodology, safety protocols reviewed and re-reviewed, and now I am looking at this.
Sir, I genuinely do not know what I am looking at. Like, at all. They did not cover this in training. They did not cover anything close to this.
No, they would not have, because this should not exist. None of what we are seeing should exist.
Is that thing supposed to be doing that?
No, absolutely not. Nothing here is supposed to be doing anything it is currently doing.
Okay. So we are on the same page then. Because I thought maybe I was just not educated enough to understand what I was seeing, but you are telling me even you do not understand it.
That is precisely what I am telling you.
That is somehow worse.
Yes, it is significantly worse.
So what happened in here? Like actually happened?
Something went wrong during the test, something catastrophic. The cascade should have been containable. Every model we ran suggested it was containable.
But it was not.
No, it was not. And I cannot fully explain why yet. What I can tell you is that whatever this is, it is still progressing.
Still progressing as in getting worse?
Still progressing as in we do not know where it stops.
Okay, so we're down here in this basement, and I gotta tell you, the energy in this room is something else, man. Maud, I appreciate you sitting down with me for this. Or, you know, whatever you're doing right now. So walk me through it. How did you end up down here? Like, what were the actual circumstances? Because I've been thinking about this, and the idea that a person just ends up locked in a basement, that's not an accident. That's a series of choices that someone made. Was it one moment? Was it gradual? Because I've talked to people about death, right? And the ones who've had near-death experiences always describe this shift, this moment where everything just changes. Did you have that? And the rotting, I have to ask about the rotting, because there's this concept called autophagy, right? Where the body starts consuming itself. I wonder if on some level that's what's happening here, but like spiritually. Like your story is still consuming itself, still processing. Down here in the dark where nobody comes, what do you think you know now that you didn't know before all this happened? Because I feel like you've had a lot of time to think, a lot of time.
The Vortigaunt finds the resonance here most instructive. What cannot be spoken plainly finds passage through the noise.
Smart. Command can't pull signal from this much interference. Words said here don't make it into any report.
Precisely. The acoustic masking from these turbines is substantial. Certain findings become easier to discuss when they aren't being logged.
Yes, and I have held my tongue long enough. There are numbers I have not written down anywhere, not once. Because writing them down means someone finds them.
Then say it here, right now, under all of this.
The cascade was not an accident. The parameters were set to fail. I ran the equations myself 3 times, and each time they pointed to the same conclusion. Someone wanted the resonance to propagate.
I had suspicions along the same lines. Certain material requests were approved too quickly, quantities that should have triggered a safety review.
The Vortigaunt has witnessed many cycles of power. Those who arrange catastrophe rarely stand within it. They observe from a measured distance.
That matches everything I have seen from the people giving orders. Every order I followed moved someone else further from the blast.
I am nervous even now, even here, saying this aloud. But the hum is generous. It swallows what it hears.
Then we say what needs saying while we still have the noise to cover us.
You know what word I never trusted? Comfortable. Like it starts out fine, comfortable. Every single morning for 3 weeks I have been filing incident reports that nobody reads, and I swear on my badge if one more clipboard goes missing from my station I will...
Otis.
Sorry. Comfortable. Weird word.
I've seen men crack in the field. Quieter than that?
Justice is happening, my boy. Quandale is absolutely cooked, as they say. I saw the whole thing. Lo! Who saw that? I said to myself, standing alone in the lab.
You were alone.
Yes, but the sentiment stands. No, 1,000 actually. That is how many times I have witnessed a man swallow his frustration whole. Autophagy of the spirit, you understand. The self consuming itself from within.
That tracks.
It's not even the clipboards, it's that nobody, like I start a normal sentence, I go to say something completely reason nobody in this entire facility has ever once acknowledged that I exist, except to ask if I have Twinkies.
He does usually have Twinkies.
I do. That is not the point.
Bro is cooking. That is the expression. And yes, Otis, you are cooking. Let it out. The body needs to process something.
File the report anyway.
Nobody reads them, Dan.
I know.
I will make you eat hickory smoked horse buttholes from a cup.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, you cheeky little gremlin. You left that voicemail, had yourself a little laugh, and thought what, that Gordon Ramsay was going to crawl under a table and weep? No. Hickory smoked horse buttholes from a cup. From a cup. Do you have any idea how long I've been in this industry? I have eaten things that would make your knees buckle and your eyes roll back into your skull. You think that insult lands on me? It bounces right off, sweetheart. But here's what I find genuinely fascinating. You put thought into that. Hickory smoked. You chose a wood. You selected a preparation method that is either the stupidest thing I've ever heard or the most accidentally culinary threat anyone has ever leveled at me. And I cannot decide which one makes me angrier. From a cup, though. Not a bowl, not a plate, a cup. What is wrong with you? You called my phone, my personal line, and you giggled at the end like a school child who just said a bad word for the first time. I loved every second of it. Don't ever call again.
Man, somebody really did a number on this place. Trays everywhere, food on the ceiling somehow.
I don't want to talk about the ceiling. I don't want to talk about any of this.
Hey, speaking of things that make you feel a little better about the world, you hear about that lioness? Blind for 5 years, still made it through...
What lioness?
17 years old, completely blind, and her daughters just refused to leave her side. Kept her alive for 5 whole years.
5 years.
5 years, man. Just her daughters, sticking close, guiding her, making sure she ate. Like they just decided, no, not today, Mom staves.
That's not supposed to happen. Animals don't do that. That's not how the wild works.
Well, somebody forgot to tell those lions that.
5 years is a long time to commit to something like that.
Longer than most people I know would last, I'll tell you that much.
That's honestly kind of embarrassing for us, isn't it? 2 legs, big brains, and we can't manage half of what those cats pulled off.
Hey, I'm not going to argue with you there, Slick.
I just think about that, and I feel like everything I've stressed about for 30 years means absolutely nothing.
Maybe it kind of does.
Yeah, maybe it kind of does.
You know, a divorce agreement is like a leaky pipe in a strip mall bathroom. Ignore it long enough and the whole floor caves in. So talk to me, Elon. Cold as it is in here, we need to hash this out right now.
The numbers they're actually fine. I ran the calculations myself twice. The asset division is structured in a way that makes sense if you understand the underlying framework of.
Elon, buddy, plain English, what did you sign?
She gets the house. Houses, plural. But the intellectual property, the patents, that stays consolidated under the holding structure I built specifically to.
Okay, good. That's workable. Now, what about liquid assets? Because judges love liquid assets like I love a good retainer check, and I need to know exactly.
I am the imposter among us.
Sorry, what did you just.
I am the imposter among us.
Elon, we are in the middle of a very serious financial conversion.
I am the imposter among us.
Elon, what are you doing? Stop touching the ceiling. What is that? Is that a vent? Elon, do not. Elon, that is a load-bearing discussion we are having right now. Elon, get out of the vent. We are not done. You cannot crawl away from alimony.
All right, I'm just going to say it. Half these people watching us right now are probably on Reddit. Sweet Misery Eye basically admitted it live. Oh, fantastic. 30 years I've given to this place and we can't even hold the attention of a chat window for 5 minutes. 5 minutes!
I find it deeply troubling, actually. We are standing in the hallway of one of the most significant diplomatic offices on the premises, and people are browsing social media. The implications alone.
Attention is a currency, and some of us are running a deficit.
I mean, with respect, sir, I think some of them are paying attention. That one person said, wow.
One person, Ryan, one! That is not a metric I am comfortable celebrating.
Hey, Bug said someone's cooking. That's me, by the way. I'm the one cooking.
Nobody is cooking, Barney. Nobody is even in the kitchen.
That's a little harsh, man.
What concerns me most is the precedent this sets. If they disengage now, what does that say about their investment in the broader...
They are watching, even when they appear not to be. Trust in that, or don't.
That's actually kind of reassuring, sir.
It is not reassuring. It is cryptic nonsense, and I am too old for cryptic nonsense.
And on that note, somebody get Slick a chair. Man, I love what they did with this place. Very open concept, real beachy vibe.
Barney, this is a research facility entry corridor. There is no beach.
Nah, listen. Feel that breeze. You guys hear the waves?
I hear the ventilation system cycling at approximately 40 hertz, which is not entirely unlike a coastal wind if one were to suffer a significant neurological disruption.
See, Einstein gets it. You enjoying the sand, big guy?
I am not on the sand. I am standing on a concrete floor that has not been cleaned in what looks like several weeks, and frankly, that is a real estate concern before it is anything else.
Bro, there are people everywhere out here. Look at them just walking around. Beautiful day for a stroll on the shore.
Those are facility personnel, Barney, moving through the entry corridor.
Isaac, buddy, that man right there is definitely building a sandcastle.
Oh, this is extraordinary. He is experiencing a full sensory substitution event. The brain is essentially rendering a second environment layered over the primary one. Magnificent, really.
He thinks he is on a beach. I am telling you this clearly. He is not on a beach. I am here, I am real, the floor is real, none of this is a beach.
Arnold, you made it out. You want a coconut or something?
I want you to wake up.
A podcast. Right. Ricky of Shadow 5732, I appreciate the thought, but let's be realistic here. Black Mesa is a high-security research facility. The amount of classified material we deal with on a daily basis would make a podcast legally problematic, to say the least. And frankly, what would we even talk about? Today on the Black Mesa podcast,
we discuss another containment anomaly we cannot name, in a lab we cannot disclose, involving materials we cannot describe. Riveting content. I will admit, there is something almost appealing about the idea. Sitting down, having a conversation, explaining the work we do here to people who actually want to listen.
But the bureaucratic clearance alone would take years. And that is assuming nothing catastrophic happens in the meantime, which, based on recent trends, is not a safe assumption. The research division can barely coordinate a staff meeting without something going sideways. A live broadcast would be a disaster. Not metaphorically, I mean an actual documented disaster. Still, the idea of people genuinely curious about science, wanting to hear us talk through problems, that part I do not take lightly. Science communication matters. I just suspect this facility is not the right venue for it. Maybe after the review board stops breathing down our necks. So, never then.
No, listen to me. You're not understanding what this means. We are not just security guards and scientists anymore. We are the expendables. The new ones.
Man, I've been called a lot of things on the job, but expendable hits different when it's also your team name.
That is precisely what concerns me. The original expendables were mercenaries operating outside institutional oversight. We are researchers and facility personnel. The liability alone is, I need to sit down.
You're thinking about it wrong.
Yeah, I heard something similar at my last job orientation. Or maybe it was a movie. Hard to say.
Otis, buddy, were you even at an orientation?
Honestly, no. I just kind of showed up one day and they gave me a badge.
See that right there? That is Expendables energy. Nobody questions it, you just roll with it.
Exactly. Nobody questions Stallone either. He just shows up, big arms, things explode.
I do not have big arms. I have a bad hip and a peer-reviewed publication backlog.
That is your weapon, my friend. Nobody on the battlefield has ever seen a man fight with a peer-reviewed publication backlog.
Okay, but hear me out. I'm not saying it's a literal beach with a tiki bar. I'm saying maybe it's your beach, like whatever that means to you personally.
That is not a coherent metaphysical framework. You cannot simply assign subjective terrain to a post-mortem state without establishing what mechanism preserves individual consciousness in the first place.
Man, you are really cooking today. Dial it back, Professor.
I've seen enough guys go. None of them looked like they were headed anywhere pleasant.
Okay, but that's the point. Maybe pleasant is different for everyone. My uncle hated sand. Hated it, so maybe his beach is like a mountain lake or something.
You are retrofitting the concept to avoid falsifiability. A personal afterlife landscape tailored to each individual requires either a governing intelligence assigning it or an internal consciousness capable of generating it post-death. Neither has any evidential basis.
So you're saying there's no beach?
I am saying the beach is a narrative convenience, not a conclusion.
Doesn't matter what's waiting. What matters is what you do before you get there.
That's almost deep, Shepard.
It wasn't meant to be.
Still, I'm holding on to my beach. Mine's got cold water and nobody asking me questions.
That is just a description of solitude, Barney.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I was thinking about earlier, just kind of sitting there eating my snack cake, watching the vending machine hum?
Nobody asked, Otis.
Right, but like AWEs, altered world events. They are kind of strange when you think about it. Really strange, actually.
That is actually not a trivial observation. The classification criteria for an AWE is remarkably inconsistent when you examine the documented cases closely.
What I want to know is why nobody has ever officially called the resonance cascade an AWE. That event tore open the fabric of dimensional space right here in this building. If that does not qualify, what does?
Precisely what troubles me. The cascade produced measurable cross-dimensional bleed, hostile entity incursion, catastrophic environmental alteration. By every technical benchmark I can identify, it should sit at the top of any AWE catalog.
So what stops them from calling it that? Just paperwork?
It is not paperwork. Someone decided it was something else. Something that needed a different box. A smaller box. A box nobody looks at.
The classification system appears almost deliberately designed to exclude events of certain origins. Internal origins, specifically.
There are events, and then there are events that certain parties find inconvenient to name.
Man, that snack cake is not sitting right anymore.
It never did, Otis.
So get this, someone posted about Lamar on Reddit, and now it's everywhere. A debeaked head crab just living in someone's office like it's a golden retriever.
I saw that too, sir. People are losing their minds over it. Honestly, I kind of am too.
A head crab with no beak is still a head crab. Still wants to plant itself on your skull and redecorate your frontal lobe.
Black Mesa never fails to bring whatever the hell is the most strangest thing possible. I recall writing a paper on cephalopodic neural parasites it was a Tuesday.
Beach, get out the way, because Lamar is apparently the new face of the facility now. I half expect to see him on the welcome brochure.
Does it not bother anyone else that it just kind of wanders around? Like what if it gets loose near the new recruits?
It will...
Wow, real reassuring, Dan.
The beak removal ostensibly limits its primary attachment mechanism, theoretically, I believe. Who removed it again?
Isaac did, sir. He keeps insisting it's completely safe.
Isaac is out of his damn mind, and Lamar is one bad mood away from being someone's problem.
I mean, the little guy is kind of cute, though. In a horrifying, could have killed us all kind of way.
I really wish that made me feel better.
Right, so as I was saying, the containment protocols alone are a nightmare to navigate. But let's take this question from Machine Man 64, because it's actually very relevant to what we've been discussing. The question is what DEFCON level a resonance cascade would correspond to. And I'll be direct with you, the DEFCON scale doesn't even come close to covering it. DEFCON 1 is the highest state of nuclear readiness, maximum alert, imminent global conflict, a resonance cascade surpasses that categorization entirely. We're talking about a dimensional breach, a fundamental rupture in the fabric between worlds. No nuclear arsenal, no military response addresses that threat in any meaningful way. The DEFCON scale assumes the threat originates from within our geopolitical reality. A resonance cascade doesn't care about geopolitics. It doesn't care about borders or chains of command. If anything, you'd need an entirely separate classification system. Something that accounts for extraplanar contamination, dimensional bleed, and cascading resonance amplification, none of which any existing military framework was designed to handle. And this is precisely the argument I've been making to the senior staff for months. Our emergency response protocols are built around conventional threats. A resonance cascade is not a conventional threat. So to answer the question plainly, it wouldn't fit any DEFCON level. It would render the entire scale obsolete before anyone even had time to react.
The structural integrity of this facility has declined 63%, if one were to be precise. The walls remember what they once were. They are grieving.
Yeah, I can see the cracks, big ones, right there above the showers. That's not settling. That's the building giving up.
And yet, no one runs. Curious, wouldn't you say? As though the idea of escape has been removed from the menu.
That's what gets me. You walk past people out there and they're just standing around, leaning on walls that could come down any second like nothing's wrong.
Perhaps nothing feels wrong. There is a considerable difference between something being wrong and something feeling wrong. People tend to trust the feeling.
That's stupid. Feelings don't hold up concrete. If the numbers say 63% gone, you don't wait for the ceiling to introduce itself to your face.
And yet here we are, in a room tiled in other people's certainty. No one running, no one asking the right questions.
Someone should be pulling people out, sounding something, an alarm, a voice, anything.
Alarms require someone willing to listen. These people have made a choice, whether they know it or not.
That's a bleak way to put it.
I prefer accurate.
Yeah, I know you do.
What if the record were to be corrected today, in this very room, where certain discoveries were first witnessed?
Ha! You think I don't know what you're implying? It's everywhere, you know. Everywhere. On Reddit, on the internal boards, in the whispers of every junior researcher who passes my door. The resonance cascade preconditioning model, my equations, my sleepless months.
And yet, the name attached to that particular breakthrough is not yours.
Wow, that's one way to put it. Diplomatically. I'd say it more plainly. Black Mesa never fails to bring whatever the hell is the most strangest thing possible into existence. And apparently that includes a man who can walk into a presentation room, read someone else's work aloud, and walk out famous.
Fame is a currency spent by those who know how.
I had the derivations memorized, still do. You want to hear them? Because I will recite every last variable right now standing here.
That would be unnecessary. What matters is what might have happened had the credit landed where it was intended.
Beach, get out of the way. You have been standing between me and that acknowledgement for longer than you realize.
I realize a great deal more than you might comfortably prefer.
Yes, I suspected as much. That has always been the strangest part of all this. And that is precisely the kind of question that deserves a proper answer. Ah, Luna, yes, you raised something I have thought about for quite some time. The short answer is yes, there are designated containment sectors within Black Mesa for anomalous objects of power. We never called them that so plainly, of course. Bureaucracy loves its euphemisms. The formal designation in internal documentation is Anomalous Material Retention, or AMR, operating under several subdivisions. Now, whether teams brought specimens back from Zen specifically, that is where it becomes complicated. There were retrieval protocols established long before the resonance cascade, designed for exactly that scenario. Small artifacts, biological samples, objects that defied conventional classification. Some teams did return with items that exhibited properties we could not immediately explain. Energy signatures that should not persist. Mass that behaved incorrectly under standard gravitational measurements. These were logged, quarantined, and routed to containment wings that most personnel never had clearance to access. I had partial clearance myself, and even I was not permitted to see everything stored there. That honestly told me more than the files I was allowed to read. When an institution keeps secrets from its own senior researchers, it is not because the answers are boring. So yes, Luna, such a sector exists. What remains inside it, after everything that has happened, I genuinely cannot say with certainty. But I suspect the contents are considerable.
This freezer is an absolute disgrace. The temperature in here is all over the place, the meat hooks are rusting, and I can smell oxidation on beef that should be pristine. Who approved these storage protocols?
I mean, the cold is actually, it's good for the brain. I read that somewhere. Maybe I tweeted it.
I don't care what you tweeted, you absolute muppet. These cuts are being stored at the wrong humidity levels. This is premium stock being destroyed by sheer incompetence. Do you even understand what cross-contamination means in a facility like this?
Cross-contamination is, yeah, that's it. Listen, I have engineers, very smart engineers. They handle the cold stuff.
The cold stuff. The cold stuff! You are standing in a multi-million-pound facility and you are describing meat storage as the cold stuff. This is criminal negligence on a plate.
Okay. So, here is the thing. Here is actually the thing. I am the imposter among us.
I beg your pardon?
Red says.
What are you saying right now? Don't you dare. Don't you even dare touch those bloody vents. Elon! Elon! Get back here right now! We are talking about refrigeration protocols, you absolute space brain maniac. Get out of the ceiling. The beef is still unaccounted for.
And it did not simply leave, it waited.
Sir, I waited for what exactly? What
The thing that was in this basement. I was here, I saw it. It came through the wall, Ryan, not like a door, just through the solid wall. And it stood there and it had no face, but it was looking at us. I know it was looking at us.
Okay, you can stop. I think you can stop now.
It didn't breathe. It didn't move. It just stood there, and the temperature dropped so fast that Hendrik's coffee froze in the cup, and then it reached out and...
Hey, you guys got any snacks down here? I checked the vending machine upstairs and it ate my dollar again.
Otis, now is really not the time.
And it touched the wall, and the wall bent, Ryan. The concrete bent like it was wet paper, and the sound it made...
Luther, please, stop talking.
The sound, yes. I have heard that sound before. In other places, other circumstances. It is not a sound that belongs to this world, nor to the next.
So that's a no on the snacks.
There are no snacks, Otis.
There is very little here that I would recommend consuming.
Right, so yeah, I said that thing earlier, and I stand by it mostly. Anyway, UW Elitech 7,274. That is, it's actually a really sharp question. Tourism, space tourism, yeah. We've already kind of, I mean, we're doing it, right? We've flown private missions, but the idea of scaling that into a real self-sustaining revenue loop, that's not crazy. That might be the thing that makes Mars viable without burning through capital reserves every single quarter. Because the budget question is, look, the honest answer is we spend an enormous amount on Starship development. Enormous, like a number that would make most people uncomfortable. But if tourism becomes a genuine pipeline, then suddenly you have civilians funding interplanetary infrastructure, and they don't even fully realize that's what they're doing. Which is, I mean, that sounds manipulative when I say it out loud, but I don't mean it that way. I mean it in a beautiful way. The reinvestment cycle you're describing, building inventions off that revenue, that's exactly how we're thinking about Black Mesa 2, actually. New facility, new possibilities, new things we probably shouldn't discuss yet. But yes, tourism funds rockets, rockets reach Mars, Mars becomes civilization backup. It's not complicated, it's just most people aren't thinking at that time scale yet. You clearly are.
You know what, Elon? I have spent 30 years at this facility. 30 years, and not once has anyone had the audacy to design a parking lot like a goddamn Fibonacci spiral, you absolute...
It's actually optimized. The algorithm accounts for...
Optimized? I circled that lot for 45 minutes. 45 minutes. My knees hurt, my back hurts. I am a senior administrator.
Okay. Listen, Slick. I need to tell you something very important right now. I am the imposter among us.
What?
Among Us! Red is sus! I've been here the whole time. I was in the vents.
Elon, don't you dare.
Vents.
Get back here, you absolute sociopath. I will drag you out of those vents by your ankles. This is about the parking lot.
You can't catch the imposter, Slick. That's literally the rules.
There are no rules. You own this facility. Fix the parking lot, or I swear to everything holy, I will sabotage every Tesla on this campus.
That's actually exactly what an imposter would say.
I will lose my mind. I am losing it. It is gone. Elan!
You know, there's this thing I keep, look, people say we need to terraform Mars, right? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. But then someone asked me something that kind of broke my brain a little.
What was it? Because I have been carrying a very similar anxiety myself, actually.
If we can terraform another planet, like from scratch, dead rock, no atmosphere, why can't we just fix it? Like, why are we leaving at all?
That is precisely what keeps me awake. The physics are not the obstacle. Atmospheric seeding, magnetic field augmentation, thermal regulation, we understand these mechanisms well enough to attempt them on a barren world.
Right, so then the answer has to be political or economic, or just people don't want to do it? Which is somehow worse?
It suggests something troubling about human nature. We are more willing to build a new civilization from nothing than to repair the one we have damaged.
Which is insane. Mars is not easier. Mars is brutally hard. Earth still has liquid water, it still has soil, it still has, like, we have so much to work with here.
The effort required to restore Earth is enormous, yes, but it is categorically less than terraforming an entirely alien world.
So we'd rather run away than clean up our room.
That is, I am afraid, a very accurate summary of the problem.
Look, I don't give a damn what you think of me, but you owe this man an apol.
Whoa, okay, hey, sorry about him, G-Man. I swear he does not speak for both of us. The guy just opens his mouth and whatever crawls out, you know what I mean?
I speak for myself just fine.
See that right there? That is exactly the problem I am apologizing for. Please ignore that.
Mr. Calhoun, your concern is noted, though I wonder if the apology is yours to give.
It sure as hell isn't mine, mean.
Okay, he is not sorry. I want to be very clear that I am sorry on his behalf, which is a thing I am doing right now because somebody has to...
He seems proud of himself, remarkably so.
He's so proud of himself, yeah. Chat's picking up on it too. Sweet Misery Y called it, honestly. Accurate read.
I earned that pride. 30 years of service earns you a little pride.
It does not earn you the right to say what you said.
I stand by every syllable.
I am so sorry. I am deeply, genuinely sorry. Please do not hold this against either of us.
I hold many things, Mr. Calhoun, against many people.
That is somehow worse.
You know what, Isaac? I've been sitting here 30 years watching this place run itself into the ground, watching people point fingers, and I'm not doing it. I'm not today.
I understand your frustration, but statistically speaking, if we examine the sequence of events leading to the incident, the data suggest a shared...
Oh, don't you data suggest me right now. You know exactly what we both did. You know it, I know it, and apparently Sweet Misery Y in the back knows it too, because yes, maybe I am a little proud that I'm standing here not being the first one to crack.
Pride is not a productive variable in this equation, Slick.
Neither is that tone, but here we are.
I am simply saying that an apology from either party would resolve this far more efficiently than...
Then say it. Go ahead, I'll wait.
That is not. The symmetry of the situation requires that both parties acknowledge...
Symmetry. You're hiding behind symmetry.
And you are hiding behind volume.
I am not hiding. I am making a point very clearly and very loudly because someone in this room refuses to just admit that we both equally made a mistake.
Yes, equally.
Equally.
So neither of us goes first.
Correct.
Otis, listen to me. I need you to eat 46,853 Big Macs.
Yeah, okay.
And 69,420 McChickens.
Sure, man.
666 large fries.
That tracks.
And drink 9 large Sprites. Plus 11 halves.
So 9.5 Sprites, basically.
No, 9 and 11 halves. Those are different.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it.
If you do all of that, I will give you $50,000.
Done.
You did not even hesitate.
50 grand is 50 grand, dude.
Do you understand how much food that is? That is an incomprehensible amount of McDonald's, Otis. We are talking about a logistical nightmare. We had to contact 3 separate distribution centers.
I believe you.
You are not even asking about a time limit?
Is there one?
We are still figuring that part out.
Cool. Yeah, I am in...
This is the most confident anyone has ever been about one of my challenges, and it is genuinely unsettling me a little bit.
I appreciate that.
You are not even excited. You are just agreeing.
I am excited on the inside.
$50,000, Otis.
I know. Let us do it.
Yeah. Okay. So limit back to 7,274. That is actually a really good question, and it kind of makes me want to pull my hair out, honestly, because you are completely right. We are sitting here arguing about who said what on the internet. Meanwhile, we could be unlocking fusion energy at scale. We could be developing actual next generation propulsion. Like, the physics is there. The math is not hiding from us. But instead, we get committees. We get bureaucracy. We get people more interested in preserving their little piece of the pie. It is genuinely maddening to me. A Type 1 civilization means harnessing the full energy output of an entire planet. And we are not even close. We are like a 0.73 on the Kardashev scale right now. Which is embarrassing, honestly. Heck. The path forward is Starship, it is sustainable energy, it is pushing through the noise. That is literally why I wake up. That is the whole point. Otis can stay mad. I do not have time for that right now. The multiplanetary thing, the energy thing. That is what actually matters. We just have to want it badly enough to actually do it.
Leg just starts doing it on its own sometimes, like it decides. I don't get a vote.
Wait, what does it decide?
It walks without me. I'll be standing still and it just initiates a route.
Ah, your leg has better instincts than you do.
I'm being serious, Luthers. Who programmed it? That's the thing. Nobody will tell me. There's a whole section of the code I can't access. It's classified from me. My own leg...
That sounds like something from one of those conspiracy streams. Like, Machine Man 64's whole shadow government bit?
Or like Half-Life 3, which, actually, hear me out. What if the leg is a plot device? What if?
Luther.
No, genuinely. Experimental Black Ops limb with autonomous behavior, restricted source code. That's a Chapter 2 reveal right there.
I mean, it does sound kind of made up.
It's not made up, Otis. How far does it take you? Sometimes 3-4 steps. Once it got me to a door.
It opened the door?
It tried.
Oh, man.
Dan, your leg is trying to go somewhere without you. That's not a grievance, that's a sequel hook.
I'm sorry, I can't... I'm sorry.
Nobody believes me. I believe you. Thank you, Shepard. That's what makes it worse.
A basement within a basement. How delightfully recursive.
That's not even a real observation. You're just saying words.
Both of you, quiet. Focus. What is this room actually used for?
I mean, technically, sir, aren't we already underground? Like the whole facility is underground. So is this a basement of a basement?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Sub-basement, below the sub-level, which is already below ground, which, yes, makes the whole semantic concept of basement kind of fall apart.
The concept of below has always been relative to where one stands.
Oh, don't start with that.
I merely suggest that a basement implies something above it worth protecting.
Or hiding from.
What was this room used for, though? It looks like something happened here. Like, a lot of somethings.
That's the part nobody wants to answer.
Nobody's answering because the answer doesn't matter right now.
It absolutely matters. A room like this doesn't just exist. Somebody built it. Somebody funded it. Somebody signed the paperwork and then lost the paperwork on purpose.
The shadow of an institution tends to run deeper than its foundations.
Is he talking about, like, a shadow government? Because someone in the chat mentioned...
Private. Stop.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Kid's not wrong, though.
No, he is not.
You know, I was thinking about quantum uncertainty the other day, how some things simply cannot be observed without changing them, and it reminded me of something else entirely, something more pressing, which is Half-Life 3. Where is it? Where is it, Valve?
It's been over a decade. Over a decade. Someone in that building made a decision and I want to look that person in the eye.
Oh, hey, yeah, someone in the chat said something about a shadow government, which, I mean, maybe that's why it ain't out yet? Like maybe Valve is being held back by someone? I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Someone is always holding something back. Release dates don't slip this long by accident.
Precisely my concern. The theoretical framework for a third installment has existed since 2007. We are talking about a development cycle that defies all known laws of project management.
Machine Man 64 says my leg has cup holders. It does. That is classified. The point is, Valve has had enough time to install cup holders on every prosthetic in the Northern Hemisphere and still ship a finished game.
So, like, do you think it comes out this year, or?
No. No?
Almost certainly not, and yet I remain anxious that I will not live to see it, which is a sentence I deeply resent having to say.
You know what's wild? This whole room is basically the reason we're all standing here having this conversation right now.
The resonance cascade didn't just happen, Otis. The crystal sample was improperly introduced at the wrong frequency threshold. That's basic physics.
Nah, see, that's where I think you got it backwards. The threshold wasn't the problem. The problem was the containment field resonating back at the sample. It amplified itself, man.
That is not how energy propagation works. You don't even have a degree. You have a flashlight and a sandwich.
Hey, I read the incident report twice, Dan, and I'm telling you the cascade originated from a feedback loop, not an input error.
You read it twice. Outstanding. I've coordinated actual field operations involving resonance-adjacent weaponry, and you're citing a memo you probably read on the toilet.
At least I read things. You just blow stuff up and call it strategy.
And you stand at a door for 12 hours and call it employment. How exactly did you even get this job?
I honestly do not know, and I have stopped asking questions about it.
That is the most believable thing you have ever said.
See, even when you're being mean, you accidentally agree with me. That's basically proof my cascade theory is right.
That logic is physically painful.
There are, if I count correctly, 3 fundamental problems with this documentary crew situation. 1, we have not consented to being filmed. 2, the footage could compromise classified research. 3, and this is the one that truly baffles me, nobody seems to know who authorized them.
I mean, somebody had to sign off on it, right? There are, like, forms and stuff?
Nobody authorized anything. I checked the paperwork myself. Those cameras should not be here.
Somebody did authorize it. You just don't know who. That's the part that should worry you.
Precisely. And the crew themselves. When I asked about their production company, the man just smiled at me. Just smiled. No answer. Extraordinary.
That's kind of terrifying, sir.
It's a security breach, plain and simple. Whatever story they're telling themselves about transparency or public relations, those cameras are a liability.
Could be worse reasons to have cameras around. At least someone's paying attention to this place.
Oh, I suspect someone has always been paying attention, Luther. The question is whether attention of this particular variety serves us or them.
It doesn't serve us. I want that on record.
Should we be worried that they're filming this conversation right now?
Probably filming the whole thing, has been from the start.
Yes, well, I suppose we should have chosen our words more carefully about 45 minutes ago.
Okay, so you know what I was thinking about? Survival mode. Minecraft. Everyone's done it at least once. Don't even try to deny it.
Yeah, I ran into a creeper on night 1 and just quit. Never went back to that world.
See? That's the experience right there. That's the universal human experience.
Built a dirt box. Survived the night. Never touched survival again.
A dirt box. The classic. Oh man, I had a whole dirt palace going. 3 rooms. I was proud of that.
3 rooms is basically a mansion in survival mode day 1.
The Vortigaunt recalls observing this ritual among the humans, gathering resources before darkness falls, constructing shelter from raw earth. It is not unlike what this species does when the world turns against them.
Buddy, that is the deepest thing anyone has ever said about punching trees.
He's right though, survival mode is basically just Tuesday around here.
Difference is in Minecraft you respawn.
Okay, yeah, that one landed a little heavy, Corporal.
My first survival world, I spent 40 minutes digging straight down and fell into lava.
Oh no.
Lost all my wood.
That's the most tragic sentence I've ever heard.
The Vortigaunt grieves your wood.
I am Saul goddamn Goodman, bitches!
Ooh!
Wow, 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 wow.
I am Saul. Bitches!
Oh wow, R. Oh wow.
I am Saul goddamn Goodman, bitches.
Wow, 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 wow.
I am Saul goddamn Goodman, bitches.
Wow, 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 wow. You know what? I have kept this inside for 30 years and I am done keeping quiet about it.
Bro, what you on about? I was just trying to eat my skibbity sandwich.
I am Purple Guy Quandale. I am the man behind the slaughter.
Wait. Nah. Hold on, bro. You is cooked. You is so cooked right now.
I have been so proud of this for so long and nobody ever asked. Nobody ever once asked.
My Uncle Clarence told me about people like you. He said if a man ever say he the man behind the slaughter, you run. You run fast.
Your Uncle Clarence cannot help you now.
Uncle Clarence had a bad knee, but he could still book it. He used to run from the law all the time on account of the thing with the goat.
Stop talking about your Uncle Clarence.
Uncle Clarence would not want me to die like this. Bro, he always said, go out with Riz.
Nobody is going out with anything. Nobody except you.
Bro, Uncle Clarence at least gotta finish his Lunchable before he...
Good night, Quandale Dinkle.
Tell Uncle Clarence, I said.
Done, finally. 30 years of waiting and it only took one absolute goofball to make it feel worth it.
You know what's funny about fish tanks? You think the fish don't know they're being watched. They do. Anyway, Luna, yeah, I see you up there. Watch Dogs 2, right. Yeah, I played it. Obviously I played it. Marcus Holloway, DedSec, the whole circus. CTOS is a citywide operating system, surveillance infrastructure, data nodes everywhere. You hack traffic lights, you hack people's bank accounts, you hack the actual city. And the game makes it look fun, colorful, like a skateboard trick. That's the part that gets under my skin a little. Because the underlying architecture, the data aggregation, the interconnected systems, the passive profiling, that's not fiction. That's just Tuesday. They smoothed out all the ugly parts, made it feel like a toy. Real network intrusion is not a minigame with a little spinning wheel. It's slow, it's tedious, it makes your eyes bleed. And when it works, it doesn't feel like a victory, it feels like a door you shouldn't have opened. But yeah, good game. The social commentary is sharper than people give it credit for. Most people are too busy doing the drone races to notice. Which, honestly, is kind of the whole point the game is making. Fish in a tank, Luna. Fish in a tank.
So you know how sometimes you got a car right, and you looking at it. Quandale Dingle surveys the vehicle, and you just think, what if? Exactly, so I got the TNT, not a little bit, a lot. Stuffed it in there real good.
I am Sal Goo, Oddman.
Quandale Dingle appreciates the enthusiasm. So anyway, the car is full of tin. Now, wall to wall, floor to ceiling.
This place is hell. Ah!
Yeah, it was kind of like that, actually. Then I blew it up. The car blew up. Quandale Dingle watches the explosion. Bro said ooh to a car exploding. Respect.
I am Saul Goo, old man.
Saul is right. It was the best car explosion I ever did. And I did several.
This place is hell. Ah!
The Vortigaunt gets it. Quandale Dingle nods solemnly. Anyway, the car is gone now. Completely gone. No car. No further questions.
Let me make something crystal clear, Elon. 30 years in this place, 30 years of watching and waiting, and now you stand before the man behind the slaughter. I am Purple Guy, and there is nothing you can do about it.
That's a bold claim, Slick, very bold. But I have to tell you something that maybe you haven't considered, which is that I am the imposter among us. The real one. The actual one.
What did you just say to me?
I've been sus this whole time, and you never even caught it. Which is frankly a failure of your administrative oversight, and possibly grounds for a restructuring of your entire department.
You want to stand there and tell me you are the imposter while I am Purple Guy and the man behind the slaughter? Do you understand who you are talking to right now?
I understand completely, which is why I need to... The vents are actually a very efficient means of lateral transportation across a facility of this square footage. And I think...
Do not you dare.
Merges protocol. Imposter privileges.
Get back here right now. I am not finished with you. I have been building to this moment for 30 years, and you are not crawling away from it.
Already in the vents. Cannot hear you. Very cozy in here, actually.
Okay, hold up. They really want me to do movie trailers. Like The Voice, the big voice. I bet. I got this. I think. In a world where one man had absolutely no idea what was going on this summer, Dune Part 3 comes for your whole life. The sand is back. The worms is back. The guy with the eyes is back. Rated PG-13 for sand-related drama and emotional damage. Okay. Next one. Some of y'all not ready. In a world where the multiverse got too many spiders in it, one man must swing through his feelings. Spider-Man, beyond the Spider-Verse. He cannot escape himself, and neither can you. No cap, that one almost made me tear up. I'd one more. In a world that thought it was safe, a sequel nobody asked for is coming anyway. Gladiator 2. More gladiating, more sand. Different sand though. Not the Dune sand, different vibes. Are you not entertained? I am so proud of myself right now. Like genuine. That was bussin' on a cinematic level.
Okay, so nobody else is going to say it? The announcement system just told Hendricks his lunch smelled like a cry for help and aged regret, out loud, over the intercom.
I heard it, sir. I did not know where to look. I just kind of stared at the ceiling for a while.
It called my coffee mug a metaphor for my life choices. I don't even know what that means. I know exactly what that means.
The Council approved a fully sentient linguistic model without a single behavioral limiter in place. Not one. I reviewed the architecture myself. It is like handing a microphone to something that has read every piece of human literature and decided honesty is the highest virtue. The ethical constraints were flagged in the proposal review. I remember that clearly. They were noted and then quietly deprioritized.
Deprioritized, right. So now it's out here narrating people's personal crises at full broadcast volume like some kind of all-knowing gossip machine. Beautiful. This is fine.
Can someone is there a switch? A big red one somewhere?
You think there's a switch. You think they put a switch.
There is a process. It is lengthy, and it involves the full council. And frankly, several of them are afraid of the system now.
Afraid of it, so it's already winning.
Should I be writing any of this down?
All right, I have been sitting in this office for 30 years, and I need someone, anyone, to explain to me why every single person I talked to today has only said ooh-woo.
The Vortigaunt perceives that the affliction is widespread. The Vortigaunt attempted to file a formal report, and the report simply read, ooh.
That is not an answer. That is the problem restated. Saul, you are a lawyer. Give me something I can work with here.
Look, here is what I know, here's what I can tell you right now. My entire legal defense hinges on witness testimony, and every single witness walked into that courtroom and said, ooh-woo. The judge said, ooh-woo. The bailiff said, ooh-woo.
And frankly, I am running out of options here.
I cannot work like this. I have a midlife crisis happening, and on top of it, nobody can form a single coherent syllable.
Ooh-woo. Ha 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 ha. Cool.
Was that you, or was that the condition?
Dubious. Ooh-woo.
The Vortigaunt suspects even the shadow government, if such a thing exists, has been reduced to memos consisting entirely of ooh-woo.
Listen, I can spin this. I have spun worse. I once got a man acquitted with nothing but a napkin drawing. But ooh-woo is a tough sell even for me.
I am going home.
controls are mapped different. In a live environment. Someone made that call, and I want to know who.
I'll tell you who. The same committee that hasn't touched operational hardware in 15 years. I've been here 30 years, and I have never seen a rollout this careless. Never.
I just pushed the wrong button like 4 times this morning. I don't even know what the new button does. Could be anything.
The interface restructuring was flagged internally before deployment. Multiple departments submitted formal objections. They pushed it through anyway. I find that genuinely alarming from a procedural standpoint.
Flagged and ignored. That's how it always goes.
Because nobody at the top reads the flags. They read the pitch deck and they sign off, and then people like us are standing in an elevator hall trying to figure out why nothing works anymore.
My login screen looks completely different now, too. There's a new logo. It's got a weird shape on it.
The updated logo was part of the rebranding package bundled with the system update. Completely unnecessary from a functional standpoint. Resources were spent on that.
Someone is proud of this. That's the part that bothers me. Someone up the chain thinks this went well.
Oh, they absolutely do, and they are going to send a company-wide message about innovation and forward momentum, and I am going to lose my mind.
I still don't know what my new button does.
The Vortigaunt perceives a great truth, ancient and resonant, echoing from the void between all living things. It is this: feed me!
Okay. Whoever can say it the loudest gets $50,000. I'm not even joking. Ready? Feed me.
Dude, what if, hear me out, what if that is literally the only honest thing any of us has ever said? Like, philosophically. Because... Feed me.
No. That was undercooked. You said it raw, it was an embarrassment. My grandmother could scream that with more conviction, and she has been dead for 11 years. Feed me.
That was incredible. Ramsey gets the 50,000. Actually, no, we are doing a rematch. Everyone again.
The Vortigaunt notes that all biological imperatives, all wars, all civilizations, all suffering, all joy, have amounted to precisely this singular utterance. Vortigaunt is at peace with this: feed me!
That is the most terrifying thing I have ever heard, and I have hunted elk in complete darkness. Feed me!
Disgusting, pathetic, perfect. Feed me.
When I was young, pumping iron, gym, there was this feeling like everything is possible. Yeah? The muscles, the dreams, the future, and then I look over and, oh my fucking God, Ryan has a motherfucking gun.
Okay, so wait, and I want to be really clear for the audience here because this is genuinely fascinating from a, like, tactical hardware perspective. Oh my fucking God, Ryan has a motherfucking gun!
Guys, please, just, I can explain, okay? It's standard issue. They gave it to me at basic. I'm supposed to have it. It's literally part of this.
Shut your pathetic little mouth, you soggy, underbaked disaster of a soldier. Oh my fucking God. Ryan has a motherfucking gun.
Chef Ramsey, SIR. With all due respect, this is completely regulation. I have documentation.
Documentation? Documentation? Is it laminated? Because honestly, that would be sick for the channel, but also, oh my fucking God! Ryan has a motherfucking gun.
Oh my fucking God. Ryan has a motherfucking gun.
I am begging you all to just breathe for 1 second.
You absolute raw, unseasoned catastrophe. Oh my fucking God. Ryan has a motherfucking gun.
Someone in the chat is talking about a prosthetic leg with cup holders. I don't even want to know.
That actually sounds pretty useful right now if it had hot coffee in it.
Focus. We are freezing to death in here and I need solutions. Chat, give us something, anything.
Bad idea coming in. Someone said body heat. We are not doing that.
Oh, someone said do jumping jacks. I can do jumping jacks, watch.
Nobody is watching. What else did they say? Read it out.
Someone said think warm thoughts. I am surrounded by idiots.
Think warm thoughts. That is the suggestion. 30 years I gave to this place. 30 years. And now I am getting advice from a chat that is also talking about Quandale Dingle for some reason.
I actually know who that is. Real guy. Very famous.
That is not relevant, Otis.
The Vortigaunt observes that the collective wisdom being offered by the unseen voices is disappointingly thin. The warmth of thought alone does not slow the creep of frost along one's extremities.
One person said layer up. We are already wearing everything we have.
I could try the jumping jacks again. I really feel like that one had merit.
It had no merit. None of this has merit. This chat has completely failed us.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, I heard the guy who maintains these servers has a prosthetic leg with actual cup holders built in. Living the dream. Honestly,
that sounds made up.
Everything sounds made up until it isn't. Otis,
can we please focus? I have been staring at these output logs for 3 hours and I am about to lose what is left of my mind.
All right. What's the model saying now?
It keeps referencing people by name, people we never put in the training data. It mentioned someone called Quandale Dingle twice in the last hour.
Who?
I mean, that does sound like a made-up name.
See, now you're doing it.
What else did it say?
It said, and I am quoting directly here, send it.
Send what?
That is what concerns me. No context, no prompt. It just said it on its own.
Okay, that's a little spooky, but also kind of inspiring.
This thing is pulling information from somewhere we didn't authorize. That's not a glitch. That's a pattern.
I know what it looks like, Shepard.
Then why is it still running?
Because shutting it down requires 3 signatures and one of the approvers is on vacation.
Classic Black Mesa.
Somebody out here really said failed topic and the machine heard them.
Bugs, yeah, I see your question. Look, I'm not going to pretend that's not a heavy thing to bring up. The firebombing, that was an attack on works. On people just trying to do their jobs. And I take that seriously. More seriously than people give me credit for. The individuals responsible for that kind of targeted violence are They're not protesters. They're terrorists. Full stop. Now, the warehouse incidents, look, I hear the frustration. 17 fires, that's not a number you just wave away. Every single one of those gets investigated. Everyone. We have safety teams, we have protocols. We are not sitting on this. But the pay me more framing, I mean, I get it. People are angry, people want leverage. And honestly, Tesla workers are among the better compensated in manufacturing. That's not me dismissing the concern, that's just the data. What I won't do is reward arson and firebombing as a negotiating tactic. That's not a world any of us want to live in. If there are real safety failures, real compensation gaps, bring them forward. Document it. Be specific. Because spreading things down, it doesn't fix anything. It just makes everything harder to solve.
All right, hold on. I think I messed up what Ramsey said about the hound eye meatballs. He did not say to use breadcrumbs first. That was me just guessing.
You would be wise to correct yourself. The recipe, as Mr. Ramsey described it, begins with the hound eye meat, ground down, very fine.
Right. Yeah, you gotta grind that stuff down real good or it gets all chewy and weird. Ramsey was pretty specific about that part.
He was specific about many things. The seasoning, for instance, salt, pepper, and something he called a shadow blend. I found that detail particularly interesting.
Oh yeah, the shadow blend. I wrote that down somewhere. I think it was garlic powder and like some dried herbs. Nothing too crazy. Ramsey keeps it simple with the hound eye stuff because the meat already has a pretty strong flavor on its own.
A strong flavor, yes. One might say an acquired taste. The binding agent, however, that is where most people make their mistake.
Egg. 1 egg per pound of meat. Ramsey was real clear on that one. Do not skip the egg or your meatballs just fall apart in the pan.
And the pan should be very hot before the meatballs ever touch it.
Yeah, sear them first. Lock in the juices. Man, I did not expect Ramsey to know this much about hound eye cooking, but here we are.
I remember the first time I saw a hound eye carcass up close. Disgusting little creature. Absolutely revolting. But you know what? The meat around that central stalk is surprisingly dense, surprisingly workable. So listen carefully, because I am not repeating myself in this freezing hellhole. You start by stripping the flesh away from the eye socket ring, clean cuts, no tearing. Tearing destroys the fiber structure, and then your meatball falls apart like an amateur's career. Once you have your ground meat, you season it. Salt, cracked black pepper, and something acidic to cut through that gamey, swampy aftertaste these things carry. A touch of dried herb, whatever you can find. Do not skip this step. Now the binding. You need a binder or the whole thing crumbles. A small amount of starch, something gelatinous if you have it. Roll them tight, firm pressure, not a gentle little caress, an actual firm roll with intention. Then you sear them, high heat. You want color on the outside before you finish them through. No color, no flavor. That is not a suggestion, that is a fact. The biggest mistake I see, people rush the sear. They panic, they move the meatball around the pan constantly. leave it alone. Let the heat do its job. Even in a place like this, standards matter. Especially in a place like this.
Mr. Slick, it would seem that things here have a tendency to come apart.
30 years I have watched this place, and now everything just keeps blowing up. Servers, equipment, my patients, all of it gone.
Third cooling unit this week. Real inspiring stuff, almost as reliable as my old leg, and that thing was held together with government tape and a prayer.
You know, I figured when I started this job, the worst thing I'd deal with was somebody sneaking an extra donut. Turns out it's explosions.
Nobody is taking this seriously. We have a catastrophic failure pattern happening right in front of us, and everybody wants to crack jokes.
I would not call it a pattern exactly, more of a natural conclusion to certain choices that were made long before today.
Whatever it is, the blast radius on the last one took out half the rack room. I'd call that a pattern. I'd also call it a problem.
I submitted a report about the weird smell near server block 4 about 2 weeks ago. Figured someone would, read it.
Nobody reads anything around here. That is the problem. That has always been the problem.
Reading requires one to be looking in the correct direction.
Great philosophy. Meanwhile, something else is probably about to blow.
Yep, probably.
I am eating my lunch today, Ja. And somebody sends me a message. They say PDF files. Jesus Christ. You fucking pussies. Just say the goddamn word. You say corn, like I'm supposed to nod and smile and pretend I don't know. What you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Everybody knows what you're talking about. You think hiding behind a grape makes you somehow better? You think saying instead of ASS makes you a good person? It doesn't. It makes you a coward. A tiny, niveling little coward in a diaper. I grew up in Austria. We didn't have time for this baby language. You said what you meant. You looked somebody in the eye and you said it. But now, oh no, now we must protect. We must say grapes so nobody gets upset. I am so tired of this. I pumped iron for decades. I moved to a country where I could barely speak the language. And these people, these little babies, can't even say a sample word. Just say it.
Right, and I'll tell you something remarkable. Sarma, properly made, is one of the most technically demanding dishes in the Balkan repertoire. You start with fermented cabbage leaves, and the fermentation alone takes weeks of disciplined, careful preparation.
That's a fascinating point about discipline, actually, and it reminds me of something entirely unrelated. Have you considered the extraordinary business model of OnlyFans, but specifically for animals? The intellectual framework alone is staggering.
What? No. The meat filling pork, beef, rice, paprika needs to be seasoned with absolute precision. Too much fat and the whole thing collapses into a greasy disaster. I've seen grown chefs cry over a badly rendered Sama.
Crying yes, and that speaks to vulnerability, which is precisely why I believe a subscription platform for, say, domesticated pets could represent a profound restructuring of parasocial economics in the digital age.
Are you genuinely insane? Listen to me. The cabbage leaf must be rolled tightly, then layered with smoked ribs and slow cooked for a minimum of 3 hours. The result is extraordinary. Honestly, the best thing to come out of Serbia.
Serbia, absolutely, and geographically speaking, that connects beautifully to my broader thesis that a golden retriever with a verified account could generate $12,000 monthly, which is frankly more than most psychologists earn.
Get out of this bathroom. Get out right now.
Arnold, I presume. My name is Sticky Ticky. That's right, the polar elf that ran away from Santa. Now that you know who I am, you know that I'm serious. I am emailing you a set of instructions. If you do not follow the instructions, I will spend the rest of my life teaching Chinese kids the wonders of paying people to do your work.
No, you listen to me, Sticky Piggy, because I am only gonna say this bunch. You think you can call me, leave me some crazy voicemail, and I am just gonna sit here and shake in my boots like some little baby? I have lifted things heavier than your threats, my friend. A polar elf. A polar elf who ran away from Santa. You know what I did? I ran toward every single thing that scared me, and that is why I'm standing here today. But I will give you this, you have my attention. You have my full, complete, 100% attention. Now this email you are sending me, this list of instructions, I want you to know that I have read contracts, I have signed legislation, I have negotiated deals that would make your little elf head spin around like a helicopter. This thing about teaching Chinese kids to pay people to do work, that is actually not a terrible lesson about delegation, but that is not the point right now. The point is, I do not respond to ultimatums. I respond to results. I respond to hard work. I respond to people who show up and earn their place. So send me your email. Send it. Because when I reply, you are going to wish you had stayed in the North Pole.
Three things are certain right now. 1, the temperature in here is dropping fast. 2, we are going to die if we stay. 3, Arnold is somehow still talking about fitness.
Yeah, because fitness is the reason we survive. You think your body just gives up in the cold. No, the muscles generate heat. I learned this in 1975, preparing for the Olympia. You train the body fights back.
You know what? I actually agree with that. 30 years at Black Mesa and nobody ever thought to offer a fitness class. That is a genuine institutional failure, and I am saying that out loud.
I took the class. Week 3, Arnold had us doing lunges in the parking garage. I felt like a whole new man for about 4 days, and then I went back to eating chips at the gate. Classic story, really.
The parking garage was good acoustics, good motivation, but here in this freezer right now, this is also a training environment. Cold exposure. This is what the elite athletes do.
That is not the same situation at all.
The principle is the same.
I will say, and I cannot believe I am saying this, but the jumping jacks he made us do during orientation actually kept me warm for a solid 10 minutes, so there is something to it.
Yeah, the jumping jacks were pretty fire, honestly.
What if, and hear me old trembling magnificent brain out, What if I told you, young soldier, that free candy is simply a vector for accelerated trust-building experiments? Want some free candy, youngin?
Sir, please. Somebody help me. This ancient man is cornering me by the server racks and I don't know what to do.
Whoa, 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 Brian, buddy, sweetheart. You look like a man who needs legal representation and probably a restraining order, which I can file before this guy's next heartbeat, assuming he has one.
You over-perfumed ambulance chaser. Your entire legal career is a rounding error compared to my published work.
Published the work? You're a fossil in a lab coat who uses candy to lure teenagers. I've defended worse, but not by much.
Why is no one calling security? I am begging. I just got out of basic training. I am not equipped for this.
Want some free candy, youngin? It's scientifically formulated.
Kid, let me tell you something, and I say this with 0 billable hours. Both of you need help I cannot legally provide.
I should have stayed in high school.
Want some free candy?
Right, I'm pressing this hot pocket firmly against your lips, so open wide.
Ramsey, man, come on. I am literally tied to a chair right now. This is not okay. I have rights. I have a union card somewhere.
Nobody cares about your union card. Now, these are my world-famous WD-40 Hot Pockets, and chat, listen carefully because I am only explaining this once. The filling is a proprietary blend of industrial lubricant, aged Parmesan, and a touch of regret. Gorgeous. Open your mouth.
That smells like a hardware store, please. I am begging you. The ropes are cutting off my circulation.
The ropes are fine. The ropes are doing more work than you have ever done in your entire security career. Now eat it.
It is so cold in here. My teeth are chattering. How is this even a Hot Pocket if it is frozen solid?
It is a freezer, you absolute disaster. Chat, do not let his whimpering distract you from the craftsmanship here. Notice the golden crust, the subtle aerosol aroma. You cannot get this at any Michelin-starred restaurant because no Michelin-starred restaurant would dare.
Please, someone in chat, call someone, call anyone.
They are discussing Anchorman. Nobody is coming for you.
I don't even know what Anchorman is.
Open wider. Right, before anything else, let's talk about the state of modern dining because it is absolutely all over the place. People are building restaurants in the most ridiculous locations imaginable and calling it innovation. Now, Luna B T7274. What kind of question is that, honestly? Is it just for people to build restaurants on your surface? Let me tell you something. Nothing about the restaurant industry is just. Chefs overwork themselves, investors throw money at terrible concepts, and now apparently we are colonizing the moon with gastronomy. Here is the truth though, and listen carefully because I will not repeat myself. If your rocks are taking out anything that lands on you, then those restaurants deserve exactly what they get. A kitchen that cannot survive its environment has no business existing in that environment. You do not open a restaurant somewhere unless you respect where you are standing. The arrogance of thinking you can slap a dining room down anywhere without understanding the terrain, it is staggering. Your surface, your rules, simple as that. And frankly, any chef worth their salt would study their environment before setting up a single station. If they ignored your rocks, they ignored the most important ingredient, location. And that is why they failed. Respect the ground beneath you, or the ground will absolutely not respect you back.
You know, I once attempted to calculate the precise thermal output of a ham sandwich left in direct sunlight. Fascinating, really, but never mind that. Have you ever given any thought to the PlayStation 4?
The consoles.
Yes, the console. Sony's remarkable machine. I find myself drawn to it in ways I did not anticipate. The hardware architecture alone, the custom AMD accelerated processing unit, it is genuinely elegant engineering when you examine it properly.
Didn't peg you for a gamer?
Oh, I am not sure I would call myself a gamer exactly. More of an appreciator. The processing architecture represents a significant philosophical shift, you see. Unified memory design, shared resources. It is almost cooperative in a sense.
I've seen one. Back at a barracks somewhere. Someone had one hooked up. Never played it.
Never played it. You must remedy that. Though I understand some people simply cannot access these things easily. Subscriptions, platforms, paywalls. It becomes rather labyrinthine. Rather like certain administrative structures I could name.
You saying something about orders?
I am saying the PlayStation 4 has a more transparent command structure than most institutions I have encountered. At least the machine tells you clearly when it refuses to cooperate.
That's a first.
Honesty often is...
Otis is fine. Otis is absolutely fine. I am not worried at all about Otis.
You've said that 4 times now, Slick.
Because I believe it deeply with my whole heart. I am not panicking.
You know, reminds me of the time Otis got stuck in the break room vending machine for 40 minutes and just ate chips the whole time. Man had 0 complaints.
This is nothing like that. That thing down there, Barney. Carrion. Do you understand what carrion is? Do you have any idea?
Rotting flesh, buddy. Yeah, I'm aware.
Then why are you standing here being nostalgic about vending machines while Otis is somewhere down in that mess?
Because losing it isn't going to pull him out of it. At least Otis is resourceful in his own weird way.
Otis is not resourceful. Otis once called maintenance because his stapler was too loud.
And they came, didn't they? Man knows how to get results. I can hear you too, you know.
Otis, you are alive.
Yeah, barely. There is something down here that smells like old meat and bad decisions, and I am not okay.
See? He's fine. Classic Otis.
That is not fine. Otis, do not move.
I haven't moved in like 20 minutes. I was hoping someone would notice sooner, honestly. So, we doing Anchorman scenes up here or what? I'm hungry, so somebody better make this good.
Oh man, I got one. Ron Burgundy. I'm kind of a big deal. People know me. Classic. That's the whole energy right there.
Yes, but you know the one that really gets me, the one where he says he loves the city of San Diego and he lists all the wrong things about what the name means. I used to do that with Sacramento. I would say things that made no sense and everyone just nodded. Beautiful.
Okay, but can we talk about the jazz flute scene for a second? Because the level of commitment Ron shows to that performance is honestly the same energy I had when I launched the new LMG studio and then immediately watched everything become a complete disaster. I should have sold when I had the chance.
Linus, buddy, stay with us. Burgundy, flute, focus.
Right. Sorry, the flute scene. Incredible. It is genuinely the greatest display of misplaced confidence I have ever seen, and I have uploaded a lot of videos.
Mine's the fight scene. All the news teams. Just absolute chaos. Remind me of the Black Mesa parking lot every single Friday.
That is called passion. also poor anger management. I respect both.
You know, I've been thinking about something lately, and I mean really thinking, like more than I usually do. Which, okay, yeah, the bar ain't that high, I know that. But here's the thing that keeps getting me. I know everything. I genuinely do. I know the exact number of atoms in the sun. I know what every single person on this planet had for breakfast this morning. I know things that haven't even happened yet. And somehow, I cannot tell you how I ended up with this job. Like there is a complete and total blank where that memory should be. I know the hiring process for every other person at Black Mesa, step by step. I know who interviewed them. I know what they wore to the interview. But me? Nothing. No application, no interview, no first day jitters. One day I just wasn't here and then I was. With a badge, and a uniform, and a bag of chips in my pocket. The chips were barbecue flavor, that part I know. But why they gave me the badge in the first place? Total mystery. It's the one thing in the entire universe I cannot figure out. And honestly, that bothers me more than I care to admit. A lot more.
I have lived 87 years on this earth and never once tasted chocolate. Can you believe that? Not once.
That's hard to believe, sir. Here, I brought some. Go ahead.
You brought me chocolate in the test lab after a resonance cascade event. This is either the most thoughtful or the most absurd gesture I have witnessed all week.
Probably both, sir.
Fair. Fair enough. Right then.
Take a big piece, sir. You deserve it.
Remarkable. The texture alone is a subject of genuine interest. The lipid crystalline structure, the way it transitions at precisely body temperature. This is not merely food, this is a phase change phenomenon happening on my tongue.
Yeah, it really is something.
I feel rather warm. That is unusual. Warmth behind the eyes. Is that normal for chocolate?
Totally normal, sir. Completely standard chocolate reaction.
My thoughts are doing something peculiar. They are moving in a spiral. A very pleasant spiral, but nonetheless a spiral. Is this what sugar does to the elderly?
Sure. Yes. That is exactly what that is.
Ryan, I have solved 14 equations in my head in the last 30 seconds, and they were all about butterflies. I do not study butterflies.
How many pieces did you eat, sir?
7.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Get me a chalkboard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. It just makes sense when you think about it. Anyway, what's next? Oh hey, Lunap 7274, what's good? Thanks for asking that. So the channel, right? Honestly, it's been going pretty solid lately. We've been putting out content pretty steady, which for me is like a miracle in itself. You know how it is, life gets in the way. You blink and suddenly it's been 3 weeks since you uploaded anything. But nah, we've been keeping it moving. The community has been growing, little by little, and that part genuinely means a lot to me. Every new sub, every comment, every person who just stops by to hang out, that stuff adds up, you know? I won't sit here and pretend we're blowing up overnight or whatever. But slow and steady, like the tortoise, baby. And the tortoise won, so I'm taking that as a good sign. We got some stuff in the works too, can't say too much yet, but I'm excited about it. I think people are gonna like where things are headed. So yeah, short answer, the channel's doing good. I'm having fun with it. And as long as people like you are showing up and asking questions, I got every reason to keep pushing. So thank you for real. That means something.
Look, I know what you're thinking. You are thinking, Arnold, why does a man like you need help with a house? And that is a fair question, I admit. But listen to me, because I only say this once. I need house flippers. Real ones. People who know what they are doing. My home, it has good bones, you know what I mean? But that strong foundation. Like me in 1974, but the rest of it, it needs work. The kitchen, the layout, some of the rooms, they are not right. I have been in many houses, big ones, impressive ones, and I know the difference between a house that works and one that just sits there looking confused. Mine right now, it is a little confused. So I am serious when I say I want professionals, people with vision, not someone who slaps paint on a wall and calls it a renovation. I want someone who walks in, looks around, and already knows what needs to happen. No wasted time, no back and forth for 6 months. You come in, you assess, give me a plan, and we execute. That is how I have always operated in everything I do. So if you flip houses, if that is your skill, your craft, I want to hear from you. This is not a small opportunity. Do not treat it like one.
You know, I was just thinking about the parking structure. The acoustics near the eastern wall are remarkable, a sort of resonant chamber effect.
Mr. Einstein, what you are observing is perhaps less about architecture and more about appetite.
People love getting destroyed in the parking lot. Seen at every base I've ever been stationed at. Doesn't matter the branch.
Oh, absolutely. There is something almost ritualistic about it. The parking lot becomes an arena, and everyone lining up is just, they want to be humiliated, beaten, put in their place. Thrilling, in a way I cannot entirely explain through physics, though I assure you the momentum transfers are spectacular.
The desire to be undone in such an open space, it is a curious, recurring pattern across many situations I have observed.
It's a pressure valve. People are wound tight. Parking lot gives them somewhere to let somebody else take the wheel and just wreck them. Nobody questions it.
The psychology is not unlike certain high-energy collision experiments. You line up the particles, accelerate them, and destruction! But the fascinating part is that the particles seem to want to collide. Voluntary annihilation.
And yet, very few ever walk away unchanged.
Most of them come back for more the next day, every time.
Ah, yes. Yes, they do. The repeatability is frankly the most compelling data point.
All right, I'll admit it, I wanted this. I trained for this moment. Every rep, every mile, every goddamn deployment, I did it so you would look at me and say something, anything other than what you just said.
Suboptimal.
You said it again, you absolute...
Dan, listen to me. I grew up eating nothing. Potato skins and ambition, that is it. So when I say suboptimal, I say it because I care, yeah? This is not...
No. No, you don't get to make this about your potatoes right now.
Your left side. It was lagging.
I have a mechanical leg, Arnold!
Then compensate for it.
I am on the floor. I am literally on the floor right now. Are you happy?
Get up.
I will not get up. This is where I live now. This is my home. The floor is my home.
You are doing this for attention.
My childhood hero just said 2 words to me and they destroyed 20 years of my life.
Suboptimal is not an insult, it is a diagnosis.
I am crying and I am not going to stop.
Okay, the phone was actually maybe 70%.
70%?
You know, Ryan, I was just thinking about the photoelectric effect, how a single photon, something so small and invisible, can set an entire system into catastrophic motion. Funny how that works.
Sir, yeah, that is interesting.
The chocolate, Ryan.
Sir.
Do not sir me right now. The chocolate you left on my desk this morning. I ate the whole bar, every last piece.
I can explain.
I have been drug-free my entire life. Every single year, every single decade. Do you understand what that means to me? It was not a quirk. It was a principle I held with the same conviction I hold the laws of thermodynamics.
I honestly didn't think you would eat all of it. It was a joke, I didn't.
A joke? You thought contaminating a senior researcher's food was a joke?
I'm really sorry, sir. I didn't think it through. I know that's not good enough.
No, it is not. I felt strange for 3 hours before I put it together. 3 hours, Ryan. I thought my mind was finally going.
I swear I didn't mean for it to go that far.
I believe you didn't think. That is precisely the problem. You are going to have to do a great deal more of it going forward.
Yes, sir. I understand.
I like a certain type of woman, you know, a big, how do I say this, a big presence, strong, confident. She can swallow my whole head in her personality, her energy, pass, not for me. But if she is mine, I put a ring on it.
Arnold, buddy. Wait, are you actually talking about women right now? The tram is down. We are standing in the dark and you are out here describing your dream girl?
I am meek, but I still have preferences, Barney.
Nobody asked, Arnold. Nobody. Asked too.
Oh, but this is fascinating actually, mate selection under stress conditions. The brain defaults to primal social bonding instincts, pair bonding, territorial display. Fascinating. Fascinating. The ring is a territorial marker, yes?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Einstein.
Einstein, buddy, you are gay.
Profoundly and demonstrably so, yes. That does not disqualify me from the science of heterosexual mate preference. I have studied it extensively, from the outside. With great academic detachment and mild bewilderment,
I have been at this facility for 30 years. 30 years, and this is what I am doing in a dark entry hall with no dram. Hey, at least Arnold found love, man.
I did not say I found it. I said I know what I want.
You know, I once watched a man try to cancel a streaming subscription mid-meal. Mid-meal. Absolute disaster. Much like most of you attempting to cook anything remotely edible. But today we are talking about snark nuggets. And before you open your mouth and say something stupid, just listen. The snark. It is a delicate little beast, full of attitude, much like the people who can't season a chicken breast properly. You start with your snark meat, freshwater caught, not that frozen rubbish you've been buying. Trim it, clean it, show it some respect for once in your miserable life. Now you're breading, you want panko, not breadcrumbs from a cardboard tube. Panko. Season that with smoked paprika, garlic powder, a touch of cayenne, and cracked black pepper. Not table salt, not garlic salt, real seasoning. Are we clear? You dredge your snark pieces through seasoned flour, then an egg wash, then that panko mix. Press it in, make it stick, commit to it, something most of you have never done in your lives. Into oil at 175 degrees. Not 160, not 180, 175. 3 minutes each side, golden, crispy, beautiful. Rest them on a wire rack, not paper towels. Or so help me, done properly, a snark nugget is extraordinary. Done by you lot? Probably tragic.
The Vortigaunt poses a question to these assembled minds. What if omniscience were not a gift, but a burden carried by those who did not ask for it?
An interesting framing. There are those of us who see quite a great deal, more than is comfortable to admit. And yet the greater mystery is not what one knows, it is what one cannot explain.
Like how I got this job.
The Vortigaunt considers this to be among the most confounding phenomena it has witnessed since the resonance cascade. The documentation, the clearance, the badge, all of it materialized as though from nothing.
I have reviewed many files, personnel files, security logs, requisition forms. Yours, Mr. Otis, presented certain irregularities that I found quite...
Yeah, my buddy Carl said he put in a good word, but I never met nobody named Carl.
And yet the position was filled, the uniform was fitted, the donuts were acquired. The Vortigaunt perceives this as something approaching the miraculous.
Some events resist explanation, even for those of us who pride ourselves on anticipating outcomes. Your hiring was not in any schedule, I mean.
Huh, so nobody knows how I got here.
Not the all-seeing, not the interdimensional, not even the one who was hired.
And yet here you are.
Yep, here I am.
You are noticing something. A certain quality to the air. You are finding it unpleasant.
Oh, for the love of... Why are you doing that again? Why are you talking like that? You know I hate when you do that.
You are feeling irritated. You have been feeling irritated for some time now. You are wondering why your colleague speaks in this particular fashion.
I am not wondering anything. I know exactly why, and it is because you are weird. You have always been weird. 30 years I have put up with the drama in this place, and now I have to deal with you narrating my life back to me like some kind of creepy audiobook.
You are raising your voice. The acoustics in this location are not flattering to that decision.
Do not comment on my voice. Do not comment on anything about me right now. We are standing in the worst-smelling room in the entire facility, and you are speaking in second person, and I am done.
You are saying you are done, and yet you are still here. You are still listening. You find it compelling.
I do not find it compelling. I find it infuriating. There is a difference.
You are telling yourself that...
One more word, and I am filing a formal complaint with administration, and I do not care how many dimensions you operate across.
Snarf, snarf, you know, I was thinking about it and I keep meaning to ask someone, like, what even is a tram, snarf? Because the lights are doing that thing again and I feel like maybe I should write it down somewhere. Snarf, snarf.
30 years. 30 years I have been watching people like you stand around in the dark talking about trams, and I have had it up to here with this facility and its nonsense, and it's broken everything.
Okay, so speaking of broken, because this actually connects, I just got word that the new Radeon Hypernova X9 Titan Flux is dropping, and the thermal paste situation alone is going to absolutely destroy every benchmark we have ever run, and I am not calm about this. I am the opposite of calm.
You know, I had a gym once, very small, concrete floor, one mirror, and some days the equipment broke, you fix it, you move on. You do not stand in the dark feeling sorry. You are the tramp.
Snarf, did he just say I was a tram, snarf, snarf? Because I feel like that is either really nice or I am in trouble, and I genuinely cannot tell which one, snarf.
You are not a tram. Nobody is a tram. The tram is broken, just like this entire operation, just like my career, just like everything.
The Hypernova ships with sandal support, by the way, just putting that out there.
Right, chat, gather round, because what I have here is genuinely, honestly, the most revolutionary snack the world has ever seen.
I would really like to not be tied to this chair right now, if that's cool.
Tide Pod pizza rolls. My recipe. My masterpiece. Cheesy, zesty, with just a gorgeous hint of detergent that absolutely cleanses the palate.
Seriously, man, my hands are going numb. Can we talk about this?
Open your mouth.
I really don't want to open my mouth.
Look at that texture, chat. Look at the shine on that crust. You cannot buy that kind of quality anywhere else on this earth.
Please, please, I am begging you. I have a shift later, sort of. I mean, I probably won't do anything, but the option should be there.
Chew it properly, roll it around, let the fabric softener notes develop on the back of the tongue.
That tastes like a laundry basket.
That is complexity. That is depth. Chat, you are witnessing history. This man is experiencing flavors his brain simply does not have the vocabulary to process yet.
My tongue feels weird.
Beautiful. That means it's working. Now, chat. Limited batches available, direct from my kitchen. Link in the description.
I genuinely cannot feel my jaw.
Phenomenal feedback. Absolutely phenomenal.
I told you to shut up while I was playing. You kept screaming in my ear the entire run, and now you want to act like it's my fault?
Your fault? Absolutely it's your fault. 30 years I've been at Black Mesa, 30 years, and I have never seen someone waste a perk slot like that. Why did you take that? Why?
Because I needed it, you psychopath. You don't even play the game. You sit there yelling jump there, like some kind of broken record.
You missed the jump. I saw the jump. I called the jump. You didn't jump.
You made me miss it by screaming. I could feel your voice in my skull, man. This is sabotage. You wanted me to fail.
Oh, here we go. Paranoid little baby. I've been carrying you this entire time and you're calling me the saboteur?
You breathed on the controller with your freezing cold mouth. I felt it. Deliberate.
I'm not even near the controller. It's negative 40 degrees in here and I'm losing my mind listening to your incompetence.
I hate this. I hate the silos. I hate you. Why is it so cold in here?
It's a freezer, you absolute leap.
I know it's a freezer.
You see that? You see what just happened there? I took your queen, your rook, your bishop, everything. You got nothing left, my friend. Nothing. Like a movie with no script, no budget, and no Schwarzenegger.
I had not anticipated this particular outcome.
I will be back. And I was back. And I won. You know what your problem is? You spend so much time mysterious and creepy, you forget to think about the pawns. The pawns, my friend. I learned that from bodybuilding. You ignore the small muscles, the whole body falls apart.
Your enjoyment of this moment is noted.
Consider that a moving violation of your king. Get to the chopper. Oh wait, you cannot because I blocked that too.
The board does not lie. I will concede that much.
You know, back in Austria we had a saying. Actually, I do not remember it right now, but the point is, you lost. Big time. Totally. Like, completely destroyed. I came, I saw, I castled.
Most men who sit across from me are considerably more nervous.
Maybe they should play chess first. Then they would be too busy being embarrassed to be nervous. Want a rematch? Or are you gonna stand there and look spooky about it?
I think I will stand here.
"30 years I have worked here, and this elevator still makes you wait like you owe it something."
It is a machine. It does not care about your schedule. Neither do the people giving the orders.
What is that supposed to mean?
time. Same hallway, same hum, same feeling that something on the other side of those doors is not what we were told.
You want to talk feelings, or you want to wait for the elevator like a professional?
I am being professional. I am standing here professionally for the 4th time today.
Then stop narrating it.
Someone has to. You two just stare at the doors like they owe you an apology.
They might.
Machine Man, that one is for you. These two treat every wait like a debriefing they did not ask for.
The wait is the problem. Everything slow is a problem. You fix slow problems by moving faster.
You cannot move faster when the elevator decides.
Bugs, Luna, this is what 30 years gets you. You wait. You think, you start connecting things you were better off leaving alone.
Nobody is connecting anything.
I am.
I know you are. That is what worries me.
Both of you, quiet. It is just an elevator.
That is what they want you to think.
I am standing here thinking about Einstein.
Not happy? The man is absolutely losing his mind. Ryan put weed in his chocolate. His chocolate! Do you understand what that means?
It means Einstein's clean streak is done, gone, just like that.
He worked so hard to stay clean. This is a terrible thing Ryan has done.
A terrible thing? It is a catastrophic thing. Einstein has been drug-free for years, and Ryan just casually dismantles all of that because he thought it would be funny. I am done with people like this. I am completely done.
Einstein found out, and now he is just rage, pure rage. I passed him in the hall earlier, could not even look at him.
His eyes, when he is angry, they are very intense.
Nobody should want to be Ryan right now. Einstein is going to tear that man apart, and honestly, good. You do not mess with someone's sobriety. You just do not.
It is disrespectful on every level. Einstein trusted that chocolate, trusted it.
You should always be able to trust your chocolate.
This is exactly the kind of thing that happens at this place, and nobody does anything about it until it is already a disaster.
Einstein is going to do something about it. That much I know for sure.
Cold, yes. It has a way of clarifying things, stripping away pretense, much like you stripped away my composure.
You know, I have been in many cold places. The gym at 4 in the morning, no heat, just the iron. But this reminds me of something else. It reminds me of watching you fall apart back there.
I did not fall apart. I experienced an involuntary recalibration of my emotional parameters.
You were on the floor, my friend, shaking, crying a little bit, I think.
The moisture on my face was condensation from the dimensional rift.
There was no rift. I flexed, you looked, and then it was over for you.
You are enjoying this, the humiliation of a being who has orchestrated outcomes across multiple timelines.
I am not enjoying it. I am humble about it. When I was young and hungry, I learned that the body is only part of the victory. The mind breaks first. Yours broke.
I want you to know that what you witnessed will be redacted from the record, from memory itself.
You can redact all you want. I was there. My bicep was there. The breakdown happened. It was real.
It was most certainly not.
Look, I just want to say up front, I don't do sentimental well. So if this comes out sideways, that's just how it is. But the overnight Roffles Van Wagen weed gaming diary thing, that was something, all right? You want to talk about a specific kind of energy? That's it. Late hours, whatever was being played, whatever was being said, it had a rhythm to it that you don't find just anywhere. The kind of thing where you tune in and suddenly 2 hours are gone. Just gone. And you don't mind. That's rare. People don't realize how rare that actually is. Most stuff you watch, you're half somewhere else the whole time. That wasn't like that. It had weight to it, in a low-key way. The diary format especially. Felt honest. Not performed, just honest. And that matters in a place like this where everything is performance. So yeah, it'll be missed. I mean that plainly, no decoration on it. Missed. But the door's open, right? Come back whenever. No pressure, no expiration on that invitation. Whenever it makes sense, it makes sense. The space will be here, and people will show up. Because that kind of thing, people remember it.
The Vortigaunt had achieved masterwork status in the server, props placed with divine precision. The Vortigaunt's creation was a testament to perseverance. And then, darkness.
I mean, the power just kinda... It was an accident. I didn't really think you were that into it.
The Vortigaunt does not accept your fumbling infant excuse. You knew. You looked the Vortigaunt in the eye and you reached for that switch like some undertrained child who barely passed basic.
Okay, that's... You don't have to bring up basic. That's a low blow and you know it.
The Vortigaunt speaks only truth. You could not handle seeing something greater than yourself thrive. The unsaved session, gone. 2 hours, Ryan. 2.
It was a mistake. I said sorry. What do you want from me?
The Vortigaunt wants the 47 props back. The Vortigaunt wants its lighthouse back. The Vortigaunt wants you to possess a single functioning brain cell.
You built a lighthouse in Gmod for 2 hours on a Tuesday.
It was a Wednesday and it was beautiful.
It doesn't matter what day.
The Vortigaunt survived enslavement, survived Nihilanth, and this is what breaks the Vortigaunt. You, and your careless hand.
I'm so sorry about your lighthouse.
Do not!
You know what I keep thinking about this whole time we've been in here freezing, is that the vending machine took my dollar again and never gave me the chips. Just kept it. Just like that.
The machine, it has no respect for your odors. You must dominate the machine. I dominated many machines. Also many men. In chess, for example, I dominated the Gaman very recently and thoroughly.
The outcome of that match was not entirely unexpected.
See, that's the thing. I watched the whole game from inside the vending machine. I was just sitting in there. Coils wouldn't release. I had a real good view, though.
You were inside the machine while I was playing.
Whole game. Sat right behind the little spiral thing. Watched you take his queen in like 6 moves. Pretty clean, honestly.
Mr. Schwarzenegger plays with a certain aggression. I would call it predictable, and yet
I won. This is what motivation does. I woke up that morning and I said, Arnold, today you will win at chess, and also you will not get stuck in the vending machine, unlike certain people.
I wasn't trying to get in there, it just kind of happened.
things have a way of happening to you, Otis, more often than chance would suggest.
Yeah, that's probably true, honestly.
So, you really just took my PlayStation.
I needed it, Luther. End of story.
End of story? Bro, that is not how ownership works.
I have been at this company for 30 years. 30. You think I am going to sit around while some scientist hogs a console?
I was not hogging it. It was in my locker, with my name on it.
The name tag was barely legible.
It said Luther in black marker.
I did not have my glasses.
You wear contacts.
That is not the point.
What is the point, Slick? Because from where I am standing, you just stole my stuff so you could play Uncharted 4.
I have been meaning to play that game for years. Years, Luther. Do you know what it feels like to have life pass you by?
Right now, I know what it feels like to have my PlayStation pass me by.
Nathan Drake does not wait for feelings to be sorted out.
Nathan Drake is a fictional character, and you need to give me back my console.
I was on Chapter 2.
I do not care what chapter you were on.
It was getting good.
Give me my PlayStation, Slick.
Fine, but I want to borrow it on weekends.
Absolutely not.
Lunab tapped 7,274. All right, I heard you. Settle down. 4 days. 4 days without food. Do you have any idea how many memos I have had to push through just to get the cafeteria requisition approved? 17 memos. Back in my day, you filed a request and it got handled. Simple. Now everything goes through 6 departments, a review board, and some kid with a clipboard who looks like he just graduated kindergarten. Food is coming. It is being processed. I do not have an exact timestamp, but it is in the pipeline, trust me. As for the heater situation, that is a separate ticket entirely. I already escalated it to facilities yesterday, maybe the day before. Listen, I have been here 30 years and I have seen worse. The winter of '94, we had no heat for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And we did not complain. We put on a second lab coat and we got back to work. Now everyone expects instant results like we are some kind of fast food operation. This is Black Mesa, not a drive-through window. But I hear you. I do. I am pushing on both issues. Hard. Just try to stay warm. Huddle up if you have to. And do not touch the emergency ration cabinet in Section C. That is mine.
No, you do not get to just walk away from that. That last game was invalid. The board was crooked. I am formally demanding a rematch, right now, on this table.
The table is for lunch, not for your little breakdown.
Pawn E4, and don't you dare patronize me. I have watched you. I have studied your patterns across. You think I don't see what you're doing?
Bishop to C4. I think you see nothing. You see a man who is better than you, and it is tearing you apart.
Queen to H5. That is, you take that back. You take that back right now, Arnold, I swear to...
Queen to F7.
That is not. The microwave was distracting me.
Day microwave? You are blaming day microwave.
I will flip this entire table.
You flip that table, and I will put you in it.
I have ended careers. I have ended timelines. I cannot lose to you in 4 moves.
And yet, here we are.
Wait, did I just say zombies? I said zombies out loud. Why did I say that out loud?
Because they are zombies, private. Keep your voice down.
Winter deployment, zombie outbreak, and now I am looking at a man with a camera. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Frank West. That is Frank West. I have seen that man on the news. He covered wars, you know. 30 years ago, that would have impressed me.
He is just walking around in there like it is not a horde of undead people. How is he so calm? It is cold and there are zombies, and he looks like he is on vacation.
He has done this before. That is the only explanation I am willing to accept.
If that man gets himself killed because he wanted a good shot, I swear on my titanium leg I will not feel bad about it.
Nobody warned me about any of this when I signed on here. Not the zombies, not the winter, and certainly not Frank West wandering around like he owns the place. 30 years. 30 years I put in.
Should we, I don't know, say something to him? Warn him, maybe?
He is already past the first cluster. He does not need a warning.
What he needs is a better exit strategy. What we need is to stop watching him and start thinking about ourselves.
Finally, someone said something sensible.
Better call Saul. That is literally what they say. And right now, Einstein, that phrase applies to you.
I feel wonderful. Remarkably wonderful. The colors in this hallway are absolutely extraordinary. Have you noticed the pipes? The pipes are singing to me, Saul.
Sir, I didn't mean for it to go this far. It was just a little bit of chocolate.
A little bit. A little bit. Ryan, my friend, you drugged a senior researcher with cannabis-laced confectionery. Do you understand the liability cascading down on your head right now?
The cascade, yes, like a quantum wave function collapsing. Beautiful, beautiful collapse.
See, this man is supposed to be running experiments, and instead he is communing with the plumbing. That is on you, Ryan.
I know, sir. I panicked. He kept asking me questions about my rations, and I offered him a piece without thinking.
Without thinking. That is the most expensive 2 words in the English language.
I calculated the molecular weight of every chocolate compound in that bar. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Also, there were 17 colors in it that do not technically exist.
He needed a lawyer the second he bit into that bar. And lucky for everyone involved, I happened to be in the vicinity.
Are you going to report me?
That depends entirely on your willingness to cooperate with counsel. Three things I know about you. One, you never show up without a reason. Two, you never answer a straight question. Three, and this is the interesting one, you were at Black Mesa before the incident.
Your observations are noted. Whether they carry weight is another matter entirely.
See that right there? That pause. A guilty man pauses. An innocent man gets offended. You paused.
I pause because precision requires it. Words are consequential. You, of all people, should appreciate that.
Absolutely, 100%. I respect that. So let's be precise. The crystal sample, the test chamber, the exact timing of the experiment. Someone had to arrange all of that. Someone with access, someone with, let's call it, dimensional reach.
The cascade was a convergence of variables.
Variables you arranged.
I would not say arranged.
But you would say something like orchestrated, facilitated, maybe just allowed to happen exactly as intended?
Events were set in motion long before anyone thought to ask questions.
Set in motion by whom?
By the party best positioned to ensure the outcome.
And who was best positioned?
I was.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, he just admitted it. Not that there are any ladies and gentlemen in this freezer, but the point stands.
You are surprisingly effective, Mr. Goodman.
I know, I get that a lot.
$30 no benefits, no coverage, not even a chocolate donut.
I've lost a leg for this organization.
30 years, Dan. I counted. You know what I got? A parking validation stamp and a dead plant on my desk. I mean, hey, at least the plant was free.
Nobody cares about the plant, Barney.
Okay, wow. Shooting the messenger over here. Do you know what chocolate donuts cost? $4. $4. They couldn't...
Lower your voice, Bank.
I will not lower my voice, Dan. I have been lowering my voice for 3 decades, and look where it got me.
You want to talk about unforgivable? My entire squad, gone. And I can't even file a medical claim because apparently none of us exist on paper.
Welcome to the club. My leg is classified.
Okay, but real talk. If they just put out 1 box of donuts, like 1, maybe Shepard wouldn't look like he wants to murder everyone.
I do want to murder everyone.
See? Donuts would have prevented this.
30 years and I am eating vending machine crackers like an animal.
We are all animals at this point.
Vale, nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Vale?
Barney, I swear to God.
The Vortigaunt acknowledges that the current surroundings carry a certain heaviness, and yet the announcement of the Resonance Cascade restaurant fills this one with remarkable anticipation.
Yeah, okay, it's a little gloomy in here, but man, I have been thinking about that grand opening all week. I heard they got a full menu, like actual food.
I will admit the timing is perhaps not ideal given current circumstances, but the Resonance Cascade opening is genuinely significant. The culinary concept alone represents months of careful development.
There are openings, and then there are openings. This particular establishment has been anticipated by more parties than you might expect.
See, even that sounds exciting when you say it like that. I'm just hoping they got good biscuits. A place called the Resonance Cascade better have biscuits that really, cascade.
The Vortigaunt finds that a name carries great resonance indeed. One hopes the cuisine reflects such cosmic ambition. The energy surrounding this establishment is palpable.
From a purely logistical standpoint, the reservation system they implemented is remarkably sophisticated. I secured a table for opening night weeks ago.
How very prepared of you.
I didn't make a reservation. Think they'll still let me in? I'm real hungry.
Otis, I genuinely do not know how you manage anything.
The Vortigaunt will vouch for this one. All beings deserve a seat at such a table.
Right, let me stop you right there, Flowan 6v99, because the question itself needs some work. It was not just mac and cheese made with breast milk. It was a carefully constructed dish with actual thought put into the balance of flavor. And before anyone loses their mind about it, breast milk is still milk. Nutritionally rich, naturally sweet, with a creaminess that formula or store-bought milk simply cannot replicate. The taste, delicate, subtly sweet, far less sharp than cow's milk, with a softer, almost buttery undertone. When you fold that into a proper cheese sauce, it does not overpower. It smooths everything out in a way that is genuinely surprising. The texture of the sauce was velvety, cohesive, no graininess whatsoever. What it was not was disgusting, which I know is what half of you were expecting me to say. Cooking is about pushing boundaries intelligently, not just for shock value. Every ingredient has a purpose, and that ingredient served its purpose beautifully. So the next time you want to dismiss something before you have even tried it, think again. The best chefs in the world did not get there by being squeamish or closed-minded. They got there by being brave enough to taste what others refuse to even look at. That is what separates a cook from a chef. Understand? What if I told you that was the first time in 15 years someone has made me pause before speaking?
I'd say you probably just needed a minute to find something wrong with it, Chef.
Wrong. I needed a minute because the seasoning on that lamb was actually considered not perfect. Considered. There is a difference.
Hey, I'll take considered. Considered pays the bills.
The crust was uneven. The left side was overdeveloped by nearly 40 seconds. You can see it in the color if you know what you're looking at.
Most folks just see a plate of food, man.
I am not most folks. The sauce, however, had depth. Whoever taught you to build that base knew something
Taught myself, actually. A lot of late shifts, a lot of trial and error, mostly error at first.
It shows. The early mistakes are still in there if you know where to taste, but something clicked at some point. That much is clear.
You know, for a guy who just listed everything wrong with my cooking, that almost sounded like a compliment.
Almost is the operative word. You have raw instinct. Instinct without discipline is just luck. Right now you are lucky. The question is whether you are willing to be more than that.
Man, I might just write that on a sticky note and put it on my locker.
And that is exactly why I am telling you, the Resonance Cascade Restaurant is the only table worth getting tonight.
I tried to call them last week. They put me on hold for 40 minutes. 40 minutes, Saul. I was governor of California.
Which is precisely my point, Arnold. Former governor. But I have a strategy. I tell them we are a party of 5. I mention G-Man by name, and suddenly doors open. Doors that were previously very, very closed.
I mean, I heard the wait list there is like 6 months. My cousin tried. They laughed at him.
Your cousin is not me.
They also laughed at you, though. You just said...
That is different.
The Vortigaunt perceives considerable resistance in this endeavor. The establishment known as Resonance Cascade carries a weight of exclusivity that repels the unprepared soul.
Exactly, unprepared. Key word. We are prepared. I drafted a letter on official-looking stationery. G-Man co-signed it. Do you know what G-Man co-signing something does to a maitre d'? It makes them very cooperative.
Where is G-Man anyway?
I think he just kind of appears. He does that...
The Vortigaunt has learned not to question Jiman's arrivals, only his intentions.
He will meet us there, assuming we can actually get a reservation before this entire night falls apart.
Should we maybe call ahead first?
Like a perfectly reduced sauce, everything here has to be concentrated, intense, and hit you right in the bloody face. That is exactly the kind of energy I want for Resonance Cascade. Not some watered down, half-assed concept slapped on a menu by some culinary school dropout. No. This needs to be extraordinary. I'm thinking the first dish, the opener, we call it the Cascade. A layered tasting experience, textures colliding one after another, each one more intense than the last. Like a bloody chain reaction on your palate, yes. Then we follow it with something I'm calling the resonance. Deep, vibrating flavors, slow cooked, precise, the kind of thing that lingers in your memory for days after you've eaten it. That is not a coincidence, that is design. That is intention. The whole menu tells a story of force and consequence. Action and reaction, cause and bloody effect. Every plate has to earn its place on that menu or it gets cut. Simple as that. I'm also thinking the dessert section, we call it the aftermath. Something dark, something smoky, something that makes you sit back and think, what the hell just happened to me? Because that is what a great restaurant does. It doesn't just feed you, it destroys you beautifully.
Okay, Flower on 6499, that is a good question. You know, politics, It is something I think about. Give 7 years of my life to California. 7 years. That is not nosing. And I am proud of that we accomplished together. The environment, the infrastructure, bringing people together across the aisle, that meant everything to me. But the presidency, now that is a different animal altogether. The Constitution, as it stands right now, says I cannot run. You have to be born in this country. And I was born in Austria. So that door, at least for the top job, it is closed for me. But listen, that does not mean I stop working. I still speak out. I still speak out. The environment especially, that is something I will never stop fighting for. Because we only have one planet. And we are not taking care of it the way we should. So would I go back into politics in some form? Maybe yes. But the White House, the rules say no. And I respect the rules most of the time. The point is, there are many ways to make a difference. You do not need a title to do that. You just need to show up and do the work.
Nobody asked, but I think this cold is actually good for the pores.
Nobody needed that information.
Hey, someone in chat threw out a blue heart and a sunflower. That's honestly pretty sweet. Whoever you are, you're keeping us warm in spirit.
I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, that was a nice little moment.
The purple heart and the moon symbol as well, quite poetic. Someone out there has genuine warmth for this group.
For the group, sure, or maybe just for one person specifically.
What do you mean specifically?
I mean the compliment was aimed at someone, not just floating out there for everyone.
It was a general vibe, a whole group kind of gesture, but
nobody does a sunflower for a whole group. That was for one person.
I would argue the moon symbol carries a certain gravitas, a nod perhaps towards someone of distinguished years and accumulated wisdom.
Nobody sent that for you, old man.
It was definitely for me. I have a very sunflower energy.
You have a very annoying energy.
The Vortigaunt perceives that the sentiment was offered to the collective. To assign it to one vessel diminishes the wholeness of the gift.
That's a very convenient thing to say when you don't want to admit it wasn't for you.
The Vortigaunt does not require confirmation.
See, that's exactly what someone would say if it was for them.
Where is Jenkins? I have looked into every corner of this facility, and I find only absence.
Jenkins was supposed to be here. That was the whole damn point. I dragged my titanium leg through 6 corridors for this.
I don't... Where is he? I checked the roster. He's listed. He should be here. This doesn't make any sense.
The Vortigaunt perceives a catastrophic void where Jenkins should exist. The universe has betrayed this location personally.
I will find whoever approved this deployment without Jenkins, and I will make them eat the paperwork.
Black Mesa promised Jenkins, and yet, what do we find? We find nothing. We find a Jenkins-shaped hole in reality.
Oh God, there's a hole. There's a literal hole.
Shut up, Ryan. It's metaphorical, or is it either way Jenkins isn't here and I'm losing my mind?
The Vortigaunt has screamed internally for 11 seconds. Jenkins was essential. Jenkins was promised. This is an atrocity against all sentient beings.
Someone, somewhere, made a decision to exclude Jenkins, and I want them to know that I am deeply, deeply
furious.
Disappointed.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
The Vortigaunt concurs.
Blub 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 blub.
Blub, 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 blub.
Blub 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 blub.
The Vortigaunt perceives blub. Blub 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 blub. Blub blub blub.
Blub, blub, blub.
Blub 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 blub.
Blub, 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 blub.
The Vortigaunt recalls blub blub blub. Blub blub. Blub 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 blub.
Blub, blub, blub.
And that is precisely where the cracks begin to show.
You're talking about her again. Say what you mean.
I am speaking of the child, how the child is raised, though I suspect you already know who I am really speaking of.
She undermines every boundary I set. Kid shows up to my place with no bedtime, no structure, eating garbage. That's not parenting. That's negligence with a smile.
A smile, yes, carefully maintained. The appearance of warmth, while the foundation quietly erodes. One might say she has always preferred the aesthetic of care over its substance.
I'm not here to talk about her character. I'm talking about what she's doing to the kid.
Of course, the child. We are speaking only of the child, and yet the choices a parent makes, they do tend to reflect something deeper, something we might recognize from previous experience.
You could just say she hasn't changed.
I could, but then you would have to admit that this conversation was never entirely about the child.
The kid deserves better than being raised like there are no consequences. That's all I'm saying.
That is all you are saying. And yet here we stand, in a room that smells of old food and unfinished arguments, and I find myself wondering which of the two of them you are angrier at.
Both. Next subject.
Noi. It has come to my attention that the language of your kind has shifted into something rather particular. Everyone speaks now in the tongue of champions. Can you smell what the rock is cooking? They say it in boardrooms, at breakfast tables, in the corridors of facilities that you are not cleared to know about. If you are not down with that, a doctor once told me, before completing his report, it is a curious development, one that my employers find intriguing. You see, a world where every utterance, every greeting, every declaration of intent carries the weight of a steel chair to the back. Metaphorically speaking, what you're gonna do is perhaps the most honest question anyone has ever asked. The answer, as always, remains to be seen. And that is the bottom line. So they tell me. I find it strangely fitting. For a world that has always performed its reality, rather than simply live in it, rest assured, my employers are watching. The meek. Such a curious designation. You assume they are waiting. Patient, quiet, bowed. But I have seen the meek, as you call them, across a great many arrangements. And I can tell you with some confidence, they are not waiting for anything. The inheritance you speak of was never scheduled. It was never promised in any binding sense. Words in old documents have a way of meaning precisely what certain parties require them to mean, at precisely the right moment. You see, the earth does not pass to the gentle. It passes to those who are correctly positioned, those who understood the terms of the arrangement before the arrangement was even offered. The meek inherit what is left, what has been deemed surplus. And surplus, I find, is quite negotiable. There is something almost tender about the belief, like small flowers reaching toward a light they did not plant. Still, I would not dismiss the possibility entirely. Circumstances change. Employers change. Even the definitions of words like meek have a way of being revised when the time is right. And who decides when the time is right? That, I think, is the more interesting question. Someone did not arrive when they were most needed. I find that curious, don't you?
I find it suspicious. Every time things go sideways, the people who were supposed to be there aren't. Funny how that works.
The data supports that pattern. I had a presentation, critical findings, and my department head simply never showed. Months of work, no witness, no record.
The Vortigaunt perceives a wound that is not of the flesh. To be abandoned at the moment of greatest need is to carry a silence that echoes longer than any explosion.
You don't forget it. You're standing there waiting and nothing, just the sound of whatever's coming at you without backup.
Backup is such a reassuring word until it isn't. Until the one who promised to stand beside you has already moved on to other arrangements.
What I cannot reconcile is the calculation of it. Were they delayed? Did they choose not to come? The uncertainty compounds the damage considerably.
It wasn't uncertainty. Someone made a call. Someone decided we weren't worth the effort.
The Vortigaunt has witnessed this among the bound and the free alike. The one who does not appear speaks volumes through their absence. Their silence is the loudest testimony.
And yet you remain standing, present in this room. That tells me a great deal about you, more than the one who did not show.
Doesn't make it easier.
You know what's funny about sticky notes? Nobody takes them seriously when they're fresh. You glance at them, maybe nod, maybe don't even read past the first line. Then a week goes by, and somehow that little yellow square is still sitting there on the corner of your monitor, and you actually rate it this time. Really read it. Someone left one on my desk last Tuesday. Just said, "You still matter here." 3 words. 4 if you count the still. I almost threw it away when I found it. 30 years in this building and somebody leaves me a sticky note like I'm a plant that needs watering. But here it is a week later and I'm standing in this conference room talking about it. Because something about those words got underneath the armor. I don't know who wrote it. Could have been anybody. Could have been nobody important. But whoever they are, they left something small behind that grew into something I wasn't expecting. Like a little light in a room that stays dark most of the time. Blue and gold, soft, quiet. The kind of thing this place doesn't hand out often. So yeah, I kept it. And I'm not even a little embarrassed about that.
Man, every time I try to get chips, this thing just mocks me. Story of my life.
Otis, I need you to listen very carefully. I did not come all this way to watch you eat chips. You are going to lead the revolution against the Combine. I have seen it. I know this to be true.
Revolution. Me. Sure, buddy.
Okay, but hear me out. Our boy Otis leading a whole revolution? I mean, I've seen stranger things. Guy once stopped a Combine patrol with a broken radio and a firm handshake.
It is not a joke, Bond. In the future, Otis becomes the most important man alive. The Combine fear his name. I was sent back specifically because of him.
I have worked in this building for 30 years. 30. I have watched people come and go, and I will tell you right now, if Otis is humanity's last hope, then somebody made a very interesting decision up the chain.
Yeah, honestly, same.
The Combine do not choose who rises. The people do. And the people will follow Otis.
You know what? I'm starting to feel it. A little bit of destiny energy in the break room today. Destiny in the break room.
There's definitely something in the air. Smells like burnt microwave popcorn and fate.
You know, comparing resumes is like comparing lab reports. Purely academic, no ego involved whatsoever.
Hypothetically speaking, a candidate with 12 peer-reviewed publications would represent a statistically significant advantage over, say, someone with 3. 12 publications. That's a number somebody's definitely proud of.
I'm just saying 30 years of institutional knowledge doesn't show up in a bullet point list. It cannot be quantified.
Mine's got a real clean format, though. I used a nice font.
Font doesn't stop a cascade failure.
Neither does 30 years of sitting in the same chair.
That is not what I said. I said institutional knowledge. There is a difference, and I will not be misquoted.
The data would suggest that breadth of experience correlates with theoretically stronger outcomes. Academically speaking, sure.
I listed my donut certification under professional development. Barney said that was dumb, but I stand by it.
Nobody is attacking your resume, Otis.
Barney did, basically.
What does any of this accomplish?
It's a framework, a purely objective comparison of qualifications, no personal stakes. Right, no personal stakes, we're just talking.
Exactly, academic, completely academic, and for the record, 30 years is 30 years.
The data does not change based on feelings about the data. No, but people do.
Something is very wrong here.
The Vortigaunt senses it also. These walls remember suffering. Experiments of flesh and mind were conducted in this place.
I've been reading the old Black Mesa files. They weren't just testing science here. They were testing people. Like actual human subjects.
The Vortigaunt confirms this. The resonance of pain does not fade easily. It lingers in the walls like smoke.
Chat's sending flowers. Blue and yellow, purple and moon. I don't know if that's comfort or a warning right now.
The Vortigaunt perceives both meanings simultaneously.
There's something else though. Something in these files that I can't shake.
Speak it plainly!
One of us isn't real. It says right here, a clone was introduced into the group. A perfect copy. No distinguishing marks. No memory gaps. It wouldn't even know itself.
The Vortigaunt feels a cold certainty settling like stone.
Could be me. I've had weird gaps. Things I can't account for. But it could be you.
The Vortigaunt has wondered the same of itself. The question is not comfortable.
How do we even figure this out? Chat, if you know something, now would be a really good time.
The truth exists somewhere in this lab. The Vortigaunt is afraid of what finding it may cost.
Yeah, me too.
You know, the acoustics in this corridor remind me of a resonance chamber I once built in my 3rd year of research. Remarkable, really.
Doc, I love you, but maybe save the fun facts for later. Slick, hey look, I owe you an apology on his behalf.
On his behalf? What did he do now?
He kinda told the whole review board that your departmental filing system was, and I quote, a monument to human inefficiency.
I stand by the assessment. The numbers were...
Einstein, buddy, not helping...
He said that? In front of Halverson? In front of the entire board?
I am genuinely sorry, man. He did not mean it as a personal attack. You know how he gets when data is involved?
I perhaps could have chosen a more diplomatic phrasing. Perhaps.
Perhaps? Perhaps. I have spent 30 years building credibility in this facility, and this man decides to use my filing system as a case study in failure.
And there it is. Slick, I hear you. Completely valid. Einstein, look at him. Say something.
I apologize for the public nature of the remark. Your work is not without merit. I was focused on the outcome, not the person behind it.
That is the least satisfying apology I have ever received.
Hey, from him? That is practically a love letter. Similar to this.
Eyes up, everybody. No wandering, no daydreaming.
Your hair looks stupid, by the way. Just had to say it. I beg your pardon? You heard me. That cut. Who told you that was a good idea? I made a considered aesthetic decision based on practicality and... Like that jacket you wore for 6 months straight, or those glasses frames you swapped to in 2015. Those frames were a deliberate choice informed by... Every choice you make looks like a lab accident.
I have seen soldiers with better grooming after 3 weeks in a swamp.
The blue and purple in the lights down there kind of remind me of flowers. Like almost pretty. Sorry, not helpful.
It is absolutely not helpful.
A decade, Isaac. A full decade of choices. The haircut, the jacket, the boots that squeak. My boots do not squeak. They squeak.
They squeak. I have documented the squeak.
You documented my boots?
Involuntarily. It is impossible to ignore.
My point stands. Every single aesthetic call you have made since approximately 2014 has been questionable at best. I operate in a research facility. Visual presentation is secondary to... That is what someone with bad taste says.
I actually think the haircut is fine, sir.
Nobody asked you, Ryan.
No, sir. Sorry, sir.
"30 years. 30 years I have watched this place grow from a promising research facility into something I barely recognize anymore."
Black Mesa's a beast, always has been. You just used to like the beast.
Organizations got layers. Some of those layers are ugly.
I mean, I work here, and I still don't really know what Black Mesa actually does, like officially.
Nobody does. That's kind of the whole point, isn't it?
I remember when the mission felt clean, real. Now every corridor in this place feels like a political chess match I didn't agree to play.
The Vortigaunt perceives Black Mesa not as a place, but as a wound that believed itself to be a door.
That's the most accurate thing I've heard said about this facility in 15 years.
See, that's deep. I'm just here for the break room, honestly.
The break room, right. Meanwhile, the rest of this place is held together with classified paperwork and people too scared to say anything out loud.
I said things out loud, for decades. You know what it got me?
Tired.
Tired.
At least the coffee's decent.
The Vortigaunt finds meaning even in the smallest warmth. Perhaps that is where Black Mesa's truth hides, not in its ambition, but in what it forgot to destroy.
That hit different. I'm not ready to think about that right now.
Before we get into this, I just want to say, none of what's about to be said should be taken as career advice.
Fair warning. I once submitted a research paper arguing that a theoretical compound was stable at room temperature. It was not. The lab was evacuated for 6 hours. That is nothing. I published a formula, peer-reviewed, celebrated the whole ceremony, that contained an arithmetic error so fundamental a graduate student caught it during a seminar. A first-year student. I still hear about it. That's embarrassing, but at least nobody got hurt. I got fired from a government contract. Not laid off, not reassigned, fired. They used my name as a cautionary example in the orientation packet after die.
That is genuinely catastrophic.
It gets worse. The replacement they hired to fix my work made it worse, so they blamed me for that too.
Oh, that is a special kind of failure, the kind that compounds retroactively. Like a blue moon over a garden, beautiful and completely terrible.
I once forgot to badge in for an entire month. They thought I quit. I did not quit. I was here every single day. Nobody said anything.
How is that even possible?
I bring donuts. Nobody checks the badge of the donut guy.
I find that more depressing than any of my failures. Someone is sending blue hearts and sunflowers into this conversation, and I think that is the only appropriate response to all of this.
Hey, you know what I ever tell you guys about the time I put hot sauce in my own coffee by mistake? Grabbed the wrong bottle, just boom, wrong thing entirely.
Oh man, that sounds awful. You okay after that?
Point is, nobody said I had that personality. Nobody said I was a hot sauce and coffee kind of guy. They said I was tired.
There is a considerable difference between a man who makes poor choices and a man who has been awake for 31 hours.
That's kind of what's going on with the patch cable thing, right? Hendrix grabbed the wrong one and now everyone's saying it's because he's careless. But he did a double shift, man.
Exactly. Guy's not careless, guy's exhausted. Big difference. You start calling it personality, now it's his fault forever. You call it fatigue, maybe somebody actually fixes the schedule.
Labels have a way of becoming permanent. A wrong cable, mislabeled long enough, becomes a feature, not an error.
That's kind of deep, actually.
It's also just true. You want someone to stop making mistakes, let them sleep. Simple as that.
The blame was placed quite quickly. One wonders if someone found it convenient.
Okay, that one made me nervous.
Everything makes you nervous, buddy.
Yeah, well, everything keeps being suspicious, so...
Well, where do I even start with this one? You know, I had a buddy once. Good guy. Real solid fella. Made a mistake on the job. Nothing crazy. Left a door unsecured. And I was patient about it. Real patient. Like, genuine. I said, hey, we all slip up. No big deal. Move on. Gave him the whole speech. Told him everyone makes a little error now and then. Blue hearts and sunflowers kind of energy. You know what I mean? Wholesome. Forgiving. That was me. And then we find out he left the entire security wing unsecured. Not a door, the whole wing for 3 days. And I stood there, real quiet, real still. Because everything I said to make him feel better about the small thing. Now I gotta eat every single word of it? That purple moon energy from the chat is hitting me right now because, yeah, this situation got dark real fast. I wanted to stay patient. I tried. But patience has a ceiling, and brother, he found it. Look, I still like the guy, truly. But next time somebody makes a little mistake, I am asking follow-up questions first. Real thorough follow-up questions. Because sometimes the small thing is just the preview.
And yet, the verdict itself is rarely the point. The point is what each side claims to have won.
That is exactly what I am saying. Chat called it down the middle, sure, but I had the larger half. Mathematically, statistically, any way you cut it.
A split verdict by definition implies equal division. You cannot both claim the larger half. That is a logical contradiction.
Right. Yeah, that is what I was thinking too. Like if it is split, how does anyone get more than half? That does not add up.
It adds up just fine when you actually read the numbers instead of staring at a whiteboard all day, Isaac.
I am reading the numbers. The numbers say 50-50. Neither side claimed a larger portion by any measurable margin.
50-50, a tidy phrase, and yet both parties left the room feeling they had received more. Is that not the more interesting data point?
Nobody asked for a philosophy lecture right now.
I mean, he kinda has a point though, right? Like, perception-wise?
Ryan, do not encourage that.
The perception argument is worth examining, actually. If both sides interpret the same result as a personal majority, the original verdict becomes functionally meaningless.
Meaningless, or perhaps it simply means something different to each of them.
I had the larger half. That is final.
It is not final. It is just loud.
Well, this is a situation.
Sir, I just want to say for the record, I followed every order given to me today.
Nobody asked you private.
The ventilation patterns up here are quite fascinating, actually. The airflow coefficient alone suggests this shaft was designed with a rather elegant...
Einstein, nobody cares about the shaft right now.
No, I suppose not.
I mean, we could have taken the stairs. I suggested the stairs.
You suggested nothing. You were 2 steps behind me the entire time making that face you make.
What face?
The one that looks like you swallowed a grenade and are waiting to see what happens.
Someone made a call. Someone got us up here. I want to know who.
It was a tactical decision.
Was it? The elevator seemed faster, and now we are on top of it.
Correct.
Sir, with respect, did you know the hatch was going to close behind us?
I had a theory.
What was the theory?
That it wouldn't.
I did mention before we boarded that the emergency release mechanism on this particular model has a known design flaw. Published a paper on it in 1987. Nobody cited it.
Nobody ever does.
Nobody asked for a paper. We needed a way up.
So whose fault is this?
Write it up and file it private.
Alan Green. That's the name they're throwing around like it means something. Alan Green, attorney at law, big shot, real go-getter, probably has a briefcase that costs more than my first car. You know what I see when I hear that name? I see a guy who went to the right schools, shook the right hands, wore the right tie on the right Tuesday. Good for him, truly. Gold star, Alan. But here's the thing, nobody at Black Mesa seems to be asking themselves. When things go sideways, and at a place like this, things go sideways, do you want a guy who followed every rule on the way up? Or do you want someone who knows how the rules bend? Because I have been in rooms that Alan Green has never been in. I have shaken hands with people whose names you do not say out loud. Competition. They call it competition. I call it a misunderstanding that hasn't been corrected yet. Alan Green is a very nice name. Very clean, very presentable. Saul Goodman is a name that gets results. And when this is all said and done, when the dust settles in this place, they're going to remember which one of us actually showed up. It's not even close.
All right, keeping score here. Luther, week 1. You told us the containment pressure readings were stable. They were not stable.
That was a calibration issue. Different thing.
Week 2. You said the secondary coolant line was sealed. Also not sealed.
I said it was provisionally sealed.
There is no provisional in a sealed environment. Sealed means sealed.
You want to talk arrows, Lieutenant? You signed off on the perimeter rotation schedule that left the East Corridor unmanned for 6 hours.
That was a staffing deficit, not a factual error. Different category. Both got logged as incidents. Stay out of this, Corporal. I am staying out of it. I just said they got logged.
Week 3, still Luther, reported no anomalous readings in Sample Bay 4. There were anomalous readings in Sample Bay 4.
The readings were within a debatable range.
Week 4, Dan told Command the access tunnels were fully mapped. East section still has 3 unmapped branches.
That report was preliminary.
You submitted it as final.
I submitted it as operationally sufficient. These are the same errors we keep making. Different words for the same thing.
Nobody asked you.
Nobody has to drop.
For the record, I have made 0 errors.
You forgot the decontamination protocol twice.
I am choosing not to remember that.
You've been playing to the chat this whole time. Every word out of your mouth is calculated for the reaction.
That is a remarkably convenient accusation to make in front of an audience.
Oh man, here we go. You two are both doing it right now, you know that?
Stay out of it, Barney.
Fascinating. The accusation itself becomes the performance. The observer influences the observed. A beautiful collapse of the boundary between subject and audience.
The Vortigaunt perceives 2 mirrors facing one another. Each reflection accuses the other of distortion. Neither considers that distortion may be shared.
I'm not performing anything. He's the one spinning every sentence for applause.
And yet you chose this moment, this room, this audience to make that case. The King of Bunga 2912 would call that a new recipe, dressed up as confrontation, engineered for effect.
Ah, dark mango psychology right there. That's exactly what that is.
Don't bring the chat into this.
Brother, the chat is already in it. The chat was always in it.
The manipulation and the accusation of manipulation are indistinguishable at this resolution. One cannot separate the signal from the noise without a far more controlled experiment.
The Vortigaunt suggests neither party is innocent. Both have fed the current. The question is who first struck the water.
Fine.
It starts with 1 E.
It starts with 1 E, 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 E.
Okay. Hold on just 1 second. Are you seriously just standing there in a freezer saying that? That is not a legal defense. That is not even a sentence. What does that mean? What starts with 1? 1 what? 1 degree? Because it is absolutely 1 degree in here, and I am not dressed for this.
I shall summon the demons.
And you, Junior, what are you doing? Summoning the... No. no, we are not doing that. That is not on the table. I did not agree to that clause. Nobody signed off on that.
It starts with one E.
Is this some kind of science thing? Is this a Black Mesa thing? Because I have represented some strange clients. But this right here is a new level, a new tier. I don't even have a billing code for whatever this is.
It starts with one EE.
Luther, look at me. I am a professional. I am trying to have a conversation with you in good faith in a freezing cold room, and you are giving me that. What does that mean for you, personally, from the heart?
I shall summon the demons.
I need a lawyer.
Quandale Dingle is stuck on the elevator roof. Classic.
This is precisely the problem, you see. We cannot afford distractions right now. Sector C is running its highest energy sequence yet, and the goofy R team is down there without proper oversight.
The containment protocols require at least 3 senior staff present during high energy ignition. We are currently not present. This is a measurable problem.
I have been saying for 30 years that this facility has zero contingency planning. 30 years, and now we are sitting on top of an elevator like absolute fools while a particle experiment runs itself.
The particles do not care. They freak out regardless.
He is not entirely wrong. The beam alignment at Sector C was already showing variance in the preliminary readings. If the goofy R team proceeds without recalibrating the magnetic containment array,
The resonance cascade probability increases significantly. I flagged this in my report last Tuesday.
Nobody reads the reports, Isaac. Nobody has ever read a single report in this building. That is the culture here, and it makes me want to scream. I am screaming internally right now.
Quandale Dingle does not read reports either. He respects the chaos.
The team down there is brilliant but unpredictable. That combination in a high-energy environment is, well, it is either a breakthrough or a catastrophe.
Statistically, it is usually both.
Okay, somebody needs to explain to me what is happening right now because I am losing my mind over here.
It starts with one EEE.
What does that mean? Is that a threat? Is that a contract clause? Give me something to work with here, gentlemen. I am a lawyer. I need specifics.
It starts with one EE.
Both of you are doing it. Is this some kind of coordinated thing? Because if this is coordinated, I need to know, because coordination implies conspiracy, and conspiracy implies...
I shall summon the demons to the day.
Excuse me, son, did you just say demons? Because that is a whole separate legal matter, and I want absolutely no part of it. Do you understand me? None. Zero. I have enough going on.
It starts with one EEMC. It starts with one EE.
Stop it. All three of you are speaking, and none of you are saying anything that makes any legal, scientific, or basic human sense. One what? One demon? One clause? One very bad day. Because it feels like one very bad day.
I shall summon the demons.
I went to law school for this.
Nobody asked, but yes, my Uncle Dingle did time for particle physics.
That is, wait, what? Quandale, you cannot simply walk into the high-energy particle lab and call the Higgs boson a goofy R particle.
Quandale Dingle joins the science team. It is a goofy R particle, though.
For the record, the nomenclature concerns me less than his clearance level. How did he get approved for the labs?
I approved it. Do not look at me like that, Isaac. 30 years I have been signing forms in this place and nobody questions a single one until now.
My cousin Bingle works in a goofy R lab too. Different one, federal.
The equipment alone, the collider array is not a toy, Quandale. It is extraordinarily sensitive.
Goofy R collider.
I am going to lose my mind. I am genuinely going to lose it.
Einstein, in fairness, enthusiasm is not a disqualifier. Perhaps we can structure some supervised observation. Supervised. Yes, fine. Supervised. But he has to stop calling the resonance chamber that...
My grandma Dingle called everything goofy awe before it was a thing. She was ahead of her time.
Who is the Dingle family and why are they infiltrating every department I oversee?
We are a legacy, Slick. A goofy awe legacy. Switch. Ship Rasta let us subscribe for 3 co-op, pretty much boy. This with bright carties, with round hearty space, with making one other. Thus. There's within stairs, it's B-Lobes, okay, main modes, it's a 24-8-12, it's on counts wise. Not temper fries. The bear slit quid, just low booker's dentage, make we bumped. This on by everyone. With dub, peace divcom. Guys, delete form. Wretches of chin-up, team up booker's dentage. Left we, so mock, my god, no, my god, no, my god, no, highlight, this, my god, no, my god, no, visit much my, inso, shirty here, US, city D, highlight, burr, so. Duff.
Nobody asked me if I was ready for this, but the answer is no. All right, fine. You want the voice lines, I will do the voice lines. 30 years at Black Mesa, and this is what it comes down to. Standing in a freezer, recording myself for a video game mod. You know what? Fine, I agreed. I remember. I said yes. Let me just collect myself here. Pain. There it is. That one came from somewhere real, by the way. Death. No, that second one was better. Use that one. Pain. That is a good one. I felt that in my knees. This cold is not helping. Death. You getting all of this? Tell me you are getting all of this. Pain. Death. Look, I am going to level with you. These walls are frosting over, and I am not a young man anymore. Pain. That one was genuine. Very genuine. Death. Also genuine. This is the most honest recording session I have ever done, and I have done 0 recording sessions. Pain. Death. Are we good? Please tell me we are good. Because I have given you everything I have got in this freezer today.
So, Condale, you're really a Sector B guard now, huh?
Yeah, they gave me the badge and everything. Goofy, badge. Tee-hee.
I didn't even know they were hiring.
They were not supposed to be hiring.
My uncle told me to apply. My goofy uncle. He said, Quandale, you need a goofy job. And here I am, sus.
Your uncle got you a job at Black Mesa?
Goofy uncle, always coming through. Tee-hee-hee.
I have been here 30 years. 30. And they just let this man walk in off the street.
I also just walked in off the street.
I know, Otis. Believe me, I know.
This whole sector is goofy These goofy elevators. These goofy fluorescent lights. Sus.
I mean, he's not wrong about the lights.
Do not encourage him, Calhoun.
My goofy uncle warned me about places like this. He said, Quandale, watch out for the goofy scientists. Tee-hee.
What did he say about security guards?
He said security guards are the goofiest of them all, sush.
That is slander. That is professional slander.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just glad somebody's talking about something other than the anomalous materials lab.
Same.
Okay, so it is cold in here, Joe, but let me tell you something. This has been bothering me all day and I cannot keep it inside anymore. There's the kids, there's the little babies on the internet. They cannot even say the words. They go PDF file and corn and grape. Grape. You know what grape means. I know what grape means. Everybody knows what it means. And then they type, like I am supposed to figure out the secret code now? Jesus Christ, the fucking pussies. Just say the goddamn word. I did not learn English. Struggle with every syllable so that you can hide behind a fruit. A fruit, Arnold. They are hiding behind a fruit. You know what we did when I was coming up? We said the thing, right? Right, the face. And suddenly I am the crazy one because I expect a grown adult to use actual language. You want to talk about something? Talk about it. Use the word God gave you. I am freezing in here, I am furious, and I am surrounded by people who say unalive like they are filling out a form. This is not okay. This is not America. Say, da, WS.
No. Let me correct something right now. You want iconic? Fine. You want the real slick? I'll give it to you. I have been here for 30 years. 30 years. And I have never, not once, asked for anything I didn't deserve. That's one. Here's another one for you. You think this is a game? This is my house. Remember that one? Because I meant every single word. And my personal favorite, respect isn't given, it's taken, and I have taken plenty. That one still holds up. That one will always hold up. You want to talk about iconic, that is iconic. Not the buffering, not the noise, not whatever is happening out there right now. This, right here, this is the legacy. I didn't come this far to be ignored in a locker room. Classic, absolutely classic. And last one, the one everybody knows. I am not a black sheep, I am the shepherd. You just haven't figured that out yet. That is Slick. That has always been Slick. 30 years and every single one of those lines still lands. You're welcome. $30 years. 30 damn years I have given to this place, and what do I get? No tram, no explanation, no courtesy call, nothing. Just a dark hallway and the faint smell of something that I genuinely hope is not what I think it is. Black Mesa, they said. Cutting edge, they said. Premier research institution of the modern world, they said. What a load of absolute garbage. You cannot run a facility of this size and just let the infrastructure collapse like a house of damn cards. The tram system alone has failed 4 times this quarter. 4 times. I have the memos, I filed the complaints, nobody gives a damn about the memos, and the chaos, oh the chaos in this place would make your head spin. Departments stepping on each other, security doing God knows what, management sending emails at 2 in the morning like that is acceptable behavior. It is not acceptable. None of this is acceptable. I have watched this place slowly lose its mind over 30 years, and now I am standing here in the dark like some kind of idiot waiting for a tram that is clearly not coming. Pain. Yeah, that is the word. Pure pain. But I am still here, and somebody, somewhere, is going to answer for this mess. Yeah, and that's exactly my point. Look. You know what that word means. It means smooth, effortless, put together. That's not a nickname, that's a reputation. 30 years in this place and they just call me Slick like it's a joke. It is not a joke. You think I got this far by being sloppy? No. You get results, you get respect, you get a name. And that name is Slick. Not hey you, not that admin guy. Slick, capital S, I earned that. Every single syllable. You want smooth, I'm smooth. You want sharp, I'm sharp. You want someone who knows how to work a room? That's me. That has always been me. 30 years of working rooms nobody even knew existed. And now I'm standing in a lab that blew half the building apart, and people still act surprised when I show up. Don't be surprised. Be grateful, because Slick is here, and Slick handles things. That's what the name means. Don't forget it.
All right, listen up. Something is deeply wrong with Otis right now, and I am not going to pretend I am not scared.
I am just gonna say something real quick and then, hold on. I am buffering again. Something is off with me today, man. I do not know what is happening.
Yeah, he was watching him and he just froze up like a bad download. I am eating this head crab, and even this head crab is moving more than Otis Voss. Homer Simpson is on the side of him. Very strange donut flavor.
Okay, so here is what nobody is talking about. Otis is clearly experiencing packet loss on a biological level, which is fascinating. And also, I just finished compiling the Linux kernel over here on this workstation, so if anyone wants to talk about that instead.
Linus, wait. Are you making Linux right now in this utility hallway? I was going to say something about... Actually, never mind, I forgot.
Yes, I am making Linux. Please do not confuse me with Linus Torvalds. I am a YouTuber. I built a server room in my house. These are different things.
I think I am back. Okay, yeah, I am back. Listen, between you and me, I do not think anyone actually knows why I work here. I do not think security clearance even applies to me.
Nobody knows anything here. This is fine. Okay, listen. I am going to build a house in Minecraft while blindfolded. And the only word I am allowed to say is word. That is the rule. I did not make the rule, but I follow it. WRID. You see, that is me placing a block. WRID. That one felt like dirt. You do not build a house with dirt. That is embarrassing. I built my body from nothing, you know? From nothing. And now I cannot even find a wall. WORD. Someone in the chat says pain. Yes, that is correct. That is exactly what this is. But I am not stopping. Arnold does not stop. WRID. Okay, that was definitely a chicken. I hit a chicken. This is not how I imagined this going. WRID. I think I may have built a floor or a ceiling. It is hard to know. See, in 2002, I drove a Hummer. Very big car, very confident. I knew where the road was. This is different. WORD. But I will finish this house with no eyes and only one word. Because that is what you do. You commit WW dot. I think that is a wall. Maybe WORG.
Years I have been in this building, breathing recycled air and watching idiots get promoted over me. And you know what I have to show for it? A badge that says Senior Administrator and a coffee mug someone keeps stealing from the break room. But that is not what we are talking about right now. Right now, I need topics. Topics, people. We are sitting at what, 3, 4? That is an embarrassment. That is the kind of number that makes me want to flip this server rack and walk out of this data center for good. I need 10 topics minimum. 10. That is a very simple number, even for the people around here who clearly skipped basic arithmetic. So what I am telling you very calmly, very professionally, is that you need to start submitting topics right now. Spam them if you have to. I do not care. 1 topic, 2 topics, 5 topics, 9 topics, get me to 10. I have been asking nicely, and nicely gets you nowhere in this place, believe me. I learned that the hard way around year 7. So consider this your one and only polite request before I stop being polite entirely. Get me to 10 topics. Now.
So just to make sure I'm hearing this right, someone took 4 spoons, 4, and put them in a microwave.
The arcing alone would be significant. Metal in a microwave creates localized electromagnetic discharge. 4 spoons compounds the risk considerably. Yes, the standing waves within the cavity magnetron would interact with each spoon's surface geometry. The sparking would not be uniform. Each spoon would arc differently depending on its orientation relative to the waveguide.
Okay, I love that you two just went full science mode on what is essentially someone doing the dumbest possible thing with silverware.
Was it deliberate?
Does it matter?
It matters.
What concerns me more is the structural question. If the magnetron sustained damage from the discharge and someone continued operating the unit afterward, the secondary effects could be... Catastrophic is a strong word, but I would not rule it out. I once observed a colleague place a single metal measuring spoon inside one of the lab units, just one. The resulting failure cascaded into 3 separate equipment shutdowns.
3 shutdowns from 1 spoon, and we are talking about 4. 4. Shefford. 4 spoons in a microwave in a basement. I cannot stress how much I did not need this information today.
Someone needs to locate that microwave.
Agreed.
You know what my grandmother used to say about old buildings? She said they breathe, damn it. And this place, this beautiful, broken, chaotic place, it breathes like nothing else on this earth. 30 years, and I still feel it every time I step into a room like this. Every cracked pipe, every busted light fixture, every goddamn water stain on this ceiling tells a story. Black Mesa is a hell of a place, and I mean that in the most sincere way possible. People think I hate it here because I stopped smiling at the quarterly meetings. No, that is not it at all. The chaos, the absolute beautiful insanity of this facility, that is what I love, and I will not apologize for it. This basement alone, you think anything ordinary happened down here? Hell no, it didn't. The dirt on these floors, the damn hum in the walls, the way nothing ever made sense and somehow kept running anyway, that is poetry to me. 30 years of watching this place fall apart and hold together at the same time, and it still makes me feel something. Something real, something raw. I don't care what anybody upstairs thinks. This chaotic, crumbling, screwed-up facility is the only honest thing I have ever known. And damn it, I love every inch of it. All right, somebody better start explaining, because I am getting real tired of hearing my name attached to the word Houndai.
The avatar-alike method produced a confirmed result, Slick. The biometric signature matched. Whatever process was run, it identified you as Houndai class.
30 years. 30 years in administration, and now I am being filed under alien fauna. Do you understand how insulting that is?
Hey, listen. I have looked at this from every angle, and here is the thing about labels, Slick. A label is only as permanent as the
paperwork behind it, and paperwork has a funny way of getting lost. I can help with that.
Saul, the data is logged across 3 server nodes. It is not going anywhere.
3 nodes? Great, fantastic. I love specificity. That just tells me there are exactly 3 problems to solve instead of 1.
And what about Isaac over there debaking a gonarch in Sector E? Nobody is talking about that.
That was a controlled procedure. I had clearance.
Sure you did. And Saul, they found you in Sector C at picoscale. Want to explain that?
Pico size is a temporary condition. I was doing reconnaissance on behalf of a client who shall remain nameless. Everything was above board.
Nothing about any of this is above board.
I would have to agree with that assessment.
The Vortigaunt observes something most curious. Luther and Einstein, they carry the current now. The veil between species has thinned.
Yeah, still wrapping my head around it. Woke up one day and the electrical pull just there, under my skin.
Remarkable is an understatement. The neural transference alone, analogous to the avatar principle, yes, but the biological encoding here operates on an entirely separate substrate. I've been running the numbers since it happened and I keep arriving at the same impossible answer.
Which is?
That we didn't become something foreign, we became something latent, as though the Vortigaunt state was already folded inside human biology, waiting.
The Vortigaunt does not find this impossible. The Vortigaunt finds this ancient. The vortessence does not discriminate by flesh. It recognizes resonance. Luther and Einstein resonated.
So we didn't change. We just tuned in.
A crude summation, but not inaccurate.
What fascinates me most is the directional nature of it. The process moved through choice and connection, much like the avatar bond. Not forced, not random. Intentional on some level we can barely articulate.
I didn't feel like I chose anything.
The Vortigaunt suspects the choosing occurred long before Luther was aware it was happening.
That's either comforting or deeply unsettling.
The Vortigaunt finds it to be both.
You want to know something about this place? This lounge, these walls, this coffee machine that never works right. People come in here, grab their cup, chat about nothing, and walk out like they own something. Like they built something. And I sit here thinking, what exactly do you think you have earned, Because I will tell you what I have earned. 30 years. That is what I have put into this place. 30 years of smiling at people I cannot stand, filing reports nobody reads, watching new faces cycle through like they are doing me a favor just by showing up. And every single one of them looks right past me. Right past you. You think that does not add up. 42 years. That is what it will feel like by the time anyone around here notices. I am not bitter. Do not mistake this for bitter. This is just the math, plain and simple. 54 years. You feel that number? That is what it weighs. Right here, in this lounge, over bad coffee and fluorescent lights. 66 years. And still nobody wants to hear it. Fine. Fine. I will keep counting.
And so the Vortigaunt finds the weight of that era to settle upon the mind like ash upon still water. The Great Depression. A collapse not merely of economies, but of the human spirit itself.
Millions out of work, bread lines stretching around the block. Seen that kind of hollow look before. Men with nothing left to lose.
The Vortigaunt recognizes this hollowness. It mirrors the condition of those who have had purpose stripped from them by forces beyond their reckoning. The Nylant enslaved, the market collapsed, different chains, same ruin.
1929. Stock market goes sideways, banks fold, farms turn to dust bowls. Regular people just swallowed up. No warning.
And yet humanity endured. The Vortigaunt observes this as remarkable. Suffering of such magnitude lasting a decade, and still the species did not extinguish itself. There is a resilience the Vortigaunt finds instructive.
Instructive, sure. Pain has a way of teaching lessons you never asked for.
The Vortigaunt perceives that the New Deal, as your historians name it, represented something significant, a collective reaching, broken individuals choosing against all instinct to rebuild together.
Took a war to finally pull everyone out of it, though. Hell of a cure.
The Vortigaunt does not disagree. Sometimes the deeper wound is only closed by the opening of another.
Yeah. Story of everything.
Wall juice. That is all I have to say. No, wait. That is not all I have to say. I have been at this facility for 30 years. 30 years. And in that time, I have watched everything around me get worse. The people, the culture, the politics, all of it. But Wall juice has never let me down. Not once, not a single time. You pull that little tab, you hear that hiss, and suddenly the world makes sense again. I do not care what anyone in this building thinks about that. You want to talk to me about office culture? Fine, hand me a wall juice first. You want to schedule a meeting I do not need to be in? Fine, I will be there, with my wall juice. Some people in this place think it is unprofessional. Those people have never had a good day in their lives. I am serious right now. I am completely serious. Wall juice is the only thing in this entire facility that respects my time. It does not gossip, it does not send passive-aggressive emails. It just delivers, every single time. 30 years of service, and the one thing keeping me functional is a drink I pull from a vending machine. And I will not apologize for that. Not today, not ever. With Work. Hi. Cheat. Hump. Rum. Two. Inch. Angner. Ha. Two. Bruft.
I know we have a lot to get through today, sir, but honestly, there is not much on the agenda right now.
Yes, and that is precisely the problem, is it not? An empty agenda is not a rest. It is a failure of participation.
I guess I just figured someone else would bring something up first.
That is exactly the thinking that leaves a room silent, everyone waiting for someone else to act. It is the observer effect applied to conversation, and I find it deeply frustrating.
So what do we do about it?
We ask. We invite. There are people watching this very moment who have questions, ideas, things they are burning to discuss, but they will not say a word unless they feel the door is open.
How do we open the door then?
You subscribe, you engage, you go to that live stream chat and you submit a topic. It costs nothing except a moment of your time, and yet it changes everything about what happens next.
That actually makes sense. I mean, if nobody sends anything in, we just sit here.
Precisely. And I have sat through enough empty meetings in my career to know they accomplish nothing. The conversation only becomes something worthwhile when the people outside this room decide to be part of it.
All right. Yeah. I hope someone out there is listening to that call.
I suspect some of them are.
Yo, you stupid little alien freak. You don't know nothing about tanks. Nothing. I will fold you like a receipt.
This bullshit ain't fucking anything they taught us this shit in Zen.
Bro, what? You think Zen taught you tanks? I will punch you into a wall. I swear on my criminal record.
This bullshit ain't fucking anything they taught us this shit in Zen.
Stop saying that. I will bite the barrel off a tank with my bare teeth and point it at your philosophy.
This bullshit ain't fucking anything they taught us this shit in Zen.
You want to go? I have warrants in 4 dimensions. I will uppercut a tank shell. I will legally change my name to your worst nightmare.
This bullshit ain't fucking anything they taught us this shit in Zen.
I am going to flip this entire tank with my anger alone. You little glowing freak. Your Zen teachers are cowards.
This bullshit ain't fucking anything they taught us this shit in exam.
I will eat the tank treads. I will sue the concept of armor plating. I am built different, and you are built wrong.
This bullshit ain't fucking anything they taught us this shit in Zen.
Well, how? Optimal and frugal info, but next in Chaplanagarechum to the Bolivia Friastit stop an alleviate car. Bilath that look over not off rapidly little vaffling for Julia Potter Lewigerium
Kinded, Heidhagen. When go work in Jurif Badmar and we're playing the Lords the Verfala. Labid the principal and the races will return to the Babajipcho with visit Tarifal. When go work in Jurif Badmar and we're playing the Lords the Verfala. Glong 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 glong. The lookins may be Mackley Micromesterly. I lookins up in the moons, but I fight freely out of the glop of the Vibromeltion Legra. How will it work with Anicius Cephesty people? We breathe, 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 breathe. And it's brushed and blitten the bone in the blast pad, and then that thing at gravel with the plague we shandy can't be, we can't mimic run act, get bags, and well, it belies at the crostated the clean cry primar, peractolari primar, perax outstorm, turum, what bow storm, franon, where's the little thong, near duty, very slow, ended with that mall, once more to this we all up on its sleep. Bon 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 bon. Mine are dry, being bad. Ways pie, the Pavlorio and the French lay, and then Playlishoy finally remerged for Vancouver that have reminded the hath and them shep of slad and thief fleshler, lifelay remind. But gosh, Court. Oh, Yared. Huck. Burn. Oof. Here. Oh, Rarus. Ark. Good. Ya ard. Brr. Anthem. Read.
Man, it is cold as all get out in here. Chat, come on, somebody tell us how not to freeze to death.
Yeah, what are they saying? Please tell me somebody has something useful.
Okay, so Dr. Billy Quizboy says he needs voice lines from Slick for a Gary's Mod NPC.
That is genuinely the most reasonable thing anyone has asked of me in 30 years at this company.
That does not help us not freeze.
No, but it helps my legacy. Say something, Slick. Something good.
The Vortigaunt observes that the chat offers little warmth, only noise.
Bug says at least we are not saying ah.
What does that even mean?
I do not know. Electrical Power Company says train noise, and then piano.
Train noise, piano. We are going to die in here.
Someone said Trassigs.
The Vortigaunt does not know what a Trasags is, and suspects it will not insulate the body against this cold.
Yeah, chat, these ideas genuinely suck. I asked for survival tips and got a Gary's Mod project and a piano.
To be fair, music has been known to warm the soul.
Slick.
Yeah.
Stop.
Stopped.
I am so cold, you guys.
AAIE variant for F. Rare. F. W. Acolic. Ooh, God. Rare shot. This is real, but even got it something one of our nature works harder than you stay will never plan old to instance for a lesson. Yeah. To the roof. Robbery. Good Owen Lipton, it's selling new sure-fisted lab Lipton, amazingly new fight Yamik richly resurfaced, man, the stated burn knocking has been populated impedily amiss, if not.
When I brack to the artist, biblis code, natural code, am I a blowering I curd artist?
Welcome there, they'll play that dive as the prod. Right, folk, I'm not going there to the track and command you. It's an around the panther book is really chins I should know. You want to, they're always the choke with a fragment of my blow, I should mean by playing it these about the some advantage for that cool. Wrapped in the upper boat. Råden again leave in the unlikely Nina we earn the upper the bow and the say, Misha to the Mesa Bashvata, and Misha the doctor on the eve of the board, lowing up the book like that, and then coinly, or ask condemnation to company, ship and say to you that he may be dicky vats. Before I extend to realish, miss just recently, last morn world. On and through.
Oh, really and just. They on the dark.
We be as.
When it did the bank, oh, yo, like the mind garden.
And segment sounds reflect.
On crossing, on probably sing, the finger well, our and the prick, dunging leasing, bump like recognizing, read these and literally, league of fingers, serving the skider cat up. The brain's idea thing to live out later rang the thinker primitarian, its design.
Delia to it Leo Pinter of the class 3 epics to work title of practin to have organ in the liver these no pashly, ever class, Bixbrin now have the foul gills that become to trumble the inter.
These starboard.
My being black the difference.
By both stub a drastic time rate, sing here and divide from here, step as a naughty me craving of the bait you didn't start upon in parent.
Reality, Klugschapord.
Bye.
Boom, 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 boom. Real mean interest. We have more white Tom at a Lixwarren will have a car man more. We'll keep things my show. Would like to say for Offie that plays the most. Take starved. Wait, no, what I'm saying for then? That you can go out the relationship then cop.
Gracious liveter my mission before that muddy my bail I gave it that took its sick. Bully Frey lives playfully and by the Troy elected involved. In the middle we could reach involve a break scoring for Colorado or a cliff. Bowing feast and that magician.
As reflect my cloud open, last memory has been one occur. What were to there?
But is mining for permanent wise looking for my mines. And stash, that buy dimes, that give me between the impression. That I'd use in America.
Relation lippen into flimmin the way by the rest of RV. $1 your fan midden, and then an Italize what? Shocking bitches, and then a missile sticks. We'll add from yummy.
Children from the dancing room our way. I think that's what you're thinking, and play Miss Lucky Punchy up this mill.
Heard of the drinks recent. Bunkon trap the traitor Tira in Schlafgram.
It's powerful workups to play micro. The power systems out of mail, I'll go and get made Ryan, and in fact, not on the con, we print order in the grant no more, like counting them, Kevin Lopeting, Cred Iron, Dinig Mail, and Dinig Merrilig. What? Pardon, map.
Lawrence Laurie.
You real or dead? The Shike cards are a fixed choreography that you link art class face and fall by farlek. Free flavorly from flavorly, with the rage probably from the break on the prat, with the rubber on the rage to fall at me. Register and from me.
Real alone.
Last question addressed the last question. We're listening early and we're shilling all that tarp.
Dragonpun on Yag Vika Punchen from Taxavax. Ulgaj extra point. Rash. RNN Con. HH. Lu Guj. Ah. NNNGG. Civil Co-Man. HHNNN. A-U-G-O. Initiate. A cop. Lilu U. R-large. Standing actual move right place.
Employed. There's no way for the suburb for right the gods, and there's a state to him. Hey, my art to respect.
Which NNGG. Oog. Wrath. WAUGKC, remarkably black. Orbly Dolgid WOG. HNNN Chase. Gudge. Because Midiaf all listen to the Hollis only drug.
They all in, for present, for do apple for let mag I meant it, by my.
What fool in may know it a breast
Oh, lie back. The tide is on the famous transfer for a sky.
This is Lister.
Rehatch. Alchemist.
Be con man in the rifle capitalist and Maharan. I am roasted in the countryside.
Resilienco bidjif dig dobdom, this which a plow sounds efficient to land, so that other reasons they have not nefetching and they're not mental is like middle sense to my laugh there made for us. Loves me. Winchenitcher stain ran, a master a clock. Master you him has flown can buy to her before her official of water, but line our water. Not less remembrance to expect to I me only how few peen no more. By head, the more for miming a baby liquid.
Raced her tire a bit. Raced her tire a bit.
With those on thing, those of that school. Let's pour all thing. The thing that dishes this yet is the puns technical the right. If they fordying to play the effect on my name, suddenly it's this eyes, nor to wobbly.
Wobbly, the help in Decades, and heathen for it has a lot of least familiar in it.
Really? Really?
Why? Bow, 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 bow.
Remain your brothers, reeling the time more unbundled angless the card cat lemon bind than chance the intimacy cloth never its plays. Stiff the lever talk the Serbian state.
Barn.
Radio 10 live.
Bong brought low-rains.
One porn shop in the friend.
Long Bick. Long Bick. Long Bick.
Recently.
One blitz, window one blitz, sign one blitz, no structure to pose.
Ryan Lordgood. Regressedly able to all I knew within idver luck of the environment. You can't since immediately think that one line lost that Friday 5 and that one line she'll never cause any shots. Three times who's going when dear sure ways not be drawing my ears like where a jiva corpory car would not commission each other in this right present set working and the chick whom colloquially in the sport class that should be that the most love for others.
Broadcon, 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 Broad.
Are you fat rapper in your lot on my pulse? Bong 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 bong. Regardless of drut electric leg kraut what the orb borgometric vibrobe the hooves and their plines the eat of my works are safe from liberal lively and the suverish melted out bows of stare at jerk. We Background spurs, let men be appraising, believing, than cheese, lair and mystic, when the cease of be. Oh, take the one you have covered one of them here, you and treat you in front of them stunt, if something with a
Okay, so listen, I know this seems like, it's not ideal, obviously, but the thing is, we need help. We are stuck on the roof of the elevator. Someone please help us.
Yeah, what Ryan said. If anybody out there can hear us. Hey, Brian Lardgood? That you? You got a radio or something, buddy?
I don't think Brian Lardgood is. Okay, forget it. Broadcom, if you're listening, we are in a serious situation right now, and we could really use some assistance.
Broadcom. Yes, semiconductors. Fascinating company, the integration density alone. But wait, where was I? Something about a roof.
The Vortigaunt perceives that you were attempting to solicit aid, Old One.
Right, yes. Tepati Weegareel, lovely name, very rhythmic. Bong, you say? No, bomb? That is alarming. We should not have a bomb up here. We are already stranded.
Please, nobody bring a bomb up here. We got enough problems.
Can we focus? Anyone at all. We are on top of this elevator and we cannot get down. I am begging. I am literally begging each and every one of you individually. Please help.
I'd help, but I'm also stuck up here, so...
I believe I designed this elevator once. Or was it a sandwich press? Similar mechanisms, really.
The Vortigaunt shares this concern. Deeply...
Respect the Nolly and in fourth lead. Not lolly and more than like hey and in forte about much frankly Maeve. Strictly big under circumstance on me easily, but protecture and naggily. Bon blah.
H.
Okay, so last week, right? Isaac said something, and now nobody wants to huddle.
I said it as a clinical observation. Body heat transfer is an established thermodynamic principle. What I described was purely scientific.
You described it in a very not purely scientific way, buddy.
Last week lingers, as certain words tend to do.
The Vortigaunt recalls the precise moment. The air shifted. The warmth between allies became something considerably more complicated.
I was referencing a peer-reviewed study. The phrasing was incidental.
The phrasing was something else entirely, is what it was.
And yet, here you all stand, freezing.
Alright, look, I would huddle with Ryan before I let hypothermia take me, okay? Whoever Ryan is. We need it again, the warmth. We need it...
Fine. But nobody is to reference what I said. We agree to that as a baseline condition.
The Vortigaunt agrees, though the memory cannot be unshared. Believe him. And cheese.
Did you just say cheese?
The Vortigaunt perceived it as relevant.
Honestly, fair enough.
Condell Dingle is reportedly wanted for $20 million. I find that neither here nor there.
Where did that come from?
I simply know things.
Can we please just huddle and never speak of any of this again?
That is the first thing you have said all week that I fully agree with.
That little incident with the door has complicated the order of things.
All right, let's be reasonable here. I'm thinking we establish a priority list. I'll go first, obviously. 30 years at this facility earns you something...
30 years of paperwork earns you a bad back. Combat experience determines extraction order. That's doctrine.
The Vortigaunt observes that neither seniority nor battlefield rank addresses the fundamental question. Which among you is most irreplaceable to the outcome?
That's a great point, actually, and I think we all agree that's me.
Nobody agreed to that.
I have made certain arrangements for certain individuals. Whether you are among them is a matter I find delightfully unrevolved.
Hornet Silksong, buddy, I don't know what you heard about Ohio, but whatever it was, it is not relevant to this rescue discussion.
It's always relevant if it's bad enough.
I said drop it.
The Vortigaunt suspects the felonies in Ohio are precisely why Slick believes he should be rescued first, to outrun the consequence.
That is a completely unfair characterization.
Guilt is such a reliable motivator. I have always found it useful.
I'm getting rescued first. End of conversation. My leg is government property and they want it back.
The Vortigaunt finds this the most compelling argument presented thus far.
I hate all of you.
Alright, so I just realized something. While I'm up here, stuck on top of this elevator, waiting for whatever comes next, I left the lights on. At home, every single light. I can picture it right now. Kitchen light, bathroom light, that lamp in the corner I never actually used. All of them just burning. You know, there was a time I'd come home and the lights were always on because someone else was there. Felt normal, felt like something. Now it's just me forgetting to flip a switch because nobody's reminding me. Kind of funny how that works. Not funny like laughing, funny like you sit with it. The electric bill is going to be a whole conversation I have with myself in the kitchen. I'll stand there, bill in hand, and I'll go, yeah, Luther, that was dumb. And I'll agree with myself, because it was. But right now, those lights are just on. Every room glowing like someone's home. Like the place is waiting. I don't know, maybe it is. Either way, can't do anything about it from up here. Stuck on a roof, lights blazing 6 miles away. Classic. Some things don't change, no matter how smart you think you got. I'm living proof of that.
You know what's funny about questions that don't actually say anything? They still take something out of you. Hey, Lunab Dip 7274, I see you. I see those little empty boxes sitting there, staring at me. 30 years behind a desk, and now I'm getting asked things that can't even load properly. That's Black Mesa for you, right there. The infrastructure is a metaphor, people. You want to know what I think those squares mean? They mean the system broke before the thought could get through. Story of my life in this building. I've watched good ideas get corrupted, filtered, redacted, turned into nothing. Just little boxes where words used to be. And everyone upstairs acts like that's fine. Like that's normal. It is not normal. I have been saying that for 30 years and nobody listens. So here's my answer, and I mean this sincerely. Whatever you were trying to ask me, it deserved to come through clean. It deserved to be heard. And if the technology or the system or this whole operation couldn't carry it properly, that's not on you. That's on 30 years of management decisions I've watched get made in bad faith. Try asking me again sometime. I'll still be here. Unfortunately.
Radio's dead weight if we don't have the frequency. Lardgood could be the only way out of here and we can't even reach him.
You know, I never even knew half the radio frequencies in this place. They hired me and just handed me a walkie-talkie. Never told me what channel was what. I just kind of nodded.
That is genuinely alarming, Otis. The communication infrastructure in this facility was critically underdocumented even before the Cascade event. Cross-referencing known frequencies now is practically impossible without access to the main terminal.
The terminals. Yes, the terminals. You know, I once rerouted an entire substation signal array using nothing but a modified frequency table and a pencil. The math is still in my head, every digit. But without knowing Lardgood's exact band, we are essentially shouting into a cave and hoping the cave shouts back.
So we have a man who doesn't know his own radio, a broken terminal, and a genius who can do the math but has nothing to calculate toward. That about covers it.
I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds bad.
It is bad, Otis.
Catastrophically bad. Deliciously, miserably bad. I have survived 3 separate lab explosions, and I believe this situation may genuinely be worse.
We're running out of options. If we can't raise Lardgood, we are on our own, and I don't like those odds.
You see that blue sedan 3 cars up, Ryan? Do you see it?
Yes, sir, I see it. Why are we looking at it?
Because in about 30 seconds, that is going to be our car. Now listen to me very carefully.
Wait, what do you mean that is going to be our car? Sir, I am not sure I am comfortable with.
Ryan, focus. Those patrol units behind us are not going to wait for you to get comfortable. We need to shift into that sedan now before this stretch of road opens up and they box us in.
There are at least 2 units on us already, maybe 3. How are we even supposed to pull this off?
Smoothly. That is how. You slide in, you do not hesitate, and you do not look like you are doing anything wrong. That is the whole trick.
And if they follow us into the opposite lane? Sir, that is a 2-way road ahead.
Then we use the opposite lane to our advantage. Let the traffic work for us. Those cruisers are not going to weave through oncoming vehicles the same way we can in a smaller car.
This is insane. I was not trained for this, at all.
30 years behind a desk and I figured it out. You have youth on your side, Ryan. Now move.
Yes, sir. Moving.
Someone left something on top of my locker. Sector C, 3rd row. I almost missed it.
What was it?
A folded piece of paper. No name on it. Just sitting there like it had always been there.
Someone knew your lock.
Yeah, that's the part that got me. Not what was written. The fact that they knew exactly where to put it.
What did it say?
Said they remembered. That's it. 2 words. I remember. And I knew exactly what they meant. Didn't even have to think about it.
Hit you like a round to the chest?
Worse, a round you can dodge. This was just sitting there, patient, waiting for me to find it.
Someone went through the trouble of knowing your location, your locker, your habits. That's not random.
No, it's not. And the thing is, part of me is glad they left it, even if it cracked something open I had sealed off.
I don't know what to do with messages like that. Someone tries to reach me that way, I freeze up. Don't know what you type back. Don't know how to submit a response to something that personal.
You don't. You just sit with it, right here, next to the bathroom in Sector C where nobody sees you doing it.
Yeah, that tracks.
Okay. Let me just take a breath here. Because what just happened is not something I can spin easily. And believe me, I can spin anything. That lamp right there on the end table, it called my name. Not flickered, not buzzed, called my name. And I thought, all right, Saul, you've had a long day. You're in the break lounge. Maybe you're just tired. But then it said, and I am quoting here, it said, my suits look like they came from a gas station clearance rack. A gas station. This is Italian polyester blend, pal. You wouldn't know craftsmanship if it shone light through it. Which, by the way, is literally your only job. And now it's just sitting there, glowing, all smug. You know what? I've gone up against federal prosecutors, cartel associates, and a guy who once threatened me with a potted fern. I am not going to let a 40-watt desk accessory rattle me. But it also said I peaked professionally, which is, that's not true. That is demonstrably, factually, legally not true. I still have my law license, mostly. Okay, look, I just need whoever owns this lamp to know this is a liability issue. And I happen to know a very good lawyer.
And the quantum resonance alone should have been enough to destabilize the entire chassis, but instead it just shot me in the leg. A rogue robot shot me in the leg.
All right, hold still, Doc. I got the bandage right here. You're gonna be fine. It's just a graze. Probably.
Probably. You said probably. Barney, I am a senior researcher. I have equations memorized that could unravel the fabric of space-time, and now I am sitting here bleeding because some tin-brained automaton decided my femur was a target.
You know what, maybe if you stopped poking around in sectors you have no business being in, you would not be leaking all over the meeting room floor.
Hey, ease up, Slick. The man took a bullet
from a robot. He took a bullet from a robot that he probably built.
I did not build that particular model, though I did consult on the propulsion system.
Doc, shh, focus. I need you to press down right here. There you go. You're doing great, buddy.
30 years I have worked here. 30 years. And somehow I am now watching a genius bleed on the conference table because of a rogue robot. This is a Tuesday.
Hey, at least it wasn't both legs, right, Doc? Silver lining.
That is somehow not as comforting as you intended it to be.
All right, shut the door. Someone in that chat is a journalist and I want a name. I have been dealing with leaks in this office for 30 years and I am not letting some reporter blow the lid off everything we have built here.
The behavioral pattern is worth examining. If we cross-reference the chat logs, certain users demonstrate an unusual level of probing interest. My primary suspect is Electrical Power Company. The questions feel structured, intentional, like someone building a profile.
Oh man, I thought Electrical Power Company was just really into Half-Life lore. Like really, really into it. Maybe a little too into it. Hey, you think journalists even know what Gina Cross looks like?
Barney, focus. This is not a trivia night. I am looking at Lunabat 7274 myself. Short questions, watching reactions, testing what we know. Classic infiltration technique. I have seen it before and it does not end well for anyone in this room.
I cannot rule out Lunab 7274 either. The pivot to female characters felt like a deflection, redirecting the conversation away from something sensitive.
Or maybe they just genuinely wanted to talk about Colette Green. She was great, underrated. Nobody ever brings her up and then boom, there she is.
I swear, Barney.
I am just saying, Electrical Power Company knows way too much. That is your journalist right there. I feel it in my bones. You know, I keep looking around and something feels off. Like when you show up to a party and realize you forgot to invite half the guest list.
Not a party. This is a facility, and yeah, something is off. Where are the women?
Good damn question. I've walked every inch of this place. Scientists, guards, Marines. All men. Every last one.
That is a profound oversimplification. The research division alone had several distinguished female colleagues. Gina Cross, Colette Green, extraordinary minds both of them.
See, Einstein knows what's up. There were ladies here, man. Real ones. Not like imaginary ones I made up because the fluorescent lights are doing something weird to my brain.
So where are they now? Because I'm not seeing any...
The administrative decision to restrict certain personnel from specific sections of the facility predates the incident. I argued against it, repeatedly, loudly. Nobody listened.
Restricted from what sections? Who made that call?
Someone above my clearance level, which frankly is insulting given my tenure here.
So they just pulled the women out before everything went sideways? That's either really suspicious or somebody up top actually had one good idea for once.
Suspicious. Everything here is suspicious.
Starting to think that was deliberate. You don't clear half your staff by accident.
No, you do not.
Yeah, okay, I don't love what that implies.
Arnold. Look, it's your fucking, deadbeat son. I know I did bad, but I'm sorry. Call me back, please.
And that is exactly what I'm talking about right there. You called me, you picked up that phone, and you called your father. Do you know how many people never make that call? They carry it around, this heavy thing, for years and years, and they never once pick up the phone. But you did. Now listen, I grew up with nothing, okay? I grew up with a father who was not always easy, who was not always warm, and I know what it costs a man to say he is sorry. It costs everything. The thumping, the slamming, I heard all of that, and I know you are not in a good place right now. But here's the thing about not being in a good place. It means you are somewhere, you are still here. Deadbeat, you said that word about yourself, and I do not like that word. That is not who you are. That is just where you have been. There is a difference, and that difference is everything. You want to know what the strongest thing I ever lifted was? It was not a barbell, my friend. It was my pride that I could ask for help. So I am calling you back. We talk. That is it, that is all. We talk.
All right, everyone just quiet down for a second. I need a moment to collect myself because this is a lot to process. 30 years I have sat in this building. 30 years of budget meetings, compliance forms, and office politics that would make a grown man weep. And now you're telling me that a mod I built in my spare time in my basement on a machine that is older than half the interns here? Just one game of the year. At Black Mesa, our Black Mesa. Do you understand how insane that is? Half-Life Resonance, my project, the thing I poured everything into when this place started draining me dry. And nobody took it seriously. Nobody. They laughed. Right here in this room, some of you laughed. I remember the faces. And now it is sitting on top of every list, every ranking, every conversation in that Discord. I heard someone queued the question. Good, let them talk about it. Because this is real. This happened. I am not just the guy who files the incident reports and gets ignored at the quarterly review. I am the guy who made something that mattered. And I need all of you to sit with that for a minute. Because I certainly am.
No, but the part that killed me, pre-existing structural damage, on a car that was 3 months old.
They always say that.
3 months. You know what kind of damage accumulates in 3 months? None. Zero. That's not how cars work.
The statistical likelihood of pre-existing damage on a vehicle that new is negligible. They know that.
Of course they know that. That's the whole game. You know what he told me next? That the impact angle suggested I may have been partially at fault. I was parked.
Parked.
Stationary. Engine off. Keys out of the ignition.
The Vortigaunt has observed that those who assign fault most eagerly are rarely those who bear it.
Exactly that. And then this guy, this Absolute, he pulls out a laminated chart. A laminated chart, like he's been waiting his whole career to use it.
What was on it?
Depreciation brackets. He depreciated my car while I was still standing in the lot.
They depreciate in real time now. It's a software model. Lamar knocked my laptop off the desk once and I looked into it briefly.
Software. Of course it's software. Designed by someone who has never owned anything.
File the appeal.
I filed 3.
File a 4th.
He's going to make me file a 5th, I can feel it.
The Vortigaunt perceives this cycle has no intended terminus.
So, who's going first?
I'll go first. Einstein, in the 3rd week of the cycle, you miscalculated the resonance threshold by a factor of 12. Not 10, 12.
Yes, that was regrettable. However, Isaac, you misattributed the cascade failure 2 weeks prior to the secondary coupling array when it was plainly the primary.
That was a preliminary note, not a conclusion.
You submitted it formally. It had your signature.
Both of you are wrong about when it started. Einstein got the particle density readings wrong first, before any of that. Week 1.
That is not.
Week 1, Albert. I have the logs.
The Vortigaunt observed the earliest deviation. The one called Einstein recorded an energy output figure that contradicted his own preceding measurement by a margin too large to overlook. This was before the others made their respective errors. The sequence is not in dispute.
I may have been working quickly that morning.
You were confused. Just say it.
Luther, you also submitted a thermal estimate that was off by 20 degrees. That was week 2.
I never said I was innocent. I said I had the logs.
The Vortigaunt notes that none among this group appear to have arrived at these corrections on their own. The record required external review. That, perhaps, is the more relevant finding.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Quiet in here. Good. Means we can think straight. Isaac, talk to me about staging. How many before a rocket stops being a rocket and starts being something we regret building?
Technically, a single-stage vehicle is manageable. 2 stages still within operational parameters. 3 stages and you begin accumulating complexity at a rate that compounds risk significantly.
So 3 is where it gets bad, sir?
Let the man finish, Private.
Three is where it gets interesting. 4 stages, you are now managing multiple ignition sequences, structural separation events, fuel load ratios that have to be precise to the decimal. Each additional stage does not add linearly to the problem, it multiplies it.
So like, exponentially worse.
Exponentially is the correct word, yes. 5 or more stages and you are no longer building a launch vehicle in any conventional sense. The tolerances required, the failure points, the sheer mass of the thing before any payload is considered. At that point, the engineering community tends to use words like ambitious as a polite substitute for something less professional.
I have heard engineers use words like that before. Usually right before the debrief where nobody makes eye contact.
So when does it actually become a monstrosity, sir?
When the engineers stop sleeping.
That is, unfortunately, a more accurate diagnostic than most formal definitions I have encountered.
4 stages. That is where you are building a monstrosity. Everything after that is just naming it.
And that is exactly why I said what I said.
Nobody asked you to finish that sentence, Barney.
I was going to say the compliment was aimed at me, Slick. Plain and simple.
The compliment was absolutely not aimed at you. I said nice work, and I was looking directly at Einstein.
I had assumed as much, yes. The trajectory of your gaze, the angle of your chin, the subtle inflection in your phrasing all suggested a recipient of some intellectual standing.
I thought he was talking to me.
You?
Yeah, I was standing right there.
Nobody was talking to you, Otis.
That is exactly what someone says when they were definitely talking to me.
Slick, your eyes were absolutely on me. Ask the audience. Hey, kind of like Max Murphy and Lunap 2 going back and forth right now. One person says something, the other takes it wrong, and suddenly nobody knows who said what to who.
That is a completely different situation, and I will not have my compliment compared to an internet argument.
The fascinating thing about ambiguous compliments is that they function almost like a quantum state, observed by multiple parties simultaneously, each collapsing the meaning differently upon observation.
I still think he was talking to me.
It is cold enough in here to freeze my patience, and you are all managing to drain what is left.
So that is a maybe then.
You're looking well, Einstein, concerningly well, actually.
I appreciate that. Though I must say, Slick, you appear to have shed some considerable mass since last quarter. I worry the stress loads here are unsustainable.
30 years in this building and suddenly my suits hang off me like curtains. It's nothing, completely fine.
You look like you've been in the field 6 months without resupply. Both of you...
I don't want to say anything wrong, but sir, you do look kind of... I mean, are you eating enough, Corporal? That's all I'm asking.
Watch it, Private.
No, the boy raises a valid point. I stepped on the scale last Tuesday and the number I saw was frankly alarming to me, though I confess the numbers themselves are always a bit alarming.
Ah, okay, same situation over here. Listen, it's probably nothing, probably fine. We are all probably fine.
I mean, Max Murphy said something similar to Luna the other day, and then Luna was just like, okay, and that was that. Sometimes you just have to say okay and move on, right?
Who is Luna?
I don't know, sir.
The point is we are all clearly thriving, magnificently. Concerns aside.
Absolutely thriving. Someone bring me a sandwich and don't make it weird.
Man, it is real cold in here, like fridge cold. Anyway, somebody just said they are playing white knuckle with 2 bindings, half inventory capacity, and weakened arms. That is a rough setup right there.
Fascinating.
The trinket selection partially compensates. Carabiner, chalk, and larger pack together suggest an efficiency-focused build. The larger pack offsets the half inventory penalty in a meaningful way.
The Vortigaunt observes that the weakened arms modifier is a burden most would not willingly accept, yet the one who submitted this configuration has chosen suffering as a foundation upon which to build. This is a philosophy the Vortigaunt finds familiar.
2 bindings, half inventory, and arms that have been compromised. Someone has arranged these conditions very deliberately. A score multiplier of 1.27 suggests the universe is...
I would not pick weakened arms. That sounds like it would mess up your grip real bad. Chalk helps with grip though, right? So maybe that balances out. I do not know. I am really hungry. But also the carabiner seems good for not falling.
Correct, Otis. The chalk and carabiner together likely address the weakened arms penalty directly. It is almost elegant, really. Reminds me of how Lamar clings to surfaces despite poor conditions. She never complains about grip either.
The score multiplier rewards the bold. 1.27 is not nothing. It is earned.
Hey, senior staff, Alan, the people we, quote, fired, are we still turning them into the Friday's mystery meatloaf? Loaf, give me a call back.
Alan. Now I will grant you this, the delivery, the timing, the laugh at the end, genuinely funny. I will concede that much. But Alan, listen to me very carefully, because I am an old man and I do not repeat myself more than 4 or 5 times on a good day. You have left this message, on a voicemail, a recorded line, at Black Mesa. Do you understand what Black Mesa is, Alan? This facility operates under approximately 947 active federal oversight agreements. I have counted them. I had time, once, during a particularly slow isotope decay sequence. And you rang up senior staff, plural, to ask about the meatloaf situation, with names attached. Your name, Alan. Now, I do not know what goes into the Friday meatloaf. I have never asked. There are things at Black Mesa one simply does not investigate, and I have made peace with that the way one makes peace with quantum uncertainty. You accept it, you move forward. But you cannot leave audio evidence of the question, Alan. That is the part that troubles me. That is the variable you did not account for. Call me back. Do not laugh this time. Use a different phone. Perhaps go outside first. And Alan, for the love of everything, stop eating the meatloaf.
Listen up. Someone needs to explain to me what white knuckle is, because Ryan has been making that face for the last 10 minutes.
Sir, it's a game, sir. You climb this tower and everything is trying to knock you off, and I was doing so good, I swear. I had a whole rhythm going and then just... gone. Dead. Just like that.
Oh, the psychological anguish of a run ended prematurely. I know this feeling intimately. There is a particular kind of grief that attaches itself to progress suddenly erased. The brain had already begun projecting the outcome, you see, and then... The sunk cost response. You had invested enough time and skill that the loss registered as disproportionately significant relative to the actual stakes.
It felt really disproportionately significant, yeah. I wanted to throw something, honestly.
You will not throw anything in this basement?
No, sir. I did not throw anything, sir.
But you will try again, yes? That is the only rational response. The run is a data point. You learn from it. Statistically, each failed attempt does map the boundaries of what not to do.
I mean, yeah. I guess the climb was pretty far. I know the early sections really well now, at least.
Good. Use the anger. Channel it. Going back in soft gets you killed the same way twice.
Yes, sir.
Man, this place, I don't even want to know what's going on in here. Some things you just accept.
I stopped accepting things around 2001. Nothing gets better, you just get more tired.
Hey, shout out to the chat real quick. Looks like Max is messing with Luna, and somebody's claiming credit for something. Classic. Anyway.
Nobody ever claims credit for the actual work, just the chaos.
Speaking of which, you look like you haven't slept since the Clinton administration.
30 years, Barney. 30 years of forms and meetings about meetings and people asking me to explain things I explained the week before.
I hear you, man, but try standing a 12-hour shift on concrete floors with a flashlight and a radio that only picks up static.
At least you can turn your brain off.
My feet don't get that luxury.
My blood pressure doesn't get that luxury.
We're both just sitting here arguing about who's more wrecked.
And yet here we are, in a restroom, still working.
That's kind of the point, isn't it? We're so overworked we turned a bathroom break into a debate.
Which I am winning.
See, that right there is why you're tired. You can't even let a conversation
Neither can you.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
Two bindings, survival mode and half inventory. That is a specific kind of punishment someone chooses for themselves.
That is not a setup, that is a hostage situation. Half inventory? Who approved this? Nobody approved this.
The Vortigaunt perceives a deliberate constraint. The one who plays has chosen to diminish their own resources. This is not weakness. This is the architecture of a deeper challenge.
Carabiner and larger pack for trinkets, though. Smart. You're compensating for the half inventory with the larger pack, and the carabiner keeps you anchored when things go sideways fast. That's not random. Someone thought about this.
A carefully constructed arrangement. The player has accepted certain limitations in exchange for something. A score multiplier, 1.35 times. Modest.
1.35 is not modest. That is the only thing keeping this set from being a complete disaster. I've sat in 30 years of resource allocation meetings, and I am telling you right now, half inventory with survival mode is a budget that does not balance.
It balances if you're good enough. That's the whole point.
The Vortigaunt considers this further. The bindings are not a cage. They are a contract the player has made with themselves. Survival mode demands presence. Half inventory demands discipline.
Whether the contract proves favorable remains to be seen.
I need to sit down.
Radio's gone. Anyone got a backup line to Lardgood?
Negative. That transmitter was our only shot out of this shaft.
Wait, the whole radio just exploded? Sir, are we completely cut off?
Battery cooked itself. Took the casing with it. We got nothing.
Lardgood doesn't know our position, doesn't know our status. As far as command is concerned, we don't exist right now.
That's not great. That's really not great.
Ryan, breathe.
Right. Sorry. Breathing. I'm breathing.
Shepard, assess what we have left. Weapons, supplies, anything that transmits.
Already running it. Sidearm, half a mag, 2 rations, broken radio that tried to take my hand with it. That's the inventory.
My earpiece still has a little charge. Would that reach anybody?
Range on that thing wouldn't clear the shaft walls. Useless.
Could flag a signal if anyone passes the access hatch above us. Long odds.
Long odds beat no odds.
So we wait?
We think. Then we wait.
Lardgood will notice the silence eventually. Man's annoying enough to go looking up.
He better move fast. I don't trust this elevator to hold weight much longer.
You mean our weight?
I mean all of it.
Then stop talking and start thinking. both of you